Chapter 901. Yonaguni. There is a yakiniku restaurant in about 700 meters. They serve ishigaki beef in an Okinawan style. What do you think? Jong-hung turned to ask Hanlu after thanking the old couple. Sure, Hanlu said. After that, she no longer talked to the bewildered local guide that stood beside her. She then curiously asked Jong-hung, I have no idea that you can converse in Japanese. What is going on? Oh no. I learned it myself. Jong-hung knew what Hanlu meant. So, he quickly explained. You know too many things. Don't you need to sleep? I need to sleep too, but I have 48 hours to spend every day. Jong-hung waved his hand, stopped a taxi, put all the clothes and shoes he bought into the trunk, and opened the rear door. Hee. Hanlu thought that Jong-hung was telling a joke. She merely shook her head and got into the car. Jong-hung had got in the co-driver's seat and told the driver where they wanted to go when he received a WeChat message. When he opened the message, he thought it was Fan Mainan who replied but saw a photo from the bartender instead. Judging from the setting of the shot, it should be in the bar's lounge. There was no one in the photo. Only a blade was placed in its holder. Jong-hung figured out that the blade in the picture was the ordinary blade that he had spent many game points on so the bartender lady could find someone to recast it for him. After doing some calculations, Jong-hung realized that 6 days had passed since the end of his last quest. According to the bartender's promise, she was supposed to update Jong-hung about the blade 2 days ago. Since the swordsmith needed to place the entire blade into the furnace for recasting, Jong-hung did not insist on retaining its original shape. And now, the look for the blade was similar to the Heng Dao from one of the 4 types of blades made in the Tang dynasty. Jong-hung had wanted his new blade to look like a Heng Dao since the Chang Dao was mainly used to deal with cavalry. The Zhong Dao was too short, however. As for the last blade, Yi Dao was usually used for decoration. So, Jong-hung chose the Heng Dao as his new blade's final form since it was most commonly used by the soldiers in the Tang dynasty. The shape of the Heng Dao was very similar to the Tachi, except that the blade was straight and extremely tough. However, its sharpness couldn't be compared to a Tachi, hence Jong-hung found a balance between the 2 blades. But strictly speaking, Jong-hung's new blade neither adopted the crafting technique of the Tang Dao or the Tachi. It did, however, inherit some of the characteristics of the blades in terms of their appearance. The light in the photo was kind of dim. However, Jong-hung could still see some of the extraordinary features of the new blade. Although it didn't look that flashy, Jong-hung felt that his blood flow speeding up after staring at it for a while. After completing so many quests, Jong-hung believed that he controlled his emotions well, and it was rare that he would be affected by external factors. It was rare that he had a physiological reaction to a photo. For some reason, Jong-hung also felt a strange sense of familiarity from the blade. So, he sent a message to the bartender. Is this a success or a failure? He asked. The latter replied after a while, well, it's your blade. I'm not particularly eager to instill my opinion on an item that the owner has not claimed. So, let's wait for you to see it for yourself. Also, remember to bring me a souvenir from Japan. Sounds good to me. Jong-hung was relieved after listening to what the bartender told him. Since I had casually asked for a gift, it meant that the blade's recast had probably had a decent outcome. There was a high chance the blade would turn out to be a grade C game item, meaning that the 4,000 game points he spent on recasting the blade could have been well worth it. If he wanted to examine the blade, Jong-hung had to wait until he returned to China. After lunch, Jong-hung and Hanlu returned to the hotel to clean up and check out. After that, they headed to Naha Airport. Yonaguni Island was where the two were heading, and it was located within the Yaeyama Islands of the Ryukyu Islands, at the westernmost point of Japan. However, the island was actually closer to Taiwan, which was only about 60 nautical miles away. And they could even see the mountains on the opposite side. Since the island was sparsely inhabited, Naha had no direct flights to Yonaguni Island, so the two had to fly from Naha to Ishigaki Island. From Ishigaki Island, they would board another flight for 40 minutes before they reached their destination. Getting to such a spot turned out to be quite the hassle. When they arrived at the island, however, they realized that all the hard work that they put in was worth it. Yonaguni Island was quite small, with an area containing less than 30 square kilometers. Having a population of less than 2,000, the island boasted a pristine and well-preserved ecology. Other than being surrounded by hallowed waters for diving, it also ranked the world's second-best marlin fishing waters. This island would attract throng sea fishing enthusiasts each year, including marlin fishing competitions held from time to time. Still, the island was visited by few tourists, where one could walk a long distance without seeing a soul. Zhongheng and Hanlu were surrounded by large empty beaches and black volcanic rocks. And they also spotted wild Yonaguni horses that were free to roam around the island. They were not afraid of people. The waters surrounding this island were as clear as a transparent sapphire without any impurities. Zhongheng felt like they had arrived at the edge of the world. Hanlu was tired of walking, so she found a place to sit and rest while the sea breeze embraced her. And she also saw a lighthouse nearby. She then stretched her body comfortably. I've wanted to come here a long time ago. This is what I call a vacation. I don't need to think about anything else, and I can avoid seeing the people I don't like. Yeah. Zhongheng nodded, removed his shoes and socks, and walked among the rocks in his beach pants. What are you doing? Preparing for dinner. Dinner? Here? Hanlu was taken aback. She thought Zhongheng must be joking. But we have nothing here, and it's almost dusk now. We won't be able to get back to our hotel before dark. Don't worry, there are horses everywhere on this island, and they are short-bred. It means they have a good temper. We can look for 2 horses and ride back to the hotel later. Hanlu clearly did not believe Zhongheng's words. However, she watched on curiously as he prepared their dinner by the beach. Zhongheng did all these things on a whim. He remembered the first dungeon he entered and survived for more than 500 days alone on the deserted island. Right now, his circumstance was different from the deserted island. Although he prepared no tools for dinner preparation, he saw myriad things he could use here on this beach. Besides, he had even brought a fishing rod. Zhongheng first collected some oysters from the reef as a starter. After that, he spotted some gazami crabs in the sea. A crustacean that had a large body packed with flesh, it was known as the best-tasting sea crab that could be found on the beach. As for king crabs and snow crabs, they usually hid under the deep sea. Zhongheng also managed to reel in a few fish as the main dish. He skewered them with wooden sticks and grilled them on the fire. Soon Hanlu smelled the roasted seafood. She took a few whiffs, and her stomach started to grumble. However, she still managed to keep a sane mind. She then asked, "Are you sure these things are not poisonous?" "Don't worry. I picked non-toxic fishes, and they are very meaty as well," Zhongheng replied. After that, he handed Hanlu 2 oysters. It's okay to have them raw. Chapter 902. Relationship Advice. Hanlu had been to Japan a number of times for vacation, and she tried most of the dishes it had to offer. However, this was her first time tasting such a natural dinner at the seaside. And she did not see Zhongheng using any condiments while he cooked. To her surprise, the seafood actually tasted good. Although she could still smell the food, the umami flavor of the seafood was well preserved due to Zhongheng's simple cooking method. A friend told me that nature is like a treasure house. No matter where you are, as long as you pay attention to your surroundings, you can always find shelter and food to fill your stomach, Zhongheng explained. Well, if the world suddenly ends, I'm sure your friend will be the last to die, Hanlu replied as she filled the lid of the thermos with some seafood soup and blew at it. It was almost dusk and the sun was about to sink into the sea. With its glow coating the sky with gorgeous blush and the fishing boats returning from afar, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. The seafood soup in Hanlu's hand was starting to get cold. After taking 2 sips of it, she said, "I have decided that from now, I'm going to make time and come here for a few days every year. How about you? Do you want to come with me?" "I'm not sure if I can make time for it," Zhongheng replied candidly. In fact, he had already realized something huge during New Year's Eve. After the conversation with Han Lu on the plan, he had confirmed the crazy conjecture that he had earlier. There was a high possibility that he was not blood-related to his current father and mother. Jongheng did not know how others would react to such news. A lot of kids had heard their parents making jokes about picking them up from the trash can, or that they were a free gift from a mobile credit top-up. After that, the kids would feel sad for the whole day, feeling that something very precious had been taken away from them. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before their parents picked the kids up and told them that it was just a joke. At that moment, the relieved kids would see the sunshine pouring into their window again. However, sometimes, the story did not come with a happy ending. For example, Jongheng now could clearly feel his emotions gradually leaving his body. And it became harder and harder for him to feel the changes in his feelings. Even so, he could still feel the long-awaited sadness come rushing at him. This sadness was not that strong, comparable to when a student failed a subject in his final exam. At best, it was just a surface wound. However, the wound would stay there permanently without receiving any healing. Jongheng was also now forced to face a new problem. Who was he, or what was he? There was no doubt that the scientific expedition to Greenland 18 years ago was related to him. If his current parents picked him up from no man's land, it would be impossible for a human baby to survive in such a harsh environment. The old man in a Tang suit, or Kronos, had planned the encounter between his parents and him. In other words, he obviously knew what would happen afterward. Jongheng did not know if Kronos had done anything to him while he was growing up. If that was the truth, that would mean someone had put in a great effort to arrange his life, just like Truman in The Truman Show. And what was his guardian angel, Kronos' purpose in doing such a thing to him? Jongheng faintly felt that all of these questions would be answered after his next trip to Greenland, but they might not be the answers he expected. This was also the reason why Jongheng promised Han Lu to come on a vacation with her. This was probably the last time he could calmly appreciate the natural scenery and relax entirely without any distractions. "Your biggest shortcoming is that you're too honest," Han Lu remarked while drinking the seafood soup from the lid of the thermos in one go, "and you are my best friend's son." "Forget it. I know that we both come from very different worlds. I have to admit that your mysterious aura and sense of danger are the biggest reason why I'm attracted to you." "No. I'm not the only one. The girls named Shen 1111 and Fan Mainan are like the moths helplessly flying toward the flame," Han Lu said. "I'm just curious, is there anyone in this world who can truly understand you?" Jongheng went silent for a while. "Something has happened to me. I'm trying to figure it out. Before that, I can't deal with the emotional problems." Han Lu snorted with a non-committal tone. "Have I told you the story of my first love? I don't think so. If you are willing to lend me your ears, I'm willing to tell you all about it. During high school, I liked a boy in my class. He wasn't tall or handsome, and he didn't seem to have any outstanding abilities. But I don't know why I liked him so much. He, for no reason, was extremely pleasing to my eyes, especially when he talked to me." Han Lu closed her eyes. "His voice is like the sea breeze here, blowing at my face gently and warmly. I was on cleaning duty one day after school. After cleaning the classroom, I turned off the lights, checked the doors and windows, and locked the door before leaving the classroom. After that, I saw him standing at the corner of the second floor. He stopped me, and I could see him was blushing. He then gave me a book of a compilation of Borges poems. I thought that he must have liked Borges as well. Although it sounds silly now, that book was not the point. The point was that I found the note that he hid in the book. I was guessing that note was the love letter that he wrote me." "Did you accept the love letter?" "No." Han Lu shook her head. "Why?" "Because I felt I wasn't ready yet. We were too young, and I wanted to explore the world and escape my mother's control. I wanted to be better, come back later, and accept the love letter confidently." Han Lu paused. "At that time, I was busy making plans for our future. However, I forgot that sometimes we would not be able to meet the person again once we missed them. And to be honest, even if he is still waiting for me now, I don't think I like him that much anymore. Looking back now, he was indeed quite ordinary. After returning to China, I asked someone to inquire about him. Apparently, he failed his college entrance examination. After graduation, he used his family's influence to enter a state-owned enterprise. He's now probably a small-time leader or something. It's not a bad achievement for an ordinary person, but he doesn't appeal to me anymore. However, I still think of him from time to time, thinking what it would have been like if I had accepted that letter. Of course, I know that a relationship between a young couple would not last long. We would probably break up like other couples. However, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. If we really managed to walk to the end of the tunnel, got married, have children, and live a dull life together, it's actually not that bad. Han Lu stretched her feet into the sea and stretched her waist comfortably. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. Never go and deal with some other things first before you take care of your relationship. A relationship is like ice cream. If you don't eat it, it will melt eventually. Thank you, Zhonghang said. He could not explain that his problem was related to his feelings. With the current situation, no matter who he chose, his feelings would still disappear in the end. Chapter 903. Dive. After finishing up the special dinner, Zhonghang found a pair of wild horses nearby. Han Lu stared on in shock as Zhonghang briefly trained and tamed them. He then asked Han Lu to mount the smaller horse. As for him, he rode the bigger one. Han Lu looked a little nervous. She had ridden horses before and practiced equestrianism for a period of time. However, she was riding a well-trained horse with complete equipment such as saddles and reins at that time. This was her very first time riding a wild horse with no proper equipment. While sitting on the steed, she did not even know where to put her hands and feet. Just grab the horse's mane. Once you do that, they won't run on their own, Zhonghang explained while leading the way. The two horses that he found should have a mother-child relationship. With the mother leading the way, her child would follow obediently. In the end, the two managed to return to their hotel before the sun completely descended below the horizon. And early the following day, Zhonghang and Han Lu came to the pier after a simple breakfast. They then rented 2 sets of diving equipment and a boat. Han Lu wanted to see humpback whales and hammerhead sharks, one of the signature sights on this island. With luck, one could see hundreds of hammerhead sharks swimming past above your head all at once. These sharks had a strange T-shaped head with an eye and a nostril at each protrusion end. It made the hammerhead shark look unique. Known to be an extremely aggressive species, there have been cases of hammerhead sharks attacking humans. The sharks attacked only because they had been spooked. Under normal circumstances, as long as the diver did not attack first with a harpoon, the sharks mostly left the divers. The humpback whales, on the other hand, had a gentler personality. They looked similar in appearance to the Kuan in the game advertisements everywhere on the internet, or maybe Kuan was designed based on the appearance of humpback whales. Sometimes, these whales would jump out of the water, a spectacular sight to behold, especially when they did it in a group. The humans had never figured out why the humpback whales behaved as such. As of now, the only explanation for this particularly unique behavior was that the humpback whales did that for social purposes. Besides, the male humpback whales would show off their masculinity by jumping out of the water to attract their potential mates or express certain emotions. Other than that, some said that the whales leaped out of the water to breathe. Whether it was hammerhead sharks or humpback whales, their behaviors were often cyclical. Usually, the people on the island would encounter near Yonaguni Island from January to March each year. Unfortunately, Zhonghang and Han Lu traveled here on a whim, and it was now June. Even though the uncle who drove the boat tried very hard to look for them, the search yielded no result. Han Lu seemed a little disappointed, and in the end, she could only look for a shallow spot near the coast to dive under. Although the corals and the undersea gave a breathtaking view, they weren't too different from the spot she had dived in earlier. Seeing that Zhonghang and Han Lu were not too happy with the diving spot, the uncle who drove the boat took the initiative to talk to Zhonghang since he received a generous service fee from Han Lu. Why don't I bring you guys to see the undersea ruins? What underwater relic? Zhongheng asked. About half a century ago, a diving guide found some ancient ruins near the sea on the west side of Yonaguni Island. It looked like a pyramid or a city. Some people said it was evidence of the existence of Mu, but others said it's the magical work of nature. No matter what the legend is, the place is worth seeing. Zhongheng translated what the uncle told him to Han Lu, who nodded after listening. I believe I have heard of such a thing. Since we can't find hammerhead sharks and humpback whales, it might be worthwhile to go and check out the ruins. However, we have been diving for quite a long time. Let's go there tomorrow and prevent ourselves from getting fatigued. The ecology on Yonaguni Island was well preserved. Obviously, the island's natives loved their island a lot. However, the economy here wasn't very developed, with only two industries keeping the island alive, and they were fishing and tourism. It was the tourist off-season right now. As soon as the fishing boats went out for their deep-sea fishing run, literally not a soul would be at the docks. If the two went to explore the undersea ruins, chances were they wouldn't be meeting other divers. Han Lu's diving wasn't that awful, having just got her AOW certificate, and she had used up to 60 bottles of oxygen. However, she was still an amateur. As for Zhongheng, Han Lu did not know how good he was at diving. Zhongheng had mentioned that he would not hold her back. However, before they went diving in the morning, Zhongheng still read the diving manual and at the same time asked her lots of questions about diving equipment. Considering how dangerous undersea ruins could be, Han Lu decided to hire a diving guide for safety reasons. Zhongheng made no objections. Although he was confident with his diving, he would feel safer if someone more experienced looking after them. So in the afternoon, the two of them came to the diving club on the island. And she learned her lesson this time. Han Lu hired a female diving guide, whose English name was Nellie. She seemed to be younger than Zhongheng. Due to the long-term exposure to the sun, her skin was tanned. She looked to be in the best of shape, though. It was said that she had started diving with her father before she was even 12. Having 8 years of diving experience under her belt now, she was a responsible diving guide. The two parties quickly agreed on the fee, and the next day, the three met again at the pier. After that, they sat in the same boat and went to where the ruins were located. Nellie possessed a cheerful personality. While talking about diving precautions, she could not help but get Zhongheng to ask Han Lu what skincare products she used. She seemed to be envious of Han Lu's skin. Although Nellie was younger than Han Lu, the harsh environment caused her to have worse skin than her. Han Lu was elated when she heard Nellie asking her about the skincare products she was using. And she even mentioned that she would give Nellie a set of skincare products when she returned to the island. The three chatted throughout the entire journey, and they finally arrived at their destination after a while. The uncle parked his boat at a safe spot. Today came with great weather, where the wind and waves were calm, and the sun shone brightly on them. Looking down from the boat, they vaguely saw a huge black shadow under the sea. It seemed the ruins were located right beneath them. The three of them rechecked their diving equipment. After confirming everything was fine, they put on fins and masks and plopped into the water one after the other. When everyone was in the water, Nellie made a gesture, signaling them to prepare to dive. After Hung and Han Lu responded with an OK sign, the three began their dive toward the ruins. Chapter 904. Underwater Ruins. It was June, and the sunlight was still reasonably sufficient. The three felt a little stuffy in their wetsuits, but the stuffiness somehow disappeared the moment they entered the sea. As they dived deeper into the ocean, the temperature around them began to drop as well. With a much higher thermal conductivity than air, a human would lose more heat in the water than on land. Fortunately, their diving suits helped them fight off the cold. Usually, casual divers like them would not dive too deep into the sea. Every 10 meters deeper, the pressure would turn up a notch. After diving deeper than 30 meters, they risked suffering from nitrogen intoxication. The ordinary diving cylinder would typically be filled with compressed air consisting of 21% oxygen and 79% nitrogen. Under high pressure, nitrogen would enter the diver's body, and at the same time, breathing pure oxygen under a high-pressure environment for too long would cause oxygen poisoning. The undersea ruins that Zhongheng and the others were about to explore this time were probably located at a depth of about 25 meters. Diving to such depths was usually not risky, and with Zhongheng's swimming and diving skills he had honed in the Black Sail dungeon, he could dive to this depth in a single breath without any diving equipment. However, he would not be able to stay underwater for too long, still needing to emerge to catch a breath after taking a glance at the ruins. Strictly speaking, this was not Zhongheng's first dive. When he was a child, he followed his parents to see corals in Sonya. It was a purely parent-child leisure activity, though, where the dive depth was less than 8 meters. The time he spent underwater was also very short, which was only 20 minutes. Throughout the entire diving experience, he was accompanied by a coach. Zhongheng's only long-duration dive with diving equipment was when he entered the Apollo training camp. NASA had made use of an underwater environment to simulate a zero-gravity environment. Not only did Zhongheng have to stay underwater for a long period, but he was required to complete a series of given tasks. Hence, Zhongheng did not feel unfamiliar when he went underwater again. Whether it was the zero-gravity environment or the quietness, the seawater almost isolated all the noise. In the midst of a dive, each diver could only hear their own breathing, especially during exhalation, where the sound of the bubbles exiting the tube could be somewhat relaxing. Nelly behaved very professionally. She would stay no more than 2 meters away from her clients throughout the entire dive, paying close attention to their physical and mental conditions. After confirming that they were encountering no troubles during the dive, she pointed to the ruins that weren't too far away and signaled them to follow her. In fact, there was no need for her signaling. The moment they dived into the sea, it was difficult for them to ignore the sight in front of them. The ruins appeared to be a vast underwater palace taking the shape of a pyramid. With a rotting, decrepit exterior, the structure was said to date back to about 10,000 BC. If these ruins were built by the people who lived here, they might have mastered the building techniques the Egyptians possessed when building the pyramids. However, the Egyptians had only started building their first pyramid around the 3rd millennium BC. This was why many experts firmly believed that the stone structure in front of them was simply a masterpiece of nature. After witnessing the well-aligned stone steps and the smooth and square stone wall, however, Han Lu was more inclined to believe that a mysterious lost civilization must have left them behind. She even spotted some structures that looked like gates and roads. Nelly then gestured to Zhongheng and Han Lu to get closer to the ruins while she picked up the underwater camera to take a photo of them with the ruins in the background. After that, they swam towards the gate. Han Lu followed Nelly with her video recorder, while Zhongheng looked at the time and direction on the dive computer and followed them. The three soon passed the stone gates. These structures were supposed to serve as the city gates, but they turned out to be made of giant stones stacked together. Schools of tropical fishes of all manner of color scooted around them. Zhongheng even saw a tiny sea hare. As its name suggested, this sea creature appeared as cute as a little rabbit with ears, though it did not mean that there were no ugly sea hares. Not even an iron lady like Han Lu or a young girl like Nelly could resist such a cute creature, hence, they started snapping pictures wildly like a photographer shooting Victoria's Secret models on a runway. In the end, they stayed there for about a minute before moving forward. After that, the three of them swam through a narrow spot. Only 2 people could fit side by side in the narrowest spot in the ruins. Once they swam through that, their vision suddenly widened, as though they had entered to an underwater palace. They saw walls made of rocks and the seawater above them reflecting the sunlight when they looked around. Nelly, who led the way in the front, stopped moving, put her left and right hands together, and quickly moved her thumb up and down. She was trying to tell them that there were turtles in front of them. Han Lu then swam towards Nelly, and that was when she saw 2 turtles between the stones. So, she too signaled Zhongheng behind to come over quickly. However, it seemed Zhongheng was lost in his thoughts and did not see Han Lu beckoning at him. For some reason, when he first saw the underwater ruins, the feeling of déjà vu struck him. It wasn't too strong at first, but the feeling resurfaced when he arrived at this huge open space. And this time, Zhongheng knew where his déjà vu came from. He had a weird dream in the alien quest before. In the dream, he came to a seaside town with a gloomy atmosphere. After he gathered the shadow sets, he returned to that seaside town again. He was feeling right now as when he traveled back to the seaside town for the second time. Considering what happened later in that small town, this was not a good sign. Being a well-known diving spot that welcomed throngs of tourists each year, there were no recorded accidents here so far. Still, Zhongheng did not want to doubt his instinct. After that, he decisively gave Hanlu and Nelly a thumbs up to tell them that he wanted to surface. Nelly felt a little strange, not knowing why Zhongheng wanted to go up so suddenly. She then gestured to him, asking what difficulty he might be encountering. Hanlu, on the other hand, was more experienced in dealing with a situation like this. She and Zhongheng had experienced the death dream together, and after that incident, she trusted him unconditionally. She also knew that there was a crazy and dark world beneath the ordinary one. Therefore, upon seeing this, she did not question why Zhongheng made such a decision. Instead, she quickly made an upward gesture as well. However, they saw that Nelly's face had suddenly changed, and she was anxiously making a downward gesture. Chapter 905. Red Tide. During diving, there were different probabilities that one would encounter the sea current, depending on the diving location. As the name suggested, the descending current was also known as the down current. Supposedly, the air bubbles exhaled from the diver's mouth would ascend to the surface of the sea. However, if there were currents around the divers, their air bubbles would disperse around them in a ring shape. After that, the air bubble would drag to the bottom of the ocean by the down current. The two turtles not far away could sense that something was not right. So, they quickly swam back to the crack between the rocks. And at the same time, the three's vision began to become blurry. Fortunately, except for Zhongheng, the other two were experienced in dealing with down current. It was not the first time Hanlu has encountered ocean currents. Therefore, she did not become panic as a newcomer would. She quickly attached her body to the stone wall, grabbing whatever she could find like a gecko. Nelly turned on her portable flashlight, flashed at the big rock closest to Zhongheng, and signaled Zhongheng to swim towards it. As for herself, she quickly swam towards the big rock as well. Their descending speed was not that fast, indicating that the ocean current they encountered was not that strong. Upon realizing that, Nelly was relieved. On the other hand, Hanlu and Zhongheng managed to keep calm as well. The most dangerous thing when one encountered an ocean current was to fall into panic mode. Not only would it not help with anything, but the random struggle would accelerate the consumption of oxygen, and the wrong moves would most likely cause more trouble. Hanlu had experienced diving before, hence, Nelly was not too worried about her. The person she was really anxious about was Zhongheng. The moment he asked to go back up, they were hit by the undercurrent. But fortunately, Zhongheng did not panic so far. The moment he received Nelly's instructions, he quickly swam to the big rock with her. About a minute and a half later, Nelly felt that the ocean current had begun to settle down. So she gestured to ask Zhongheng how much oxygen he had left. Zhongheng then glanced at the residual pressure gauge, and it showed that he still had about 120 bar of oxygen. The three of them did not stay underwater for too long, and they did not dive below 25 meters. Therefore, the oxygen in their cylinders was still sufficient. It was nowhere near the warning line. But now that Zhongheng had decided to ascend, Nelly, as a dive guide, certainly had no reason to continue diving. But before they ascended, the two needed to meet up with Hanlu at the stone wall first. Before the ocean current hit them, the seawater was crystal clear. However, after the undercurrent swept their diving spot, there was now a lot of sand and impurities floating in the water. Therefore, it caused their visibility to drop drastically. So, Nelly quickly turned on her flashlight again. However, it seemed like her flashlight was running out of power. It flashed a few times before it became stable. However, when Nelly moved the flashlight to the rock wall where Hanlu was supposed to locate, she found out that Hanlu was gone. Nelly blinked her eyes, and she could not believe what she just saw. When the ocean current hit them, Hanlu was the first person to find a place to stabilize herself. At that time, she was supposed to be out of danger. After that, the three of them were separated for less than 2 minutes. In such a short time, it did not make sense for Han Lu to leave her position. Nelly then shone the flashlight in other directions. They were trying to look for Han Lu, but it yielded no result. And at this moment, Nelly saw Jongheng gesturing to her and pointed to the top of her head. Nelly thought that Jongheng had discovered where Han Lu was. But when she looked up, she saw a strange sight that she had never seen in her life before as a diver. The seawater above them was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Was that a red tide? Nelly lived by the sea. Although she had never seen red tides in person, she had heard about this natural phenomenon before. The red tide was generally caused by the phytoplankton, bacteria, or protozoa in the sea. The seawater would turn red when it exploded or multiplied within a short period of time. It was very harmful to the environment. However, this sea area was a famous diving spot on Yonaguni Island. The residents of the island had always placed great importance on the ecological environment. For so many years, there had never been a red tide in the nearby sea. Under normal circumstances, the red tide would appear at the upper levels of the sea. However, Nelly saw that the red tide was approaching them fast. Soon the two of them were surrounded by red seawater. The color of the red seawater was actually very close to human blood. The worst part was that their visibility had further deteriorated. Nelly could only see less than 2 meters in front of her. She could barely see Jongheng's figure. Even with Nelly's rich diving experience, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious now. It was mainly because this weird red tide had appeared at the wrong time. It had made their search for Han Lu became even harder now. Nelly wanted to take Jongheng to ascend to the surface first and come back to look for Han Lu by herself. It was because Jongheng requested to ascend before they encountered the ocean current. However, it would take quite some time to get back to the surface because the pressure at different depths was different. The deeper the divers dived, the more nitrogen would dissolve into their blood. There was a possibility that they might suffer from nitrogen intoxication. If they went up too fast, the pressure would decrease rapidly, and the nitrogen in the blood would precipitate and cause thrombosis. If a diver suffered from such a complication, their lungs would burst in the worst-case scenario. Therefore, one needed to take a break during the ascension to the surface of the seawater. It would take as long as 7 minutes for Nelly to send Jongheng back to the boat and return undersea to look for Han Lu. Let's not talk about whether she could return to the exact same spot while being affected by the Red Sea water. She did not even know if Han Lu was still nearby her. Besides, the remaining oxygen in her gas cylinder might not be enough to support her to search for too long. Under normal circumstances, Nelly could choose to bring Jongheng to search for Han Lu. Due to the Red Sea water, she might not be able to see Jongheng if he went a little too far. In such a bad situation, Nelly did not have the confidence to take care of Jongheng while looking for Han Lu. Han Lu was now gone, and he did not want to lose Jongheng too. After some thoughts, Nelly decided to bring Jongheng back to the boat first. Besides, she was hoping that Han Lu had returned to the boat on her own. Maybe she would be able to see her again when she resurfaced. And to be honest, even if she took Jongheng to risk finding Han Lu now, the only thing that she could rely on was her luck. Just when Nelly was about to bring Jongheng back to the boat, she seemed to spot a dark shadow flashing past her left eye. Could it be Han Lu? The hope in Nelly's heart was lit up once again. Although the shadow passed by quickly, she saw that the person was wearing a diving suit. Chapter 906. Flashlight. It was not the peak season for diving in Yonaguni Island. This could be seen from how well the diving shops were doing. Jongheng and Han Lu were only the second group of tourists to dive here in the past week. And as far as Nelly knew, the first group of divers would be flying home at noon. If she were right, the 3 of them would be the only divers in this area. It was precisely why Nelly figured that Han Lu was the person that had just passed. A 4th person wasn't present in these waters, so Han Lu was probably only 2 or 3 meters away from them. Thus, Nelly had high hopes that Han Lu was fine. And she even subconsciously ignored how the shadow moved earlier. A human couldn't swim so fast in the sea. However, at this moment, all Nelly cared about was to locate Han Lu. Even if she noticed the figure's unreasonable speed, she tried to convince herself that it was the ocean currents. And because of that, Han Lu needed their help more than ever. Nellie then gestured for Jonghung to follow her. However, she saw him stretching out his hand to stop her there. After that, Jonghung clenched and crossed his fists in front of his chest. He then pointed in the direction where the dark shadow had just disappeared with his fist. Jonghung was trying to tell her that she was about to do something extremely dangerous. Since Nellie spotted the black shadow, Jonghung certainly didn't miss it with his exceptional observation ability. And unlike Nellie, Jonghung's eyes actually captured the black shadow's movement. Although it appeared for less than a second, Jonghung had already figured out what it was. That shadow was the half-man and half-mermaid monster he encountered in the mysterious and hazy seaside town during the trial of the shadow set. Jonghung did not expect to see a monster like that in the real world. The situation now also differed from the time he fought against hundreds of enemies alone. When that particular monster entered the water, they would stop flopping clumsily, and they would start swimming like a fish. After completing the Black Sail quest, Jonghung had become quite the swimmer. At least he could now swim faster than the people that did not live by the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how good he was, he would never be able to beat the genetically mutated offspring of humans and monsters. They possessed the biological characteristics of many marine creatures. The webbed fins that looked like diving flippers were actually the creature's feet. And compared to human divers, they did not need oxygen cylinders, relying on their gills to breathe in the water. And their movement speed was at least twice as fast as on land. On the contrary, Jonghung wasn't as agile as he was on land. He felt the resistance of the water restricting his every move. At the same time, he needed diving equipment to stay underwater. All these meant it wouldn't be that easy for him to gain the upper hand here. Jonghung could still handle one of them, but if they swarmed at him like what happened at the seaside town, he would be in big trouble. Hence, the reason he was so vigilant now. After seeing Jonghung's gesture, however, Nellie mistakenly thought that the red tide had caused him to be nervous and that he wanted to go up. Nellie could put herself into his shoes. Initially, Nellie wanted to bring Jonghung back to the boat too. However, she made that decision before she saw Han Lu. Now that she knew Han Lu was nearby, Nellie would feel really bad if she gave up searching for her right now, especially when the amount of oxygen in the cylinder was still sufficient. So Nellie tried to calm Jonghung down while telling him through hand gestures that Han Lu was nearby them. However, Jonghung was still showing her the same gesture. And Nellie started to get a little impatient. The red seawater around her caused her to be more irritable than usual. Suddenly, when she saw a flashlight flashing from a distance, Nellie immediately turned on her flashlight to respond. After that, she planned to swim toward the light source. But as soon as she turned around, Jonghung quickly pulled her back. And the suppressed anger in Nellie's heart finally exploded. She did not know what Jonghung and Han Lu's relationship was, but since the two were vacationing at Yonaguni Island together, they were definitely not simply ordinary friends. Now, when Han Lu was in danger, not only did Jonghung refuse to rescue her, but he also tried to stop Nellie. Nellie tried to put herself in Han Lu's shoes, and she felt a chill run down her spine when she thought of what Jonghung had just done. So she broke free from Jonghung's grip in a fit of anger and swam toward the direction of the other flashlight. At this moment, her heart was filled with rage. And she even forgot to ask Jonghung to keep up with her. In fact, there were no other thoughts in her mind now. All she wanted to do was to swim forward as an evil spirit possessed her. Nellie was a reasonably good diver, but unlike Jonghung, who always paid attention to his surroundings, she just wanted to find Han Lu. So, the two soon separated in the red seawater. Jonghung was a little helpless. He noticed that Nellie was emotionally abnormal, but he could not do much underwater, and he couldn't knock her out as well. As for Jonghung, he was not sure whether it was because of his gradual loss of feeling or something else. He seemed to be immune to the surrounding red seawater. And after losing Han Lu and Nellie, Jonghung became calmer and calmer. That was because he knew those half-human, half-mermaid monsters were targeting him. Just like in the strange dreams and the shadow set's trial, he was always the target. However, Zhongheng did not give up looking for the whereabouts of the two women. Since he was on vacation in Japan, he did not bring most of his game items. And even if he did, using them underwater would be difficult. There was no Lego for him to assemble here, and he could not fire his Paris arrow underwater. However, Zhongheng was lucky that he brought his filter lens and Betty's shell with him. These two items were now in the thigh pocket of his diving suit, and the pockets were sealed with Velcro. Hence, he opened his pocket and first took out the filter lens. It was the game item that he needed the most right now. The field of vision within 300 meters is not affected by factors including light, natural environment, etc. This did not sound like an impressive effect, and it was not lethal as well. However, anyone who had played real-time strategy games knew the importance of vision, especially in the current circumstance where Zhongheng could see nothing. Zhongheng took a deep breath, took off the mask, equipped the filter lens, and put the mask back on again. He then raised his head slightly, pressed the upper part of the mask with his fingers, and started to exhale with his nose. The bubbles soon gathered at the upper part of the mask, squeezing the out seawater from the bottom. After repeating it twice, the seawater in the mask was drained. Chapter 907. Wall Carving. When Zhongheng opened his eyes again, he regained his vision, and it was clearer than before the red tide appeared. This was the first time he used his filter lens underwater. Initially, he was worried that the red tide did not fall under the natural category, but now, it seemed that the lens worked well in this red tide. The red tide disappeared before him, and the seawater became transparent to him within 300 meters. Zhongheng soon found Nellie, who had separated from him earlier. The latter now swam toward the ruins. And in front of her, Zhongheng's old friend, a half-man, half-fish frog monster, was holding a flashlight, flashing at Nellie to draw her closer to him. Zhongheng did not spot other monsters beside him for the time being. The other good news was that after a short observation, Zhongheng noticed the red tide did affect the monster. However, its visibility in the red tide was still higher than that of humans, and he could probably see 3 to 4 meters in front of him. This was also why he could see Nellie, but Nellie couldn't see the monster. However, Zhongheng still could not see Hanlu nearby. After Zhongheng took a good look at the place, he saw there was no other place for Hanlu to hide. He also knew that Hanlu's disappearance must be related to the monster. If he followed this monster, he might be able to find Hanlu. Zhongheng did not hesitate anymore, swimming toward Nellie the moment he put on his mask. At the same time, he paid attention to the distance between himself and the monster in front of him, keeping himself out of its field of vision. Zhongheng saw that Nellie, led by the monster, had come to the stone wall where Hanlu was standing earlier. Just when Zhongheng thought that they had no way to go, the stone wall began to tremble. The 1-foot-wide crack that could only fit a turtle began to expand, just like a giant beast opening its mouth. The half-man, half-fish frog monster who led the way entered the crack. After that, he took out a flashlight to continue to draw Nellie closer to him. No matter how dumb Nellie was, she felt that something wasn't right once the crack widened in front of her. She hesitated for a moment outside the crack, but her desire of finding Hanlu overpowered her fear. Hence, Nellie gritted her teeth and swam to the crack. However, the light disappeared soon after she entered. Nellie's mind began to sober up after being affected by the red seawater for quite some time. It was then that fear started to kick in. The diving guides were not life-saving talismans for the divers. It was true that they were responsible for helping the divers to deal with some threats, but they couldn't deal with all of them. When these threats were too dangerous for them to handle or that they knew they might lose their lives over it, the guides needed to know that it was time to let go. This was just a job, after all, and a specific price had to be paid if they wanted to play the hero. The current situation was obviously beyond what Nellie could handle. She was in an unfamiliar tunnel, surrounded by strange rocks, and the visibility was very low. Nellie did not know how long this tunnel was, whether there was a fork in the path, or where it would take her. After she swam for a short distance, her diving computer reminded her that she was going deeper into the ocean. And that was not a good sign. Suddenly, Nellie remembered she left Zhongheng outside. This was also one of the main reasons why she decided to turn around. But when she returned using the same way she entered the crack, she discovered something that frightened her. The crack on the wall was now closed again, returning to a width of about only 1 foot. Nellie could no longer stay calm this time. She tried to squeeze her hands into the gap to attempt to widen the crack. Since it did expand earlier, it meant that walls were probably movable. The reality, however, was always harsh. No matter how hard she tried, the crack remained unmoved, as if it had never expanded before. Nellie consumed a lot of oxygen as she used all of her strength in an attempt to free herself. The fruitless attempts left her with frustration. But fortunately, she was an experienced diver, and she had dealt with underwater crises before. Even in such a harsh environment, she did not collapse like one of those rookies. After realizing that the crack in front of her would not open again, Nellie calmed herself down, checked her residual pressure gauge, confirming her direction with her dive computer, and continued to swim along the underwater tunnel. Now, she could only hope that there were other exits ahead of her. Nellie turned on the flashlight, illuminating the paths ahead to look for an exit. At the same time, she hoped her flashlight could get in touch with Han Lu again. Instead of seeing Han Lu, though, she saw something else. The underwater ruins on Yonaguni Island caused a great sensation when they were first discovered. Since there was still no critical evidence to prove that the ruins were left behind a lost civilization, they thought that the neatly built brick walls and steps were just something that nature had formed. In order to prove that the ruins were actual, some enthusiasts even forged ancient coins and pottery, decorated with fancy patterns that they designed. These fake relics, however, wouldn't be able to pass modern scientific tests. Nellie now knew that what she was seeing couldn't possibly have been forged by modern people. The carvings on both sides of the stone wall were old. Simple to understand and concise, it told the story of mermaid-like creatures hunting sea beasts. Other than that, some of the pictures told of love stories between humans. At least, that was how Nellie deciphered it. The mermaid gifted something to the woman on the shore. After the two married, the woman gave birth to a couple of kids, who returned to the sea after they grew up. Nellie had heard of a few mermaid legends, and she thought them to be quite romantic. The carvings on the wall mesmerized and stunned Nellie. Even though the carvings had been baptized by time and current, they still looked incredibly real. If she were not in danger, Nellie would definitely want to stop and enjoy it. In fact, she had already taken out her underwater camera to snap a couple of pictures of the carvings. These carvings were tantamount to ending the ancient ruins debate on Yonaguni Island, whether it was the magical craftsmanship of nature or something made during early civilizations. Any of those pictures could cause a huge uproar on the shore. Before she could do that, however, she had to think of a way to keep herself alive. Chapter 908. Changes and Weapons. The fear of death diluted Nellie's joy of her wall carving discovery. She did not stay in the same place for too long. After snapping photos she wanted of the wall carving, she continued to swim forward. However, the wall carving story did not end there. Although Nellie was focusing on finding a way out, she glanced at the wall carvings from time to time. Unless she kept her vision completely dead ahead, she'd inadvertently catch a glimpse of those carvings. The dive computer showed that she had arrived at a depth of 35 meters. This place was also nearly 10 meters deeper than the place they were previously at, meaning that the water pressure had also increased considerably. Nellie had also almost depleted all the oxygen in her tank. At the same time, the content of the wall carvings had turned from romantic to gloomy. The multitude of grown-up children had now returned to the sea, where they were gathered at a place. After that, they chose to follow one of the two leaders. One of them looked like the monster that Zhong Heng spotted earlier, but it was larger in size. The second leader was a giant snake with 9 heads. Speaking of Hydra, after the famous villain organization in the Marvel Universe, the second most famous Hydra had to be the monster in Greek mythology. Later, it was reflected in the wall carvings. Under the leadership of the huge monster mermaid and the Hydra, the creatures caused a lot of trouble and held many disgusting rituals. They went as far as to use fishes and some sort of gold to earn the opportunity to reproduce with them. These monsters paid most of their attention to the reproduction of their offspring. They had no idea why they could not reproduce among themselves, hence they had to deceive humans to get what they wanted. Sometimes, they would pretend to be pirates, attack coastal towns, and kidnap their residents. Nellie felt a little disgusted after looking at the wall carvings. She no longer felt that their actions were romantic. What really frightened her, however, were the following carvings. The mermaids prayed and summoned something to disorient the pearl divers, then lured them to their lair for copulation. When she saw that, Nellie felt a chill sent up her spine. She started to be lost in panic, paralyzing fear hitting her like a massive tide. Although the wall carvings had no color, Nellie knew what the mermaid had summoned. It was the red tide. In other words, she was now experiencing the same phenomenon the pearl divers had experienced, just like what the carvings depicted. Even though Nellie knew she needed to stay calm when encountering danger underwater and that she had been telling other divers the same thing, remaining calm at this moment seemed almost impossible. Her hands couldn't help but tremble as they held the flashlight. Compared to dying here, it was undoubtedly more terrifying to be forced to reproduce with those monsters. Nellie didn't even want to go forward anymore. Still, there was only 60 bar of oxygen remaining in her cylinder. As a professional diver, Nellie knew that every second she delayed would reduce her chances of returning to the shore alive. Despite all that, she could not get herself to start moving. The thing in front of her had been waiting for her for a long time. When the monster flashed the flashlight at Nellie again, fear completely overtook her mind. With her reflexes taking over, she automatically turned around and fled before she even knew it. But the monster could clearly see that Nellie was attempting to make a run for it. A black shadow began to swim towards Nellie from the end of the tunnel, much faster than her speed. As the creature gracefully moved its flippers, the water around it would be automatically dispersed. Although it had come up behind Nellie, it did not immediately attack her. Instead, it kicked the water and past Nellie. It then turned its head around and gave Nellie a creepy smile, almost causing the poor girl to suffer a cardiac arrest. When Nellie saw what the creature looked like, she almost screamed out loud. She then saw an arm stretching out from the rock next to the monster. It grabbed the monster by the fin on its back and smashed its head against the rock. The massive impact stunned the ugly monster completely, especially after its head was smashed on the rock. The grim smile on its face was frozen in place. Due to water resistance, it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Instead, the attack only served to provoke its bloodthirst. Attempting to free itself, it kicked the rock with its legs and swung its claws behind it to attack its assailant. Zhongheng, however, clearly moved faster. Seeing the monster in a confused state, he quickly jumped on its back. After that, he grabbed a sharp stone with his hand and stabbed the monster's eye, blinding one of its eyes immediately. And before the monster could react, Zhongheng swiftly stabbed another eye. This final stab blinded the monster completely. The intense pain it experienced caused it to roll around. It started flailing wildly on its back, causing the two to hit the rock wall. Nellie was completely astounded by the sight before her eyes. She recognized that the person who saved her was Zhongheng, but she did not know how he appeared here. Zhongheng appearing here was even more surprising than seeing the monster. Nellie didn't sense anyone following her, not to mention the fact that Zhongheng had tried to dissuade her from going after the beam. Nellie also knew that it wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. Now, although Zhongheng had blinded the monster as soon as he showed up, he got into some trouble after that. If Zhongheng, who had just obtained LV.3 assassin skill, had fought this monster on land, he would have trounced it. However, he was now fighting with it underwater and weaponless at that. His every move was tremendously slow compared to on land, and spontaneously grabbing weapons around him to damage a monster covered in scales and thick skin would prove more than daunting. Fortunately, Nellie, who was beside him, had also noticed this problem. So, she immediately tossed her diving knife to Zhongheng. The knife Nellie carried wasn't meant to be used for underwater fighting but to deal with tangled seaweed, nets, or ropes. Little did she expect that it would come in handy in such a critical situation. Zhongheng decided he wouldn't dismount the monster's back because it wasn't currently in a frenzied state. If he came down from its back right now, there was a high probability the monster would injure him. So, while distracting the struggling monster beneath him, leading it to the wall, he caught the knife thrown by Nelly. Before the monster could hit the stone wall again, Zhongheng stabbed its heart with the knife. The razor-sharp stainless steel blade proved more lethal than the stones, piercing the monster's skin with relative ease. The monster then struggled for a while before spurts of its blood dyed the surrounding waters red. Soon, the monster gradually struggled less, and in the end, stopped moving completely. Chapter 909. Thrones. Zhongheng got rid of human frogfish monster with the knife. After that, he checked his diving equipment, especially the oxygen cylinder, and confirmed that it was not damaged when the monster threw him around earlier. After all these were completed, Zhongheng gestured to Nelly and asked if she was fine. Nelly was a little confused, but she could not ask all those questions underwater. However, she did feel good to meet her partner again. If it were not for Zhongheng's interference, Nelly believed she would have died or ended up like one of those pearl divers where they were snatched by those hideous and terrifying monsters. Unfortunately, this was not the time for her to feel relieved or express her gratitude to Zhongheng. Nelly had consumed a lot of oxygen when she attempted to open up the crack on the rock wall with her hands. She also figured that Zhongheng too must have used up a considerable amount of oxygen during the fight with the monster earlier. The two were still trapped in the tunnel, and if they failed to return to the surface before they exhausted all the oxygen in the cylinder, they would die here with all those terrifying wall carvings around them. Nelly had initially thought that Zhongheng would develop a gentlemanly demeanor, that he'd take the initiative to find a way out for them. To her surprise, however, Zhongheng gestured to her to go first. It seemed he intended to continue hiding behind her. It explained why he followed behind her earlier and refused to show up. Clearly, he was using her as bait. But Nelly wasn't stupid. She quickly realized why Zhongheng did such a thing to her. She had seen the human fish frog monster swim faster than the Olympic champion. If it weren't for the sneak attack just now, and even if Zhongheng could hurt that monster, he couldn't stop it from escaping, let alone kill it. Though Nelly managed to find out the truth, she still couldn't get rid of the fear ravaging her mind apart. She has been an avid diver for so many years, and she had encountered her fair share of strange underwater creatures. However, this was her first time encountering a real monster under the sea, a part fish, part human monster. Whenever she thought of the creepy smile the monster flashed her, Nelly could not help but shudder. What she saw and heard during this dive had completely subverted her common sense and cognition. Part of the reason why Nelly chose to be a diving guide was her father's influence. The other was her passion for diving and the underwater world. There were many hidden beauties under the sea, waiting to be unfurled by divers. To Nelly, every dive was a new sweet encounter. Those were Nelly's thoughts about the ocean before she encountered this human frogfish monster. Now, she had witnessed firsthand the horrors hidden in the calmness of the ocean. As long as she remembered that monsters still lurked at the bottom of the sea, she was unsure if she could muster enough courage to go into the sea again. As of now, she could not afford to think of such a thing. All she had to do right now was to move forward and find a way out. Fortunately, she now knew that Zhongheng was behind her and that he would rescue her whenever she was in a crisis. Unconsciously, it gave her a touch of comfort. When she saw how calm Zhongheng was, the courage in her heart was reiterated. Nelly could not figure out how Zhongheng did not feel afraid when he fought with the monster. Considering that Zhongheng almost had zero diving experience, most people would have allowed fear to petrify their bodies. It was great that Zhongheng did not run away. Nelly completely did not expect Zhongheng to stand up against the monster, and that he showed no hesitation when he attacked it with only a stone that he picked. Nelly could not help but wonder about Zhongheng's identity. Was he a soldier or policeman? Or was he a frogman who received special underwater training? He certainly didn't look like a military man. In fact, when she took a good look at him, Nelly found she couldn't figure out what temperament Zhongheng possessed. He was like a drop of water that could blend into the sea anytime, anywhere. Other than that, Nelly also wanted to apologize for her previous misunderstanding of Zhongheng. At that time, all she wanted to do was to save Hanlu, and she believed he had stopped her out of selfishness. She now realized that Zhongheng's motive was pure and simple. He was simply trying to remind her of the threat she was about to face. Nellie regretted not listening to Jonghung's advice. If she did that, she wouldn't have exposed herself to unnecessary danger. Those thoughts ran through Nellie's mind as she swam ahead. Considering how little oxygen remained in the cylinder, she neither swam fast nor slow. Nellie's anxiousness crept up again when the dive computer reminded her that the depth was increasing. Fortunately, when she reached about 45 meters deep, she felt that she was swimming upward in the tunnel, which also meant that they had finally stopped diving deeper into the ocean. At this point, Nellie knew that she could not turn around anymore. Even if the crack opened up miraculously, she probably wouldn't make it to the surface before she exhausted all the oxygen in the cylinder. Hence, she could only hope that there was another way to go back to the surface at the end of the tunnel. Compared with Nellie's anxiety, Jonghung, who followed behind, was much calmer. Looking at the wall carvings, these half-human, half-fish-frog creatures would abduct ordinary people to reproduce with them from time to time. Since the people they abducted could not stay underwater as long as they could, they would have definitely found a secret place to store them. Since these creatures were targeting him, it was obvious that they were using Hanlu to threaten him. If they wanted to do that, they had to keep Hanlu alive. That was also the reason why Jonghung deduced that the end of the tunnel was not a dead end. And he was right about that. The two swam a little further when Nellie suddenly realized that her vision had widened suddenly. At the same time, the red tide gradually disappeared. When Nellie glanced at her surroundings, she realized that she was in a building. It was a magnificent underwater palace. Unlike the ruins that they had come across before this palace was man-made at first glance. The ancient stone pillars were supporting the dome of the palace. Those stone pillars were so big that they required at least 3 to 4 people to circle them. They were at least 20 meters tall, and there were dozens of them around the palace. Other than that, the top of the palace was occupied by a giant stone carving. It was different from the easy-to-understand wall carvings that she saw earlier. The carvings on this stone were more obscure and incomprehensible. It looked like an interstellar map or just some unintelligible graffiti. The frantic drawings seemed like they were going to break the stone wall. Nellie stared at it for a while, and she felt dizzy. So, she had to withdraw her gaze quickly. After that, she laid her eyes on the 2 thrones behind the hall. They were made of some kind of gold-like metal, still shining bright after thousands of years. Since they were as big as the stone pillars, Nellie knew that they were not meant for humans. Then, Nellie remembered the leader of those human frogfish monsters that she saw on the previous wall carvings. These 2 thrones were meant for them. Chapter 9-10. Memory Fragments. Those human frogfish monsters were scary enough. But compared with the other 2 monsters on the wall, they were probably as cute as a Mickey Mouse mascot taking photos with tourists in Disneyland. Nellie couldn't acquire an intuitive understanding when she looked at the wall carvings. Now that she saw the 2 thrones, she finally gained a better understanding of the size of the creatures that were supposed to sit on the thrones. Even on the vast seabed, they could definitely be considered giants. Nellie felt like a mouse breaking into a cattery. Fortunately, the owner of the cattery was not home today. Hoping that they would never come back, she even started to worry about Yonaguni Island. Considering that evil of such magnitude lurked beneath the island, it was a miracle that Yonaguni Island remained unharmed for so many years. But seeing these 2 thrones was not without good news. Nellie had been worrying about whether there was an exit at the other end of the tunnel, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was because no matter how wide the crack expanded, the giant creatures would never be able to fit through the entrance or the exit. So there had to be another exit here. Nellie quickly looked around with her flashlight, and she soon found that exit. Located on the right side of the throne, it happened to be blocked by 2 stone pillars. Since those pillars were so massive, they could only be found if someone paid close attention to them. It was a big black hole, enough for an adult sperm whale to swim through. When Nellie stood close to it, she could feel the ocean current. In other words, it must be connected to the outside world. Nellie's eyes lit up immediately when she saw it. The compressed air in her cylinder was running low, with only less than 30 bar left. She would never see the sun tomorrow if she failed to find an exit. Before she entered the cave, Nellie looked behind to make sure that no one was in the hall. Jongheng, too, had also swum out of his hiding spot. However, she did not feel too good about the current circumstance. Looking at the magnificence of this underwater palace and based on his previous understanding of those monsters, Jongheng didn't think that this place could only have one guard. That being said, they never encountered a second monster while they were on their way out. Either they were lucky enough to come when those monsters were out hunting, or those monsters were hiding at the end of the exit, waiting to ambush them. Of course, Jongheng hoped the former conjecture was what really happened. He did, however, prepare for the latter situation as well, having already taken out Betty's shell from his pocket. This was the second game item he had brought with him other than the filter lens. Unlike the filter lens, Betty's shell was designed to be used underwater. This game item originated from a certain Celtic ancient god in the Black Sail quest. It would consume the user's anger and summon a storm at sea for 15 minutes. The power of the storm was directly connected to how angry the user was. Actually, this game item had become more and more useless to Jongheng. It was because his feelings were gradually disappearing. Whether anger or joy, not much of it was left in him. Even the empathy he possessed before was slowly leaving him as well. In the recent quest he completed, Jongheng no longer carried the shell with him. This game item was simply an object representing one of his life's milestones, and he had also had it for more than 10 years. Hence, Jongheng did not want to sell it for money, hoping that he could make a final use of it this time. Besides, he had also noticed the two thrones, which gave him a strong sensation of déjà vu. This time, some memory fragments even permeated Jongheng's mind. It seemed this wasn't the first time he had been here, standing in this palace. And during that time, the king and queen did not sit on the thrones. Instead, they were crawling at his feet, almost as though they were his most devout believers. The human frogfish monsters, on the other hand, couldn't even get close to this hall. Just looking up at the great figure in the center of the hall would plunge them into eternal madness and frenzy. This was a strange feeling, especially when Jongheng found that he was looking down from a higher-up spot. In order not to ruin the palace, he had to lower crouch on his back. From his perspective, the king and the queen looked like a pair of toddlers that had just learned how to walk. Jongheng deliberately looked at the queen a few more times because the latter gave him a stronger sense of familiarity, as if he had met her before. This sense of familiarity did not come from the memory fragments, but it came from Jongheng himself. Before he could delve deeper into the memory, Nellie's gestures snapped him back to the reality. Jongheng nodded, knowing that there was very little oxygen left in his and Nellie's cylinders. They had to give it a go no matter what lay in front of them. So next, Nellie went first and Jongheng followed behind her. They then dived into the big hole in the wall that symbolized their last hope. Unlike the narrow tunnel, this tunnel behind the cave was spacious enough. The numbers counting the depth of their location on the dive computer were also rising steadily. After the previous traumatizing moment, their luck seemed to be improving. The hope of getting out of trouble was right in front of them. Nellie could not help but start to speed up, and the blurry light above their heads became clearer and clearer. After swimming up for a certain distance, the dive computer showed that they were only 12 meters from the surface. Nellie went around a huge coral reef and found the missing Hanlu. Hanlu wasn't looking too good. Appeared to be entangled in a discarded fishing net, she couldn't seem to get rid of it with her own strength. Fortunately for her, her breathing equipment still worked as intended. Just like the other two, she was still alive. Upon seeing this, Nellie hurriedly swam to Hanlu's position. She looked at Hanlu's residual pressure value first, and she found out that there was only less than 5 bar left. In other words, if they had come a few minutes later, Hanlu might have suffocated to death. So Nellie gestured to comfort Hanlu, and at the same time, began to help the latter untangle the fishing net. However, when she swam to Hanlu's side, the latter panicked even more and started to struggle desperately. At the same time, she kept tapping Nellie on the shoulder as if she wanted her to turn around. Nellie turned her head around with some hesitation. Although the oval tunnel exit looked pitted, like a honeycomb, nothing was out of the ordinary. It was quiet and within reach. Nellie knew that as long as she swam for another 12 meters, they would be able to get out of trouble and see the sunlight again. But the next moment, cruel reality shattered all her beautiful fantasies. A large number of black shadows charged out of the beehive-like tunnel, like worker bees leaving the hive. There were so many of them that they blocked the sunlight from reaching her, plunging her world into darkness again. Chapter 9:11. Critical moment. Nellie was completely terrified. She had never seen such a horrible sight in her life. It was like a school of sharks that had detected blood around them. Those black figures emerged from the caves where they lived. There were so many of these monsters that they completely surrounded Nellie, Han Lu, and Zhongheng. They stretched their hideous scaly bodies and swam freely in the sea. Nellie's heart sank, and she was hit by despair immediately. She could not imagine how the three of them could survive a situation like this. Earlier, Zhongheng had almost used up all of his strength to deal with one of them. And now there were at least hundreds of them swimming on top of them right now. They could easily tear them into pieces. Unlike sharks, these monsters thought and behaved like humans. No, it should be said that these monsters were more cunning than humans. They knew how to use Han Lu as bait to lure Zhongheng and Nellie into this desperate situation step by step. Nellie's calf was trembling, but when she looked back subconsciously, she saw that Zhongheng was swimming towards her instead of fleeing. Zhongheng did not stop as he passed the two women, throwing the diving knife back to Nellie. It seemed he wanted her to continue cutting off the fishing net that entangled Han Lu. While facing this amount of enemies, the diving knife would not make a difference. After that, Zhongheng continued to swim towards the terrifying sea of monsters above him. To Nellie, what Zhongheng just did was no different from killing himself. The moment he moved, hundreds of monsters above him were triggered into a frenzied state. They huddled and gathered into a tornado-like school and charged towards Zhongheng. The leader of the human frogfish monsters flew like a black arrow toward Zhongheng's chest. However, Zhongheng's expression remained unchanged, as cold as the reef in the sea. Although Zhongheng and the monsters were approaching each other, the difference in speed between the two of them was just too great. These monsters were born to live in the sea. Zhongheng, on the other hand, swam no faster than a turtle in his diving suit. At first glance, Zhongheng seemed to be the one preyed on right now. Nellie could not bear to look at Zhongheng anymore. In the blink of an eye, Zhongheng and the leader were less than 2 meters apart, and he could see the wrinkles on the enemy's face. Under the tremendous pressure, Zhongheng's courage was shaken, and he thought of turning around and escape. This was not a wise choice in Nellie's eyes. Due to the difference in speed between the two parties, Zhongheng might not even be able to swim for half a meter. The very next second, however, Nellie thought that she must be hallucinating. She actually saw a pair of huge wings spread out behind Zhongheng's back. Nellie initially thought that the pair of wings would tear through Zhongheng's diving suit, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the wings behind him were just a shadow. At this point, Nellie had gotten a little numb. In the past 20 minutes, she had witnessed too many things that defied common sense. She did not know which party shocked her more now. Was it the human frogfish monsters or Zhongheng with a pair of shadowy wings that appeared behind him suddenly? The human frogfish monsters were about to land their claws on Zhongheng, but none of them expected that he would suddenly accelerate with his shadow wings. This was Zhongheng's trump card, saving his life during a critical moment like this. It could be used without the help of any game items. It was almost equivalent to a supernatural ability. In the past, Zhongheng had used these to soar in the sky. Since the shadow wings were not made of feathers, their unique texture made them 100% effective underwater. After Zhongheng sped up, he managed to draw a short distance from the monsters again. So far, the entire thing turned out just as Zhongheng expected. Just like the gloomy seaside town, those monsters were all targeting him. Whether they were trying to kidnap Han Lu or confuse Nellie, their ultimate goal was to force Zhongheng to show up. And once he showed up, they would immediately shift their attention to him. None of them paid attention to Nellie and Han Lu on the side, as if they were two pieces of ordinary rocks. As of now, Zhongheng was trying to draw as many as those monsters to one side. By doing that, he hoped to clear up the sea area above Nellie and Han Lu's head. After he did that, Zhongheng turned his body, drew an arc in the water, and returned to Nellie's and Han Lu's side. Nellie had been paying attention to Zhongheng's situation. However, she did not forget what she was supposed to do. She grabbed the knife that Zhongheng had thrown at her and cut the fishing net that entangled Han Lu. Not long after she cut the fishing net, she was picked up by Zhongheng. At the same time, Zhongheng also picked up Han Lu on the other side. He held the two women with both of his hands. Zhongheng now looked like he had just bought large bags of items from a supermarket. After that, he rushed to the surface before the monsters reacted. The three of them were now at a depth of about 12 meters. Strictly speaking, they were supposed to make a final stop at a shallower spot before they got out of the sea. Fortunately, Zhongheng and Nellie did not swim up too fast earlier, and Han Lu, being used as bait, had stayed at the same spot for quite a long time. Although there was still a risk of suffering from diving sickness since they ascended so rapidly, it was not life-threatening. As compared with being caught by the monsters, getting of diving sickness was all well worth the risk. Nellie's dive computer's alarm beeped wildly, but the three of them did not have the time to be bothered by it. Nellie's attention was completely on the monsters behind her. Initially, Zhongheng, who spread his wings, could swim faster than them. Now that he was holding two people in his hands, however, his speed had naturally slowed down. Hence, the monsters were now getting closer to them once again. In order to lessen Zhongheng's burden, Nellie and Han Lu inflated their BCD, buoyancy adjustment device. And Zhongheng, on the other side, was also calculating in his mind how long his shadow wings could last. Fortunately, his shadow wings should last long enough to support the three of them out of the water. Looking at the exit of this tunnel, Zhongheng saw some reefs around the area. As long as they could get to the reef, the three of them would no longer need to rely on their gas cylinders. Other than that, once those monsters left the sea, their agility would be greatly reduced. That was when Zhongheng would be able to deal with them easily. Chapter 9:12. Falling. Nellie had been watching her back nervously. The monsters were closing up to them at an ungodly speed. On the other side, however, the three of them were getting closer and closer to the sea above their heads. For the last part of their escape route, both sides were charging at each other at full speed. Nellie saw those human frogfish monsters pouring in from all directions as they were going to drown them. But the next moment, she realized that she was out of the water and was looking at the sun again. Nellie had never thought that the sun she saw every day could look so adorable. When the sunlight fell on her skin, the warmth felt like something she never felt before. The three of them had now left the sea. Just when Nellie thought that they were out of danger, an exceptionally strong black shadow suddenly leaped out of the water. It used its companion's back as a launching pad, allowing it to jump higher in the water, managing to grab Zhongheng's ankle. Zhongheng's shadow wings could only afford to carry two people. Fortunately, Nellie and Han Lu were ladies and were rather lightweight ones at that. They were, however, lugging around a complete set of diving equipment with them. The moment Zhongheng left the water, he could feel himself getting gradually harder to fly. His flying speed dropped again, but he was still ascending steadily. However, when the monster grabbed onto his body, Zhongheng's shadow wings could no longer support the weight. The three of them soon began to fall back to the surface. Even at this moment, Zhongheng still maintained absolute calmness. Immediately, he gauged the distance between the nearest reef and himself. Zhongheng then swung Nellie and Han Lu to the nearest reef. After the two landed, the burden on the shadow wings was lifted. But before Zhongheng could fly higher, more and more shadows sprang out from the water, grabbing onto the first monster holding Zhongheng's leg. After that, Nellie and Han Lu saw a scene that they would never forget. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 monsters hanging on Zhongheng's body, and at the same time, more monsters were jumping out of the sea. The worst part was that Zhongheng's shadow wings had reached 10 seconds of usage, and before he knew it, it suddenly disappeared without any warning. Just like that, Zhongheng fell into the sea again, like a drop of water falling into a pan of hot oil. Those human frogfish monsters went into frenzy mode the moment Zhongheng dropped into the ocean. Surrounding him quickly, they dragged him all the way down the huge undersea tunnel. It was as if he was entering the gates of hell. Han Lu, who witnessed the scene, was about to jump back into the sea again to find Zhongheng. However, she was stopped by Nelly immediately. "Are you crazy? Your cylinder is running out of oxygen." "For the sake of saving us, those monsters got to him and dragged him back into the ocean," Han Lu said. "If he were alone, he would have easily escaped this place even if he couldn't beat them." As she spoke, Han Lu turned around and looked at Nelly. "Let me use your tank," she asked. "I don't have much oxygen left as well. You need to calm down. We can't help him if we return to the water in our current state." There was one more thing Nelly failed to mention. There wasn't much air left in Zhongheng's tank either. Even if he managed to survive those monsters' attacks, the probability of him surviving after being dragged to the bottom of the sea was close to zero. All she could do now was to persuade Han Lu not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, all the previous sacrifices Zhongheng had made would go to waste. Fortunately, Han Lu was not the kind of woman who would kill herself just to be with the person she loved, unlike how most romantic TV series depicted a woman. The reason why she wanted to go back into the ocean was her instinctive reaction after witnessing Zhongheng getting dragged into the water by those monsters. After Nelly attempted to persuade her, she managed to calm down again. She knew that Nelly was right. In their current state, even if they entered the water again, there was nothing they could do to help Zhongheng. Instead, she would risk getting killed by those monsters. As of now, Zhongheng had saved Han Lu twice. Hence, she didn't mind sacrificing her life to save Zhongheng. However, if she were about to risk her life only to achieve nothing, it would be meaningless. She realized that she had to stay alive to figure a way to rescue Zhongheng. Unlike Nelly, Han Lu had actually thought about their gas tank problem. Thanks to the Death Dream incident, she had a chance to pry into the world Zhongheng lived in. Thus, she still had some hope left. Although Han Lu also knew that the tiny flame of hope she held onto was more of a way to comfort herself, she was still willing to do her best to keep it alive. Han Lu asked Nelly beside her, "I heard that there are troops stationed on Yonaguni Island, right?" Nelly was taken aback. "Yes. There is a self-defense force base, but very few personnel are there right now. Do you want them to help us find Zhongheng?" Speaking of that, Nelly seemed to think of something else. She then took out her camera. "Although I couldn't take pictures of the monsters below, I did take some pictures of the wall carvings earlier. We may be able to convince the personnel at the base with them." Han Lu looked at the underwater tunnel again. At this moment, it looked extremely calm, and she did not spot any monsters, as if everything she had just gone through was a hallucination. And Han Lu was expecting Zhongheng to return from the bottom of the sea, but that never happened. After that, Han Lu withdrew her gaze desperately and said, "It's not too late. Let's go now." Han Lu and Nelly used the direction they got from the dive computer to look for the boat they took to come to this diving spot. The captain had used his mobile phone to Google the magical phenomenon where the sea turned red suddenly. He immediately greeted Han Lu and Nelly when he saw them. "I'm glad that you guys are fine. I am worried that the red tide would affect your diving experience." The captain suddenly stopped and asked, "I thought there were 3 of you? Where's the boy with a Tokyo accent?" "We have encountered some terrible things," Nelly said. "We need to head back to the island now and find someone to help him." "Roger that." From how they were reacting, the captain could see that the situation was dire. So, he quickly put away his smiling face and said solemnly, "It's good to have one more person help the 2 of you. Do not hesitate to ask for my help. I can mobilize the people from the Fisheries Association. As long as everyone work together, we can overcome all kinds of difficulties." A wry smile appeared on Nelly's face. "I am afraid that ordinary people can't handle this matter. Anyway, let us go back to the island first." Whenever Nelly thought of the monsters she saw earlier, she did not want to stay at sea any longer. After that, she looked at Han Lu again, who was sitting in the stern at the moment, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 9:13. Discussions. Han Lu and Nelly did not stop and rest after returning to the shore, running all the way to the Self-Defense Forces base. They rejected the captain's proposal to ask the Fisheries Association for help, and they did not seek help from the police station. This was because there was no one could deal with those things underwater except the army. When it came to this matter, Nellie felt more nervous than Han Lu. Other than the fact that Zhongheng had rescued her earlier, she could not imagine the island she lived in would be surrounded by a larger group of monsters. Yonaguni Island was sparsely populated. Most of them were civilians with very little combat experience. Nellie had not forgotten the wall carvings that she saw earlier, where the monsters would ambush the human towns. Yonaguni Island was her hometown, where her friends and relatives lived. She had to protect it at all costs. Nellie and Han Lu finally arrived at the gate of the military base. The two soldiers guarding the gate immediately raised their rifles and sounded a stern warning. This is a restricted military zone. No entry is allowed without permission. When they saw that Han Lu was a tourist, they repeated their warning in English. Nellie raised her hands, showing that she carried no weapons, saying at the same time, "We have urgent matters to discuss with the person in charge here." After listening to her request, however, two soldiers appeared indifferent. Instead, they simply repeated, "This is a restricted military zone. You have to obtain permission to enter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will have to ask you to leave. Please, this is probably a major event that has to do with the very survival of Yonaguni Island." Nellie pleaded anxiously. Yet, the two soldiers pretended that they did not hear her, and at the same time raised their rifles a little higher. "Do you know anyone in here? Maybe we can ask him to take us in," Han Lu asked. She could see that it was almost impossible for them to enter the military base. Nellie shook her head. These soldiers are not from this island. Other than military exercises and training, they hardly leave this base. Normally, we don't socialize with them. But what? The people from the Fisheries Association are connected with them, regularly delivering seafood to the base. You are right. The person in charge of the seafood delivery may know someone in the base, Nellie replied. We should try to talk to them. Nellie then contacted the man who captained the boat earlier. About a quarter of an hour later, a rather accomplished man in his 40s in military uniform walked out of the base. Are you looking for me? Are you the person in charge? Nellie asked with expectation. No, I'm just a naval chief. I am mainly responsible for the external procurement of the base, the man said while walking out of the gate. The soldiers on both sides then saluted him with their guns. Can you take us to see the person in charge here? Let's talk about what you are doing here first. The naval chief did not agree to help them, but neither did he refuse them as well. Well, I know it sounds crazy, but we were diving towards the underwater ruins earlier, and the sea suddenly turned red. After that, we encountered the ocean current. When the current was gone, one of our companions disappeared. She is Ms. Han Lu. To look for her, we entered an underwater palace. You both, the naval chief raised his eyebrows. Oh, yes. There were initially 3 of us. I was the diving guide of the diving club on the island, and the other 2 were tourists who came to visit this island, Nellie explained. Well, go on. I don't know how to describe the scene I saw afterward. A monster that looked like the combination of a man and a fish attacked me. However, one of our companions managed to kill it. After that, we continued to swim ahead, and we found the missing Ms. Han Lu. However, we also encountered more monsters. I could see there were at least hundreds of them. I don't know their exact numbers. To save us, one of our companions was dragged to the bottom of the sea by those monsters. And now we don't know if he is still alive. Nellie's voice started to tremble at the end. So, you are saying that you people were attacked by a group of mermaids? No. They weren't mermaids. With those hideous looks, they have nothing to do with mermaids. And I'm not talking about fairy tales. They are real. I saw it with my own eyes. I was too scared at the time, and I didn't take a picture of them. But I did take a picture of some wall carvings at the entrance. Nellie passed the camera to the naval chief while talking. The naval chief took it and studied it for a while. However, he did not comment on it. Instead, he asked, "Have you shown these photos to anyone else?" "No, we came here as soon as we arrived at the shore," Nelly admitted. "Sir, please trust us. We know the consequences of lying about such things." Upon hearing that, the naval chief remained speechless for a while. He seemed to be thinking about everything Nelly had just told him. After a while, he nodded. "Well, this is the base of the self-defense forces. It is indeed true that you are not allowed to enter the base without permission. For the sake of Tanaka, the chairman of the Fisheries Association, I will let my superiors know about this. But I can't guarantee that he will believe you. I will show him the pictures that you took as well. The photos should make your story a little bit more convincing. Thank you for doing us a favor. This is about the survival of Yonaguni Island. I hope you can persuade your superiors to take this matter seriously." Nelly bowed with tears. While the naval chief turned around and walked back to the military base with the camera, Hanlu asked Nelly again in English, "What did he say?" The naval chief said that he would tell his superiors about it. "If we can make the self-defense forces take action, we might be able to kill all those monsters." Nelly did not tell them about rescuing Jonghung because 2 hours had passed since they came out of the sea. Jonghung's hope of returning was too slim. However, as long as the self-defense forces were willing to take action, they could kill those monsters and avenge Jonghung. At the same time, they could also save the residents on Yonaguni Island. When Hanlu heard what she said, there was no joy on her face. Instead, she said, "Something is not right. Did he just take away your camera?" "Yes." The naval chief said that he would show the photos to his superior. "Those photos will prove what we had gone through was real. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing wrong with it." However, Hanlu didn't know why she felt anxious, especially when she saw the naval chief. She even began to wonder if coming to the self-defense forces for help was the right decision. That being said, since she was now in a foreign country, she did not have too many options to choose from. Chapter 9:14. Hallucination. The two waited for about half an hour, after which the gate of the military base opened again. The naval chief walked out, and Nelly immediately greeted him. She came with huge expectations, but the naval chief only disappointed her greatly with his reply. "I told your story to my superiors, but it was so absurd that he found it hard to believe." "What about the photo? Did you show him the photos?" Of course, the naval chief nodded. Those were shocking photos, but they only prove that the underwater ruins near Yonaguni Island are real. And this is something that the archaeological community should be worrying about. We also don't know if these photos are fake or real. When Nelly heard the naval chief's reply, her heart sank. After that, she heard the chief continue. "Nevertheless, we have just queried the hotel, airport, diving shop, and the boat that took you back, and we learned that you did have a companion who failed to make it back with you. In the spirit of humanity, the self-defense forces has agreed to deploy some personnel to help you to search the nearby waters." Those words rekindled Nelly's hopes. "How many of them?" she asked. 2 patrol boats. Including me, there will be 25 members of the Naval Self-Defense Force. "That's not enough," Nelly shook her head. "With such a number, it will be impossible for us to defeat all those underwater monsters. Unfortunately, this is the maximum number of personnel we can deploy to conduct the search for your friend," the naval chief said. After a pause, he continued, "We will bring some weapons. This is the most I can do for you within my authority." Nelly realized that this was as much help as they were ever going to get. Perhaps only after seeing the underwater palace, these self-defense forces soldiers would change their minds. Just when Nelly was about to express her gratitude to the naval chief, she suddenly heard Han Lu asking in English, "Where is the camera?" "It's with the man behind me. I will return the camera to you after we get on the boat." Without waiting for Nelly's translation, the naval chief replied in English and looked at Han Lu. "Any other questions?" Although Han Lu still felt something amiss, she could only shake her head. "Perhaps, as Nellie had said, those soldiers would start believing them after seeing the undersea tunnel and the monsters. Saving lives is like fighting a fire. Let's depart now, the naval chief said. They arrived at the Navy's dedicated pier and were greeted by the endless expanse of the sea. Nellie could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After the traumatizing event she had endured, she was never the same anymore. She found it hard to love the sea anymore. She even had to shake her head vigorously to drive the fear out of her mind. The 2 self-defense forces patrol boats, filled with soldiers, were on the ready. Other than the regular Navy sailors, some frogmen with diving equipment were sitting in the patrol boats. Nellie was relieved when she saw their determined faces. The chief led the 2 of them onto one of the patrol boats and arranged for them to sit in the cockpit to lead the way. Hanlu then asked again, "Can you return the camera to us now?" "Of course," the naval chief replied. He then made a gesture, asking a soldier to get Nellie's underwater camera and return it. However, Hanlu's expression changed soon after she took the camera. "Where is the SD card?" "We took the SD card. As I said before, we need to verify the authenticity of the photos," the chief attempted to explain. "We will return the card to you after we complete our verification. If you need it, I can return it to you first, but it will be a blank card. Why not copy the photos to your computer and return the card to us?" Hanlu asked. The naval chief heard what she said and glared at her. However, he did not answer her question. In the end, Nellie stepped up to calm everyone down. "It's okay. Anyway, the self-defense forces have sent someone to take care of the situation. We can take the card back later. We all have the same goal here, which is to solve this crisis as soon as possible." Hanlu glared at the soldiers outside the cockpit who were armed to the teeth and said nothing. The speedboat hurriedly arrived at the diving spot in question. After that, Nellie and Hanlu also found the reef where Jonghung dropped them. Before the frogmen dived, they could already see that there was no underwater tunnel. In fact, there is basically a reef beach. Other than the reefs exposed out of the water, the seabed was filled with reefs. Let's not talk about a sperm whale entering and exiting the tunnel. From what they saw, even a dolphin would be stuck in it. Nellie's eyes widened. How is this possible? We obviously escaped from here in the afternoon. Are you sure you remember correctly? The naval chief asked. Yes, I remember that rock. It looks like a saddle, and the rock next to it looks like an onion, Nellie insisted. It's here, Hanlu confirmed in English. I will never forget this place. But where is that underwater palace you were talking about? The naval chief quizzed. We should be able to see it after passing through that huge undersea tunnel. And underneath of it is that mysterious and terrifying undersea palace. When Nellie thought about what happened earlier, she could not help but shiver. The naval chief shook his head. When you first told me that story, I honestly didn't believe it. Let's not even start with the strange things you told me. We should talk about the underwater tunnel and the palace you mentioned. You're a diving guide here. You should know that this area has always been a trendy diving spot. We welcome a lot of divers here during the peak season. If there is really an underwater tunnel and palace, don't you think someone would have found it by now? About that, Nellie was taken aback. She had to admit that what the chief just said made perfect sense. But she did indeed escape from here just a few hours ago. Now, it seemed as though she had been hallucinating all along. Could the red tide have affected her? But she could not explain how she shared the same hallucination with Hanlu. And where did Jonghang go after that? Was that part of her hallucination as well? Nellie looked around blankly. She could not tell which part of it was reality or hallucination. The naval chief was very patient. He then said in English, "The reason why I still brought my men here although I knew you were lying was that I found out that your companion is missing. But if you keep telling me about monsters or undersea palaces, believe me, it won't help you find your companion." He looked into Nellie's eyes. "I really want to help you, but first, you have to tell me what happened underwater." Nellie opened her mouth, but she could not say a word. Chapter 9:15. Rescue. The The cockpit fell into a strange silence. Just when Nellie began to question whether everything that she saw before was fake, Hanlu spoke. "Sorry, my companion disappeared when he went diving. We were worried that we would not convince the self-defense forces to save him if we said that it was just a simple accident. That's why we fabricated such a bizarre story. I hope it can attract your attention." The photos were forged by a friend very skilled at Photoshop. Now it makes sense. The naval chief nodded when he heard the words. "Although you lied to us, as I said, for humanitarian reasons, we are still willing to help you to look for your friend. Now, you can tell me, where did your companion go missing?" "Of course." Hanlu pointed the direction. The patrol boat then turned around and drove in the direction that Hanlu pointed. When they arrived there, several divers grabbed their diving equipment and dived into the sea. However, it was now sunset, and they still could not locate Zhongheng. The naval chief said to Hanlu and Nellie, "It looks like we've had a fruitless search today. We will pay close attention to the nearby coastline. Maybe the tide will send your companion's body to the beach. By the way, how many days are you planning to stay on the island?" "I will stay until my visa expires," Hanlu said. "Okay. I will send someone to the hotel to notify you as soon as I have something new," the naval chief replied. After that, the patrol boat sent Hanlu and Nellie back to the island. Nellie then looked at Hanlu. There were a lot of things she wanted to ask, but she did not know where to begin. She hoped that Hanlu could take the initiative to explain to her what was going on with whatever she had told the naval chief. The self-defense forces were their best hope in finding Zhongheng. However, Hanlu had pointed out a random spot to them. As for the photos that she took, Nellie finally came to a realization. If everything she saw was a hallucination, then there was no way she could explain the carvings she saw on the tunnel's wall. And now that those photos were in the hands of the self-defense forces, Nellie realized that the only evidence that could prove she wasn't lying was no longer with her. And now, she understood why Hanlu cared so much about those photos. Hanlu, however, never mentioned those photos again, and it puzzled Nellie. Nellie hoped that Hanlu could explain her actions, but instead of that, Hanlu said, "It's getting late. I'm going back to the hotel. You should go home too. Thank you for your help today." Those words took Nellie by surprise. "Just like that? What do you plan to do after this?" "As I said, I will stay here for a while and wait to see if there is anything new," Hanlu said. "Then, good luck. You can come to see me if you need any help. You know where to find me," Nellie said. In the end, she did not ask the questions that she wanted to ask. So, she went home like a worrywart. And Hanlu also turned around and walked back to the hotel. After returning to her room and closing the door, Hanlu immediately took out her mobile phone and found Shen 1111's contact information from her address book. Zhongheng had introduced her during the death dream incident, hence Hanlu could only contact her now because she was the only other person who knew about the dark world besides Zhongheng. As for Fan Mainan, Hanlu did spend a few days with her, but she did not leave any contact information. Shen 1111 was the only person Hanlu could count on right now. Fortunately, not long after she dialed the number, Shen 1111 picked up the call. Hanlu could hear Shen 1111's voice on the other end. "Hello?" Hanlu quickly drew the curtains, walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and made sure a third person couldn't hear her voice. Only then did she tell Shen 1111 everything that had happened on the island. Shen 1111 listened to Hanlu without the slightest interruption. She could, however, hear Shen 1111's breathing becoming more rapid. The latter seemed to be adjusting her emotions. After a while, she said, "It seems you have indeed encountered a supernatural event. And your suspicion is not unreasonable. The men from the self-defense forces on the island are probably siding with those monsters. I suggest you take the first flight tomorrow and leave there as soon as possible." "No, I need to look for Zhongheng first," Hanlu paused in her tracks. "It doesn't matter if he is dead or alive. But from what you've told me, you are not safe. Let us deal with it. If you are still worried about Zhongheng, you can wait for us to update you at Ishigaki Island," Shen 1111 persuaded. If you know me, you know I never sit idle and wait for news, Hanlu said. Embrace risk, control the risk, and benefit from the risk, this is my motto. I will not wait here quietly. You still need me to lead you guys to the underwater palace. Shen 1111 knew that Hanlu was telling the truth, hence she agreed. In this case, you have to take care of your own safety at least before we arrive and stop contacting the self-defense forces. Be careful of other people on the island as well. Shen 1111 said, we will be there as soon as possible. After hanging up the call, Hanlu sat in a daze by the bathtub. She had done everything she could, but she still could not accept the reality that Jonghung was dead. Looking at the water rushing from the tap, the scene where the three of them flew out from the sea replayed on Hanlu's mind. After which, Jonghung tossed her and Nelly onto the reef. In the end, Jonghung was dragged back to the sea by those monsters. Hanlu lost track of time. Suddenly she heard someone knocking on her door. Who is it? Hanlu turned off the faucet, got up, walked out of the bathroom, and looked out on the peephole. The other side of the peephole, however, was completely dark, and she couldn't see a single thing. After that, Hanlu opened the door, and the lights were still turned on in the corridor. And there was no one standing outside her room. At the same time, Hanlu noticed that someone had stuck a band-aid on the peephole. This made Hanlu a little nervous. Although she had told Shen 1111 that she wanted to stay on the island until Jonghung was found, she would be alone before Shen 1111 and her allies arrived. Not only did she have to face the monsters at the bottom of the sea, but she also had to deal with the strangely behaving self-defense forces. Hanlu did not know who else she could trust on this island. This was why she was not willing to explain the whole thing to Nelly. Hanlu stayed in the hallway for less than half a minute and tore the band-aid off the peephole before returning to her room. This time she made sure the door was closed and bolted. Chapter 9:16. Knocking. After Hanlu locked the door, she stood behind the door for a while and looked out the peephole to observe the situation in the corridor. There was no one knocking on the door, and no one passed by her room. After that, she walked to the windows again, checking if they were tightly closed. She even read the English fire prevention instructions on the wall. Even though Yonaguni Island looked quiet at night, Hanlu could always feel a sense of anxiety in her heart for some reason. Nelly once told her that Yonaguni Island had always been very safe, and almost no crimes took place on this island. The island was so small that everyone knew each other. If someone committed a crime, the assailant would never be able to escape if the authorities set up a roadblock at the airport. Hence, this small island had always been the safest place in Japan. Hanlu comforted herself with such a thought. Although she discovered that the garrison on the island was likely connected to the monsters at sea, she believed they shouldn't be taking any drastic measures against her and Nelly for the time being after observing how they responded. So far, they had tried to eliminate evidence by taking her SD card and figuring out how to make the undersea tunnel disappear. This was also the reason why Hanlu deduced that she would still be safe for the time being. If the other party wanted to do something to her, they could have detained or killed her when she and Nelly walked out of the military base. Dealing with her afterward would be pointless. However, Hanlu was indeed a little restless tonight. In order to eliminate the anxiety, Hanlu turned on the TV and randomly picked a channel broadcasting a reality show. Although unable to understand the language, it did help relax Hanlu a little. The program deliberately set up obstacles for some young lovers to overcome, to which the host and celebrities would observe how the couple solved the obstacles. The young lovers would complain, and others would laugh at them. All this while, such reality shows received good ratings in Japan. However, Hanlu did not really like this kind of show. She had only watched it because there were a lot of people talking and laughing. Since she was all alone now, this was exactly what she needed. After a while, she wasn't paying attention to the show anymore, staring blankly at the television, her mind drifted with other thoughts. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the front desk called her and told her that there might be heavy rain later in the evening and reminded her to close the doors and windows. Hanlu then thanked her. At about 10:30, she took a quick bath, mostly to wash away the salt on her skin and hair. From the time she finished diving until now, she hadn't had time to clean up. And she could not drag on any longer since she needed to sleep soon. Hanlu kept the door open when she took her shower. By doing that, movements outside her room would be audible to her. At 11:15, Hanlu finally finished her shower and dried her hair. After that, she got into bed. She hesitated for a while before finally deciding not to turn off the television. The reality show had ended, and the channel was now running a soap opera. Hanlu laid on her back on the bed, and she could hear the thunder rumbling outside. After a while, raindrops started to fall from the sky, knocking the window pane with a repetitive pitter-patter. Hanlu gradually felt a little sleepy after listening to the sound of rain and TV dramas. Overall, she had a terrible day. Whether underwater or on shore, she was exhausted. After falling asleep, Hanlu had a nightmare, dreaming that Jonghung was being eaten by those monsters. And she could not even find his corpse. Just when she was thinking about what she should tell Jonghung's parents about this tragedy, she was awakened by a soft knock on the door. Hanlu immediately sat up from the bed, not knowing whether the voice had come from reality or a dream. It took only less than half a minute for her question to be answered. She heard a knock on the door again. Hanlu came down from the bed, without slippers, and walked barefoot to the door. She tried her best to make as little noise as possible. After that, she leaned over the peephole and looked into it. Immediately, she felt a bitter chill run up her spine from the bottom of her feet. Just like the last time, she saw nothing through the peephole. It was pitch black outside. She knew the person that knocked on her door had to be the one that stuck something on the peephole. And this time, Hanlu felt that the person had ill intentions towards her. If it weren't for the storm, she would have considered jumping out of the window now. Hanlu then looked around to search for something that she could use as a weapon while retreating backward. However, she did not expect that the person outside her room would go ahead to unlock her door. After that, the person used a knife to open the latch on the side of the door. Hanlu was so scared that she started to scream. Upon hearing her scream, the uninvited guest outside her room barged in and covered her mouth. He then pulled off his poncho hat. It was Jonghung, the person that Hanlu thought was long gone. She could not believe her eyes. Although she always had a glimmer of hope that Jonghung might still be alive, she realized deep down inside that his chances of being alive would be comparable to a miracle. And now, the miracle that she hoped for had come true. Jonghung gestured Hanlu to stay quiet. He then walked around the room and found several coin-sized bugging devices. He then threw them into his room next door, closed the door, and dragged an unconscious man into Hanlu's room. "Who is this?" Hanlu asked. "Someone from the self-defense forces. He was the one who knocked on your door and covered your peephole," Jonghung explained. "Who?" Hanlu was taken aback when she heard Jonghung's explanation. She did not expect her deduction to be wrong. Aren't the people from the self-defense forces trying to conceal the existence of those monsters? Why are they attacking me? That was their plan previously, but now the circumstance had changed. After I got out from the underwater palace, they wanted to continue to use you to threaten me," Jonghung said. "How did you escape from the bottom of the sea?" Hanlu was puzzled. "We didn't manage to find you after we got back on the boat. Nelly said that your gas cylinder was probably emptied. We all thought that you were dead. It's a long story." Jonghung blinked. "We'd better leave this island first." Chapter 9:17. Deep Sea Terror. 10 hours ago, Jonghung's shadow wings disappeared. And there were still several monsters hanging on to his body. After that, he fell into the sea again under the influence of gravity. His presence had caused those monsters beneath him to go into a frenzied mode as if they were waiting for the carnival to begin. The moment Jonghung dropped into the ocean, they started to rush at him like they had lost their minds. In less than half a second, Jonghung's vision was blocked. His arms, chest, back, and legs were covered by those monsters. Since the other monsters at the back arrived too late, they had no place to hang on. Hence, they could only grab onto their companions. In the end, Zhongheng was completely wrapped in layers of monsters. Betty Shell wouldn't be much help in such a critical situation because the monsters were too close to him. The thing that surprised Zhongheng the most was that the monsters did not immediately attack him after they pounced on him. On the contrary, they carefully put away their teeth and claws. It was as if they were afraid that they might hurt him accidentally. At the same time, they took him all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. He could not check on his dive computer because his vision was blocked, but he could feel that he was going deeper and deeper into the ocean. At the same time, Zhongheng was doing a rough estimation of the remaining amount of compressed air in his diving cylinder. There were probably only a few bars of air left now. And this amount of air was enough for him to breathe for 2 more minutes at most. Even after he counted the time he could hold his breath, his circumstances weren't looking too good. Although Zhongheng remained very calm, he had to admit that his chances of survival this time weren't great. After another minute and a half, his breathing had become a little laborious. At this time, even if the monsters let him go, there was not enough air left for him to swim back to the surface. But at this time, Zhongheng had given up on struggling completely, and he was calm. He relaxed his body and allowed the monsters to take him to an unknown location. After about half a minute, he had finally stopped moving. At the same time, the monsters that surrounded him seemed to be reducing as well. When the monsters wandered away, Zhongheng saw the familiar scene again. He is now back in the underwater palace again. But unlike when he came here just now, he was now leaning back against the dome in the center of the palace. Not far away were the 2 empty thrones, and behind him were the huge astrolabe-like stone carvings. The group of monsters that brought him here had now retreated to one side. All of them were looking at him from a spot that was lower than where he was. It seemed like they were afraid that Zhongheng would escape. Hence, they were still surrounding him. Zhongheng felt that they were overthinking because his dive computer was beeping frantically. The compressed air in his diving cylinder had been completely exhausted. In other words, Zhongheng could not go anywhere. All he could do right now was to stay in this huge underwater palace and wait for his demise to befall him. The good news was that he was not going to die alone. There were a lot of monsters nearby him. The bad news was that he did not get to meet the real masters of the thrones at the final moment of his life. Zhongheng suspected that at least one of them had something to do with his previous encounters in that hazy seaside town, but now, it did not matter anymore. Due to the lack of oxygen, Zhongheng's consciousness began to fade out. He looked at the huge astrological map behind him and wondered if it was part of his hallucination before his death. Zhongheng felt that the astrological map was slowly turning. He wanted to take a good look at it again, but his body did not allow him to do so. So, Zhongheng used the last straw of his strength to remove the respirator from his mouth and closed his eyes. The next moment, Zhongheng felt like he was back in his mother's womb. It was a feeling of unparalleled tranquility and security. He no longer needed to breathe through his nose and mouth. It seemed like there was an invisible expectation that connected him to the sea. The entire sea had turned into his placenta. Zhongheng even started to think that the sea was where he came from but not the land. The azure water wrapped around him gently. All of his paws were stretched out in the water. He had even forgotten how long the time had passed. Initially, Zhongheng thought that this was his final hallucination before his brain went through hypoxia. It was said that all life on Earth was originated from the ocean, and human beings were no exception. When death arrived, the person's soul would return to the place where it all started. However, when Zhongheng opened his eyes again, he realized that he had neither entered heaven nor hell. Instead, he was still staying in this underwater palace. The only change that he noticed was that the strong suffocation feeling caused by a lack of oxygen had disappeared. And it was replaced by the wonderful feeling of being able to breathe again. Zhongheng hesitated and then took off the mask on his head. And his eyes did not feel any irritation or discomfort. Zhongheng saw that the half-man and half-fish frog monsters nearby him were smiling when they saw him reopen his eyes. However, they had no intention to open a way for Zhongheng. They still stood in a circle, enclosing Zhongheng in the center. At the same time, the astrological map was still moving slowly. And Zhonghang felt very different as compared to when he came to this water palace earlier. Zhonghang, vaguely aware that the changes in his body were most likely connected to the astrological map that was rotating behind him. It stood to reason that this astrological map granted him the ability to breathe and move underwater. Zhonghang thought that he should wait here until the astrological map completed its rotation. However, Zhonghang sensed that there was an imminent threat getting closer to him. If he waited until the astrological map stopped rotating, the bad things that he anticipated would probably happen right after that. Hence he made a decisive decision and decided to leave this underwater palace. He took out Betty's shell from his pocket. Earlier, he did not have a chance to use it. But now, it finally came in handy for him. Soon the calm sea became violent, and Han Lu, that was staying in the hotel currently, was notified by the front desk, telling her that a storm might hit the island tonight. The staff asked her to close all the doors and windows tightly. Betty's shell would consume the user's anger and create a storm at sea. However, no matter how powerful a storm was, the destructive power would reduce gradually at the deeper part of the sea until it disappeared completely. However, Zhonghang realized that he did not need to provide too much anger to his Betty shell when he triggered its effect. And its area of effect had expanded from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Zhonghang could even direct the ocean currents to sweep away a couple of the monsters nearby him. And there was an opening that appeared around the encirclement. Zhonghang seized the opportunity and quickly left the siege through the gap with the help of the underwater current. Chapter 9:18. Breaking out. When the monsters saw that Zhonghang was about to leave the dome, they became very anxious all of a sudden, quickly going after him to bring him back. However, Zhonghang was now different from when they dragged him into the sea. Although he still couldn't swim as fast as those monsters, it was undeniable that he swam a lot faster than before. He also knew how to control the ocean currents. Not only could he accelerate or stop the enemies from coming after him, but he could also stir up the sand at the bottom of the sea to make the seawater muddier. Speaking of which, such a strategy was inspired by the red tide created by those monsters. With the help of the filter lens, Zhonghang could always prevail in this chaotic situation. However, when he swam past the layers of the monsters and returned to the surface of the sea, he realized that it was already dark outside. Zhonghang was a little surprised. He didn't manage to look at his watch at the bottom of the sea, but as far as he was concerned, the time between him falling to the bottom of the ocean to when he started suffocating and being able to breathe again after taking off his respirator, Zhonghang did not expect it to last so long. He seemed to have completely lost the concept of time at the underwater palace. When Zhonghang looked at his watch, he found out that the time was 10 at night. The boat that brought him here was long gone. There was still some distance away from the island. Under normal circumstances, Zhonghang would be completely exhausted even if he could swim back to the island. In order to get rid of the monsters that came after him, the wind and waves on the sea were so strong they prevented him from swimming forward. But now, Zhonghang could dive to the bottom of the ocean again and send himself back to the island with the help of the underwater current. There were a lot of monsters coming after him, but they were now in their nest. Once they left the undersea tunnel, it would be difficult for them to surround Zhonghang in the vast sea. Therefore, Zhonghang did not take too long to return to Yonaguni. This was not the first time Zhonghang fought with those monsters. Their first fight happened in the hazy seaside town, hence he understood those monsters quite well. And when he went diving this time, he saw their history carved on the wall. Zhonghang knew that those monsters liked to deceive the nearby humans and tourists who visited Yonaguni Island. For so many years, none had found out about them. To say that they did not have people that sided with them on the Yonaguni Island, Zhonghang would never believe in such a thing. Zhonghang initially suspected it was the island's fishermen who sided with the monsters because fishing was the backbone of Yonaguni's economy. The vast majority of men on the island were fishermen, and in order to support their families, Zhonghang would not be surprised if they made some kind of trade with those monsters in exchange for the abundant fishes. And Yonaguni Island had the world's second largest marlin fishing ground, which might just prove his conjecture. Therefore, Zhonghang did not stop the storm after he returned to the island. On the contrary, he concealed his whereabouts under the cover of the heavy rain to avoid being spotted by the fishermen on the island. Coupled with Jong Hung's stealth technique and bad weather, no one would notice him. But when he arrived at the hotel where he had stayed before, he soon discovered that someone downstairs was watching Han Lu. Moreover, from the way the man behaved and the equipment he used, he seemed to be from a military background. Jong Heng knew that the self-defense forces had a base on the Yonaguni island, but it was said that the soldiers there had been very low-key, and they interacted little with the island's population. That was why Jong Heng did not suspect them earlier. But now, it seemed like they were the ones that sided with those monsters on the island. Since the military base was a restricted area, it was not easy for others to notice the changes in their appearance. This was why they rarely interacted with the residents on this island. Just like the hazy seaside town, they were the party with overwhelming force, and they could protect the undersea palace. Jong Heng put himself into Han Lu's shoes, guessing that she would have looked to the self-defense forces for help after he was dragged underwater by those monsters. They were the people with the closest proximity to Han Lu where she could seek help. Unfortunately, she had asked the wrong people this time. To further prevent a dramatization of the situation, the enemies did not act on her for now, and they chose to only observe her. However, once they discovered that Jong Heng was out of the sea, Han Lu's life might be at risk again. Jong Heng figured that those monsters had already contacted the self-defense forces when he returned to the island and asked them to capture Jong Heng. Therefore, Jong Heng did not stay downstairs any longer. He borrowed a poncho from the nearby resident and knocked out the man watching Han Lu at the hotel's side entrance. From there, he slipped into the hotel, bypassed the front desk, and came to the floor where Han Lu was. Then Jong Heng met the man who stuck the tape on her room's peek hole in the hallway. With Jong Heng's LV.3 assassin skills, it was easy for him to deal with the man. Until he walked to the man's back, the man didn't realize someone approaching. He held a knife in one hand and inserted the key that he got from the front desk into Han Lu's door with the other, waiting to surprise the woman. Jong Heng did not forget that he was now in the real world. Just like those self-defense forces men, he did not want to raise the alarm. So he knocked out the man outside Han Lu's room with a stone. After that, he knocked on Han Lu's door, but she did not open the door. So, he twisted the key he inserted in the door, picked up the knife and pried the lock to break in. That was what Han Lu saw earlier. Jong Heng led Han Lu downstairs, but at that moment they also heard a series of footsteps under the stairs. Jong Heng figured that the men who were tasked to keep an eye on Han Lu had discovered that they had lost contact with two of their companions. However, Jong Heng had no intention of retreating when he saw the enemies. There were a lot of people in the self-defense forces, and dragging it on would be more unfavorable for them. Once they called more men to surround the hotel, it would be more difficult for them to break out. Jong Heng asked Han Lu to stand against the wall on the left side for a while. He then paid attention to the sound of footsteps beneath them and silently counted the number of people coming from downstairs and the distance between them. When the enemies were about to climb upstairs, Jong Heng jumped down and kicked away the weapon from the hands of one of the men. By the time he reacted, Jong Heng had already knocked out the other enemy. After that, it was easy for Jong Heng to end the battle. The enemies thought that they were well trained, and they decided to underestimate Jong Heng. They thought that the reason their allies lost to Jong Heng was that he had ambushed them. When they fought against him for real, they quickly realized that he was a lot faster than their allies. The assailant did not manage to see what Jong Heng did to him. By the time he came to a realization, a knife was placed under his neck. Chapter 9:19. Flying into the storm. Jong Heng did not do anything harsh. All he did was knocking his target out. After that, he said to Han Lu, who was standing in a daze, "Let's go." And Han Lu quickly came back to reality like she just woke up from a dream. She found out that she would get to know him better every time she came into contact with Jong Heng. But in the end, Han Lu would realize that her understanding of Jong Heng was only the tip of the iceberg. There were too many secrets hidden in this man. Every time Han Lu caught one of Jong Heng's secrets, there would always be more secrets waiting for her. Han Lu even started to doubt whether anyone in this world could fully understand Jong Heng. The floor that they were on was not too far away from the ground floor. Hence, the two managed to come downstairs pretty fast. They still left the hotel through the side door, and Zhongheng had to eliminate the 3 guards first. The previous battle with the monster happened so fast that Han Lu did not manage to see what Zhongheng did to defeat the monster. This time, she finally saw how Zhongheng knocked out the guard. Zhongheng first approached a target silently. The target stood relatively inside, half of his body remained in the corridor, and he was a little far away from his 2 companions. Zhongheng took advantage of the enemy looking out and circled behind the target's back. Zhongheng did not make a single sound throughout the whole process. It was as quiet as a Persian cat stepping on the carpet. After he got close to the target, he stretched out his hand to cover the opponent's mouth, dragged the target into the corridor, and knocked him out. After that, Zhongheng deliberately made a little noise to attract the other 2 enemies. When they turned to the corner, they saw their companion lying on the ground. They became very nervous suddenly, and they quickly raised their weapons. They were facing the stairwell. What they did not know was that the threat came from a place beyond their sight. After that, what happened to their companion reenacted on the 2 enemies. Zhongheng knocked out one of them, and the remaining enemy wanted to use his close-quarter combat skill to beat Zhongheng up. Unfortunately, there was a considerable gap between the 2. Clearly, Zhongheng was the better one here. After the 3 guards were knocked out, Zhongheng took Han Lu and left the hotel smoothly. "How do we leave this island?" Han Lu asked when they arrived at a slightly safer place. "Airport." "Airport?" "But there are not a lot of flights on Yonaguni Island, and the planes that come here usually fly during the day." Han Lu was puzzled. Besides, it's raining heavily now. The planes are not allowed to depart even if there are flights available right now. "Don't worry about the heavy rain. It will stop when we find the plane," Zhongheng said. Han Lu did not know how Zhongheng found the plane. Earlier, she used her mobile phone to search for the available flights, but it yielded no result. The results showed that there were no flights for today and tomorrow. In fact, there was only one flight to Ashigaki Island 3 days later. However, Han Lu did not think that they could wait until that time. Yonaguni Island was not that big. Even if they escaped from the hotel, Zhongheng could make use of the natural ingredient on the island to keep them alive. However, if the self-defense forces decided to search the entire island, they would have nowhere to hide. So the more realistic way to leave the island now was by boat. The nearest place for them to dock would be Taiwan province. However, the dock was now heavily guarded by the self-defense forces. Other than the visa issues, they might encounter the monster again at sea. Han Lu was right. There were very few people at the airport, and the waiting hall was dark. Hence, the self-defense forces did not arrange too much manpower over there. Zhongheng climbed over the barbed wire fence and caught Han Lu, who jumped off from the fence. The latter was now wearing Zhongheng's raincoat. Due to the heavy rain, her hair was still wet. The rainwater dripped onto the ground from the sleeves and hem of the raincoat. Han Lu wiped the rainwater off her face, looked around for a while, and asked, "What shall we do next?" Zhongheng pointed to a private airplane in the distance. "Let's get on that plane and leave." Han Lu was at a loss when she heard what he said, but where are we going to find a pilot? After that, she heard Zhongheng said, "It's okay. I'll fly it." "Do you have a pilot license?" "I used to have one, but it was from the last century. I guess the validity period has already passed." "Don't worry. I have flown many planes, and their control systems are not too different usually. I will send us to some place safe," Zhongheng said. After finishing speaking, he glanced at his watch again. It was very close to midnight. Zhongheng wasted no time. He opened the plane's door with a paperclip. After that, he got into the pilot's seat, while Han Lu took the shotgun seat. She then watched Zhongheng fasten his seat belt. And Zhongheng was quite lucky. There is a spare key hanging on the lower left side of the cockpit. And Zhongheng was not lying. Compared with fighter jets, the control system of private airplanes was much more straightforward. Even though decades had passed, the design of the dashboards and key switches had not changed much. The control systems that seemed highly complicated to ordinary people were not that complicated to Zhonghang. He skillfully carried out various inspections. After that, he turned on the main switch and navigation lights, let the fuel pump started filling, waited 3 seconds, and then turned on the accelerator, turned the key, and Han Lu heard the roar of the engine. Han Lu could not believe what she saw. She looked at Zhonghang, who was turning on the electronic device switch and controlling the plane to taxi on the runway. After thinking for a long time, she asked, "Does your mother know that you can fly a plane?" "You know her. If you let her know that I can fly a plane, she will definitely pester me and ask me to fly her everywhere. Maybe she will ask me to fly her to the North Pole to see the aurora or something," Zhonghang said while accelerating the plane on the runway, "so, please keep this matter a secret for me." At this time, the men from the self-defense forces at the airport also discovered that a private airplane was running wild on the runway. They obviously had a hard time believing that Zhonghang and Han Lu could leave the island with a plane under such extreme weather. At this moment, the squally wind and lightning in the sky seemed like they were never going to stop. The heavy rain was smashing on the windshield of the private jet. Zhonghang then slowly flew the plane up and left the ground. Due to the initial chaotic airflow, Zhonghang had to maintain the plane's balance in the air carefully. The plane looked like it was going to crash. For a while, Han Lu was getting really panic. Soon, just like what Zhonghang predicted, the seemingly menacing rainstorm suddenly stopped as if someone pressed the pause button. All the whistling winds disappeared, and the dark clouds above them were dismissed as well. The night sky was calmed once again. And Zhonghang had already flown the plane over Yonaguni Island. Chapter 920. Night Flight. After setting up the autopilot, Zhonghang took out 2 bottles of red wine from the passenger cabin at the back and a box of sleeping pills that could help one sleep better during long-haul flights. He then poured a glass of red wine before popping a pill into the glass. Once the pill had dissolved, Zhonghang handed the red wine to Han Lu in the cockpit. Although the two were temporarily out of danger, Han Lu still seemed a little worried. She took the wine glass and asked, "Will the self-defense forces send their men after us? And if they call the authorities, we will be arrested the moment we touch down at the airport. However, we can take advantage of diplomatic channels. I can find a few friends to contact the people at the embassy to see if they can help us. Earlier, I thought something bad happened to you. So, I notified Shen 1111 about this, and she should be on her way to Yonaguni Island now. Since we've left the island, we have to notify her to prevent her from getting into the dangerous situation." However, she was interrupted by Zhonghang before she could finish. "Those monsters have no intention to make things worse. They won't call the police. As for our pursuers, they might come after us. But you don't have to worry about them. They won't be able to catch up with us. As for Shen 1111, I will contact her to explain in person later. Hey, you've been through a lot today. It's almost midnight. Why not take a nap after that glass of wine? We will talk about the rest when you wake up." "All right." Han Lu did not say no to Zhonghang's suggestion. Although she wanted to know why the enemies couldn't able to catch up with them, Zhonghang seemed completely unworried. Hence, she picked up the glass of wine and drank it. She then frowned. It appears the owner of this plane has no taste. The wine tastes weird. I think the liquor seller must have cheated him, and he bought a bottle of fake wine. Let me open you another bottle, Zhonghang said as he took out another bottle of wine. However, Han Lu shook her head. It's fine. I'm not in the mood to drink, and honestly, I'm not in the mood to sleep either. You can lie down at least. Close your eyes and take a nap, Zhonghang said. Han Lu nodded. Let me take a 10-minute nap. I still have lots of questions for you. When I wake up later, you must first tell me how you get rid of those monsters underwater and how you return to the island. Han Lu walked to a small bed in the passenger cabin. Not too long after she laid down, she felt powerful drowsiness hit her. With a long yawn, her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Zhonghang got up and put a small blanket on her. He then looked at his watch again. It was only less than half a minute before midnight. he would soon enter the world that stood still. This was why Zhongheng wasn't worried that the enemies would come after them. If Han Lu was not with him, Zhongheng could have held until midnight and left the island. Han Lu vaguely heard an inexplicable but reassuring voice when she was half asleep. It said, "Good night. Everything that happened before is just a nightmare. Everything will be fine when you wake up." She wanted to listen more, but her consciousness became more and more blurry. Seconds later, she finally fell asleep. Han Lu did not know how long she slept, but she could feel she was lying on the bed. And it wasn't the small bed in the private airplane. She was now lying on a big bed, and the light was pouring into the room. Was she at a hotel? Had they arrived in Naha? How did Zhongheng convince the authorities to let them land at the airport? How did he got rid of the pursuit? While thinking about those questions, her eyes suddenly popped wide open. That was because she realized that she was not in Naha. Instead, she had returned home, lying on her bed. Han Lu quickly grabbed the phone beside her bed, and the thing that surprised her the most was the time. It was June 13th, and less than 6 hours had passed since they left Yonaguni Island. Considering the distance between China and Japan, 6 hours were enough for them to fly home. Then here came the question again. Zhongheng did not have a flying license, and she could not explain where he got the airplane. In other words, flying back to China would only cause him more trouble. When Han Lu turned on the computer, she was relieved when she saw no news about a private airplane illegally entering the airport. The internet was no different from the past. The hot search was filled with news about different celebrities, new TV dramas, variety shows, and some sensational articles that were good enough to capture the reader's attention. The world still looked the same. While Han Lu walked into the living room, she saw a note on the coffee table. "Thank you for the vacation. There is breakfast in the kitchen. I hope to explain what exactly happened on that island, but I'm still investigating the matter. Perhaps I shall wait until I find out about everything in the future before telling you the truth, even if the truth may not be what you want." Zhongheng left his signature on the note. Putting down the note, she walked into the kitchen and turned on the rice cooker. She saw a bowl of douhua that had been kept warm and 2 freshly fried dough sticks. At that time, Zhongheng had gone to the lounge on the 2nd floor of the bar. Since it was almost dawn, there were no other players in the lounge. The bartender lady was so bored that she was playing with her mobile phone behind the bar. Zhongheng and the bartender lady had known each other for a long time. There was still something he did not understand about her. According to the latter, she worked several jobs to make money. In other words, she was also working during the day. When Zhongheng met the old man in the Tang suit for the first time, he saw her there too. At night, she would manage the game checkpoint. Zhongheng had never seen her getting sleepy. Although she did not seem particularly passionate about her job, she had never nodded off during work. While Zhongheng walked in from the front door, the bartender lady playing with her mobile phone seemed to have noticed something. Her nose moved twice as if she smelled something weird. "Where have you been recently?" "I went to Yonaguni Island. I spent some there with my friends," Zhongheng replied. "Yonaguni Island, no wonder." The bartender lady seemed a little surprised by Zhongheng's reply. However, she had no intention to explain her reaction. She just nodded and said, "You came for the blade and the game item, right?" Zhongheng nodded. "Yes." Other than the ordinary blade sent for recasting, Zhongheng had also asked the bartender lady to identify Heart of Christ. It was time for him to claim them. The bartender turned around and took out 1 large and 1 small wooden box made of tule wood and placed them in front of Zhongheng. "Here are your game items. Which one do you want to see first?" Chapter 9:21. New Blade. Zhongheng first picked up the smaller tule box, which contained the game item that he received from his last quest. It was also a gift Dardates had given him before he left Rome. Name, Heart of Christ. Quality, D. Effect, it can significantly reduce the sound of the user's footsteps, heartbeat, and breathing. At the same time, it will lower the enemy's vigilance within 3 meters. The Crisis of Hearts effect was no secret to Jonghung. However, the last effect mentioned by the system was something that he did not know about before. Since he carried it with him all the time, his stealth skills were getting better and better. On Yonaguni Island, even without Heart of Crisis, Jonghung still managed to approach the self-defense forces soldiers easily. Since he did not interview the targets he knocked out, he would never know his enemy's feelings about his sneak attack. And this was why he asked the bartender lady to identify it, even though he knew its effects pretty well. Other than that, Jonghung also noticed how the Hearts 2 effects were described differently. The system mentioned that sounds made by the user would be greatly reduced, as for the second effect mentioned that it would be only slightly lower the vigilance of nearby enemies. Clearly, both of the items were not on the same level. However, these two attributes complemented each other very well. It was indeed worthy of being crowned the title of the Assassin's Holy Grail. And this was probably the reason why it was considered a Grade D item. After checking out Heart of Crisis, Jonghung moved his gaze to another wooden box. This was the game item he cared about most. Jonghung had always wanted to find a bladed weapon that suited him best. A while ago, he made a deal with Scarlet Sword, and it earned him the opportunity to enter a dungeon that allowed him to take a sword out. It was a special dungeon, similar to the Lego dungeon that he entered a long time ago. There was no penalty for failure, and the player could obtain a game item upon clearing the dungeon. Jonghung challenged a handful of dojos in Kyoto. In the end, not only did he acquire the two famous swords, Juzumaru and Kikuiki Munji, but he also received a nameless sword from Akane Koyama. These three swords were also his copy. These three-bladed weapons were the best melee weapons that he could find in that dungeon. If he was right, then the first two swords were Grade C game items. As for the sword Akane Koyama gave him was the hardest sword that one could acquire in the dungeon. Jonghung speculated that it might be a hidden reward. Hence, it should be of respectable quality. According to the dungeon's rule, Jonghung could only pick a sword to be brought out of the dungeon. Just when he was about to choose one, he met someone he suspected of being the dungeon owner. The latter proposed to trade one sword with three of his. After a short consideration, Jonghung accepted his proposal. In the end, Jonghung only received an ordinary sword with an F quality. However, after checking out the attributes of this sword, Jonghung decided to spend another 4,000 game points to recast it. This amount of game point was an astronomical figure for a single player. Since Jonghung spent double the time in every dungeon that he entered, it was not that hard to earn such a huge amount of game points. However, it still cost him all the game points that he had saved up. And he had to sell off some items he didn't use to gather all 4,000 game points. It was not until the end of the last quest that Jonghung's game points returned to a surplus state. And now, he could finally shed some light on the long-awaited question. Even Jonghung felt nervous about it, but that did not last long. After that, he stretched his hand and happily opened the box. He had caught a glimpse of this blade from the photo sent by the bartender before, and it was now his first time getting a closer look at the sword. As compared with the ordinary sword that he received last time, it looked like it was now completely reborn. After being recast, its blade was now shortened by half an inch, but its weight wasn't reduced. On the contrary, it became slightly heavier now. Jonghung felt good when he held it in his hand like it was a part of his body. It was at that time that Jonghung realized that the sword paired well with him. Other than its length and weight, the material used to make the sword was completely different from before. Now, it looked like it was made of an unknown alloy with a darker color. Its physical appearance was not that fancy. However, this blade could easily slice the steak knife that was given to him by the bartender lady to test the sharpness of his new blade. Under its harmless appearance, Jonghung could feel the ferocity hidden within it. Other than that, the blade's handle was engraved with a V, which seemed to be a signature left by the forger. Name: Grade B, upgradable. Function: forged with the hardest material in the world. It is extremely difficult for it to be damaged. The wound caused by this blade cannot be healed. Since the phalanx of a certain deity is mixed in the forging process, the wounds caused by this blade will continue to rot. Other than that, it will also deal extra damage to mythical creatures. The forger has deliberately left some room for the user to upgrade the blade. The owner of this blade has to look for a way to upgrade it. Zhongheng obtained this third grade B game item after the infinite building block and pestilence bone bow. It was also the fiercest grade B game item that he'd ever come across. The description of its function was simple yet straightforward. This blade only had 3 effects, but these 3 effects were extremely brutal. When Zhongheng sent the blade for recasting, he suspected that the mysterious alloy used to forge the sword might be very unusual. However, he was still surprised to hear that the blade was made of the world's strongest material. In other words, no matter what weapon clashed with this blade in the future, its opponent would surely suffer. The worst part was that the opponent's wound couldn't heal, hence if the blade made a small cut on the finger, it would be impossible for the opponent to stop bleeding. If Zhongheng managed to inflict a more severe wound on his opponent, it would be a matter of time before they would be sent to meet their maker. Fortunately, this blade was not too sharp. Otherwise, not even a blade master like Zhongheng would dare to keep it by his side. When Zhongheng was told that the blade would make the wounds rot, his expression became a little strange. This was not the age for the gods to battle among themselves. According to the old man in the Tang suit, the disputes between the gods were supposed to be resolved by this mysterious game. The way to solve it was no longer as primitive and bloody as in the past, hence the gods didn't fall as frequently. The only deity known to have died recently was one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He was killed by Zhongheng. After Zhongheng killed him, the latter's body also disappeared immediately. It looked like his corpse might have fallen into the hands of the craftsman who recast the blade. He added his phalanx into the blade when he recast it. That was why the wound inflicted by the blade would decay. This explained why Zhongheng felt a sense of familiarity when he laid his eyes on it. The most brutal effect of this blade was its last effect, allowing the wielder of this blade to deal extra damage to mythical creatures. Of all the enemies Zhongheng had dealt with, the most powerful enemies were the supernatural creatures. Almost every single one of them had different abilities. When the old man in the Tang suit fought against Moresby, even he needed to use a spear that can summon thunder and lightning. And the blade that Zhongheng was holding now was just like the spear. Chapter 922. Exam Week. As far as Zhongheng knew, there were many types of game items. However, items that allowed its user to deal extra damage to mythical creatures had always been rare. Even the old man in the Tang suit did not possess such a game item. He wouldn't have borrowed the spear to deal with Moresby if H did. If Zhongheng was right, then the old man's spear was probably the famous Holy Lance, also known as the Spear of Destiny, the spear the soldier had stabbed Jesus with. And now, the blade in Zhongheng's hand was on the same level as the Holy Lance. Zhongheng then asked the bartender lady beside him, "Why are there question marks on his name?" "Because it's fresh out of the furnace. The craftsman is supposed to name it, but he refused since he said he wasn't the one who made the blade. Strictly speaking, all he did was give the blade a new body that suited it better." The bartender continued after a pause, "I guess what he tried to say is that he forged this blade with one more man. In other words, none of them are qualified to name it. Besides, this is your blade. So, I'll let you name it. You can call it whatever you want." Zhongheng thought for a while before saying, "Let's call it Shrouded Sheath." This blade was immensely powerful. If the wounds it inflicted were deep enough, there would be no cure for whoever it hurt. Another reason why Zhongheng named it Shrouded Sheath was to remind himself never to use this blade unless it was his last resort. With his current skill sets, using a grade B weapon to deal with his enemies would be overkill, and thus, he swore only to unleash his Shrouded Sheath to deal with overwhelmingly powerful enemies. After that, Zhongheng spent another 10 game points to order a scabbard made of tule wood from the bartender. As for the upgrade, Zhongheng also consulted the bartender about it. According to the bartender lady, there were not many upgradable game items in existence. Most of them were either grade E or grade F items. It was the first time she laid her hands on an upgradable grade B game item. Different game items, however, required different upgrading methods. So, it would be difficult for her to provide Zhongheng any useful tips. Even if he expressed his willingness to pay a certain amount of game points, the only advice the bartender could give was for him to slash a few people with it. After leaving the bar, Jong-hung temporarily stored his shrouded sheath and Heart of Christ in the trunk of his polo. Once that was done, he went back to the school to take a shower. In the next few days, he stopped wandering around, and instead, stayed in the library revising, preparing for the exam next week. Jong-hung also met Shen 1111 several times in the library, the latter busy with her revisions as well. After the dismissal of the union, Shen 1111 did not need to deal with so many things, and she had a little more time for herself. As for Fan Mainan, Jong-hung wondered why she never mentioned anything about her school even though she looked to be his age. At this age, she should be studying in college. However, she never talked about it, nor did she talk about her majors or classmates. Jong-hung was a relatively quiet person in the university. Even though he disliked taking part in group activities, he still fancied hanging out with Chen Huadong, Wei Jiangyang, and others that lived in the same dormitory. In contrast, Fan Mainan would always be alone. During the Lego quest, Jong-heng knew that Fan Mainan's family lived in Yangcheng. She had a father, a mother, and a younger brother. Other than that, the lady with sunglasses who stole the dreamland of death from the auction under the nose of the three major guilds seemed to be Fan Mainan's long-lost sister too. Beyond that, Jong-hung's understanding of Fan Mainan was very limited. Fan Mainan might look cold-blooded and did not care about a single thing in this world, but Jong-hung could feel that this was simply a facade she used to cover up her true nature, especially when the two met for the last time. Fan Mainan still smiled when she talked to Jong-hung, but she seemed worried about something. And the two had been out of touch since then. Jong-hung was a little distracted when he was taking his exam. However, after he gulped, he quickly focused on his test paper and put a full stop to his last sentence. And that marked the end of his semester. After that, he put down the pen in his hand and rechecked the answers. He seemed to have accidentally dropped his pencil on the ground, so he bent over and it up. After that, he tidied up his things, got up, and handed the test papers to the podium. At the same time, Chen Huadong, who was 6 seats away from Jong-hung, took advantage of the invigilator paying attention to Jong-hung. He immediately leaned over and picked up the eraser that rolled to his feet. He then took off the eraser's cover and saw 2 rows of answers written on it, almost causing him to cry out loud. Chen Huadong had always claimed that he only needed to do last-minute studies to pass exams. However, his relationship with Nanako Mukaiji had been getting better recently. He had spent most of his time with his girl, and he was in no mood to do any revision. Thus, a little extra midnight oil had to be burned to take care of his previous papers. As for the last paper, he could barely squeeze out the time to study for it. Thus, he could only seek Jong-hung's help. Jong-hung promised Chen Huadong that he would write down the correct answers for the multiple-choice questions on an eraser and throw them to him. However, something unexpected happened before the test started. The invigilator suddenly asked Chen Huadong to swap his seat with a girl. So, he was forced to move to a seat that was further away from Jong-hung. Chen Huadong instantly turned pale. He felt like he had been just handed a death sentence. Fortunately for him, Jong-hung was much more skillful than he thought. He still managed to accurately throw the eraser to his feet from such a long distance, and he even created an opportunity for him to pick up the eraser. Chen Huadong suddenly felt that the 2 Pizza Hut meals he promised to buy were absolutely worth it. He did not waste this rare opportunity, instantly copying the answers to his answer sheet. Then, he started to make up something to answer the essay questions. The final score of this paper was divided equally among the multiple-choice questions and the essay questions. Combined with Chen Huadong's other results, he would not fail this paper as long as he did not get 0 marks on his essay questions. Of course, he did not dare to copy all answers to the multiple-choice questions that Jong-hung had given him. He was smart enough to fill in some wrong answers. He still had to find a way to get some points for his essay questions. In the end, Chen Huadong managed to fill up all the blank on the test paper. Other than the fact that he wanted to test his luck, he also wanted to impress his teacher by showing that he put a lot of effort into finishing the exam paper. However, he did not know if this strategy would work well for him. When the invigilator asked the students to stop writing and collect the papers, Chen Huadong felt that he had performed exceptionally well in this test paper. So, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 923. Changes. When are you going home? Wei Jiangyang asked the three people in the dormitory after the exam. Oh, you know my situation at home. As usual, I have to work during the holidays, so I won't be going back to my hometown, Ma Wei said. As soon as the exam was over, he immediately took out the high school textbook and at the same time boiled a pot of water, sat down, and started to study what he needed to teach during the summer holiday. The boy tutored by Ma Wei was said to have made a lot of progress during this semester. So, his parents decided to hire Ma Wei as a permanent tutor and doubled his hourly salary. Of course, Ma Wei wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slide. What surprised Wei Jiangyang was that Chen Huadong, who was the most eager to go home every time, would say, "I'll be staying in school for a while because Nanako wants to know more about the city. As her Chinese teacher, I have to stay by her side and explain everything to her." Wei Jiangyang raised his eyebrows. It seems someone has completely fallen under Nanako's spell. All you ever talk about is Nanako. You have no right to say that about me. Chen Huadong rolled his eyes. When you and your girlfriend show off your lovey-dovey moves in front of me, I didn't even ask for any compensation to cure my fragile heart. However, a huge barrier still separates you both. What do you plan to do when Nanako stops being an exchange student and returns to Japan? Wei Jiangyang didn't sound too optimistic about their future. We will find a way to deal with it when the time comes. Didn't you see me pouring my heart out to learn Japanese? I can always move to Japan with her to teach Chinese there after graduation, or she can stay here and teach Japanese. Chen Huadong glanced at Zhongheng. Young Master Zhong secretly managed to master his English. I can do it too. Young Master Zhong has scored nearly 700 points in his level 6 English test. I have never seen you score such a high score in a foreign language. This is different. This time, I have the power of love with me. Chen Huadong gritted his teeth. It was true that he reduced his gaming time recently, and he had somehow become less enthusiastic about watching dramas. Recently, he devoted most of his time to learning Japanese. And his Japanese had improved a lot. I think you read too much manga. After Wei Jiangyang finished speaking, he looked at Zhongheng. What about you, young Master Zhong? When I finish dealing with the things at hand, I will probably go for a trip during the holiday, Zhongheng said. Are you going to go on a trip with that rich woman again? Chen Huadong probed. No, just me this time. Ah, what's the point? Even if you don't like that rich woman, you can ask Hayasasuka to go with you. I heard Nanako saying that Hayasasuka has been talking about you. If you ask her to go on a trip with you, she will definitely say yes. With Nanako being his informant, Chen Huadong had become quite well informed recently. He scratched his head and said, seriously, Hayasasuka is a pretty good girl. You should just go be with her. If that happens, we can work as Chinese together in Japan, and we can become neighbors too. I have always wanted to visit Akihabara. There's an 80% chance that you will be disappointed, Zhongheng said. What are you talking about? Becoming your neighbor or going to Akihabara together? Both. While chatting with the three people in the dormitory, Zhongheng turned on the computer. The school exam was over, but there was still one more exam waiting for him to take. Zhongheng logged into the official website of the organizing committee and looked at the rankings. The first round of the proxy war was halfway done. And the rankings had changed a lot. Zhongheng was no longer in the first place. The person that now topped the leaderboard was Pegasus, the president of the Silver Wing. He took the lead with 2,203 points, followed by the Arc of Light's vice president, Mu Ren, ranked second with 2,176 points. And most of the players that ranked below him came from the three major guilds, once again proving that the three major guilds were extremely powerful. As for Zhongheng, since he had completed only one round of the game, his rank had dropped to 49th. Zhongheng was not bothered by the fact that he was no longer in first place. It was because he did not feel the need to fight hard to maintain his honor or build a reputation like the players from the 3 major guilds. According to the bartender lady, the top 500 players were qualified to enter the next stage of the game. And the top 50 players would receive a small gift. Hence, there was no difference between getting first place or the 50th. Right now, Zhongheng only needed to make sure that he would be placed in the top 50 category. Since it was not the deadline yet, and his current rankings would still undergo changes. However, Zhongheng figured that he did not need to complete all 3 rounds of games. As long as he completed one more round of the game, he would not fall out of the top 50 category. When Zhongheng entered Fan Mainan's player number into the search bar, however, it yielded no result. When Fan Mainan told Zhongheng that her sister used some kind of method to scam the Dreamland of Death from the auction, she had also mentioned that her sister hacked the character panel, resulting in both of them being banned from playing the game. But later, the organizing committee seemed to have forgiven them, or they had found some new loopholes. When Fan Mainan invited Zhongheng to enter the Lego dungeon on New Year's Eve, the ban on them had obviously been lifted. However, Zhongheng did not see Fan Mainan join the proxy war. Fortunately, when Zhongheng logged into the player forum, he did not see any news related to her. Recently, most of the players were focusing on the proxy war, especially the players who were relatively high in the rankings. They became the topic to discuss on the player forum, analyzing who among them was the strongest. Most of the posts were just hypothetical discussions. Their theories could only be proven when the players that were being compared went on a real fight and see who would prevail till the end. Even then, there was no way to judge the strengths and weaknesses of the two fairly. That was because different players had different development priorities and game items. At the same time, they were also greatly affected by the environment and teammates. An all-around player like Zhongheng, who was capable of taking care of everything, was probably rarer than a unicorn. However, it did not stop the player from comparing them enthusiastically. It was human desire to compare with each other. No matter what game it was, the introduction of the leaderboard into the game had always been something huge. Zhongheng then quickly looked at the hotter posts in the forum, and few of them were dedicated to him. However, since he had always been alone, he left very little information to the other players. Hence, the other players could only make speculations about him. Unlike Pegasus, with a lot of his information released to the public, they soon stopped talking about Zhongheng. And Zhongheng thought this was a good idea. He could play his second game a day before the deadline, helping him to keep his profile as low as possible. After that, he could go ahead to complete his ordinary round of game in July. Once that was done, he could set off to fly to Iceland to look for more information about himself. In that huge wasteland, there was something waiting for him. Especially after escaping from the underwater palace on Yonaguni Island, Zhongheng noticed that his body started to change again. Not only did he have the ability to breathe underwater, but he also became more and more fond of water. At the same time, he could control the water flow to a certain extent. Different from the pair of shadow wings that he had on him. Zhongheng could feel that the abilities he mastered this time seemed to belong to him. When he manipulated the ocean currents on the bottom of the sea, it was as natural as eating and drinking. Chapter 924. Catching Up. After returning to shore, Zhongheng did some tests on his new abilities. The test included how long he could breathe underwater, his ability to move underwater, his limitation, the limits of manipulating water flow, and so on. Still, Zhongheng could not find a clear answer to those questions. After taking off his breathing equipment in that underwater palace, he stayed there for at least 7 to 8 hours, and he did not feel any discomfort. Upon returning, Zhongheng found a swimming pool and tried to stay in it for 24 hours. He found out that his newfound ability did not only apply to the sea. He could also breathe unrestrictedly under the dead water in the swimming pool. Therefore, Zhongheng now knew that there were no restrictions to his underwater breathing ability. In other words, he could no longer drown. Other than that, Zhongheng also found out that the resistance in the water was way smaller than before, probably 1/5 of the initial resistance he experienced. He was now a lot more flexible underwater. However, it could not be compared with how he moved on land. What he could do had already gone beyond the limits of a human being. After returning to the world where time flowed normally, Jonghang went to the market to buy a few fishes and let them loose in the swimming pool. After they swam for less than 5 minutes, they were caught by him again. If Jonghang had this ability when he entered the novice dungeon, he wouldn't have to work so hard to look for food. If he was hungry, he could just jump right into the sea and grab whatever marine creatures he desired. The entire sea would become his personal seafood stall that was open 24 hours a day. However, when it came to manipulating currents, his most powerful skill was controlling ocean currents. He did try to shape the current into a certain shape, such as a water arrow. Unfortunately, the attempt failed. The most he could do was to make the ocean current extremely thin. It would not cause any damage, and at most, give the target a tingling sensation. Jonghang gave up after several attempts. He figured that a dagger coupled with his body's flexibility should suffice in defeating all kinds of underwater opponents easily. Jonghang had also figured out how to stir his coffee without a spoon, how to use the least amount of water while bathing. Despite all of that, however, he still found it difficult to be happy. It was because he did not know if he was even considered human. As the game progressed, he became more and more unfamiliar with himself. Such an unfamiliarity did not limit his external strength growth, but he also noticed some internal changes. Jonghang instinctively sensed that something was not right about it. On the other hand, the bartender lady had finished her night shift at the game checkpoint and was taking a break at the maid cafe. She ignored the manager's whinny gaze. In one of his hands was a mobile phone playing a soap opera, and her other was messing with something. She grabbed a pepper bottle on the side and sprinkled some of it into her passion fruit drink, before adding a spoonful of oil and vinegar after she stirred the drink. The waitress on the side then fetched this freshly made hellish drink to a fat customer at a table. The latter was taken aback after seeing the drink he ordered. After holding back for some time, he finally asked, "What's wrong?" I remember the drink I ordered the last time wasn't this color." "I'm sorry, master. Let me ask the bartender." The maid looked very considerate. She returned to the customer in less than half a minute. And she repeated what the negligent bartender lady told her to the customer. It was some kind of nonsense that the waitress did not believe in. "Our bartender said that this is a special secret drink. Not everyone can earn the right to have it. Only our regular customers have the opportunity to have a taste." As for the second part of what the bartender lady said, about her poking a straw into the customer's skull and forcing him to drink his own brain juice if he kept interrupting her drama, it was excluded by the waitress out of her kindness. "Is that so?" The fat customer showed a hint of joy on his face when he heard what the maid said. He then eagerly picked up the drink in front of him. Before the waitress could warm him, he was choked by the layer of pepper that was floating above the drink. He sneezed, and when he had a taste of the oily vinegar, his whole face turned green. Just when he wanted to question the maid angrily, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was because he saw a cute lady who he thought could only be seen in the anime stepping into the maid coffee shop. The appearance of the girl looked like a classic, beautiful anime female character. She was 1.5 meters tall. She had silver hair, a pair of cute eyes that looked like she just woke up, and an anti-gravity bang on her head. It swayed from left to right as she walked. And the fat customer almost shouted, "I'm going to die," out loud. When the girl smiled at him, he felt as if something hit his heart hard. He had to gulp down several mouthfuls of the special secret drink to make his heart start working again. A maid then greeted her and asked enthusiastically, "What can I do for you, master?" "No. I'm here to look for someone." The beautiful Japanese girl pointed at the bartender lady watching soap operas behind the bar. "Oh. Make yourself at home." The maid seemed to feel regret for not being able to serve such a cute girl, but she still put on a smile. After that, the beautiful Japanese girl walked towards the bartender and greeted her. "Hi, long time no see." The bartender lady did not look up. Instead, she said lazily, "Before I finish watching this episode of The Great Master, you better get away from me." However, the beautiful Japanese lady sat down on the tall stool in front of the bar as if she had not heard what the bartender lady said. She then commented, "You're still as bad-tempered as ever. Have you parted ways with the good-tempered side of yours?" The bartender's eyelids twitched. A ferocious gaze flashed across her eyes, and she finally lifted up her head and looked at the girl in front of her. "Are you looking for a fight?" "No. I'm just a messenger." The Japanese beauty shook her head and continued, "If possible, I prefer not to resort to violence." "That's because you can't beat me," the bartender lady sneered. "Are you running errands for your master again? Your master is probably not as powerful as you are now, right? There are only a handful of people remember its name now. Good communication starts from showing politeness." The Japanese beauty blinked. "No matter how weak it is now, it is still the entity that created us, including your master. To me, it is my father." Chapter 925. Not buying you a drink. If Chen Huadong were now in the maid cafe, he would have instantly recognized the beautiful Japanese girl that attracted everyone's attention. That girl was none other than Nanako Mukaiji, and at that moment, she was still learning Mandarin from Chen Huadong. However, she did not sound like someone had just started learning Mandarin. Her pronunciation bettered Uncle Zhong's, who had been living in the alley next door for 70 years. "It's your father, not mine." The bartender finally put down the phone and looked at Nanako Mukaiji. "I've lived here longer than any one of you. But you are one of us now." Nanako Mukaiji smiled. "Thank you for the birth of literature, movies, animations, and games. It spread faster than any known religion in this world. All those obscure stories carved on the stone slabs can never be compared with the modern entertainment culture. All those popular videos on YouTube and Station B have tens of millions of views. We needed at least tens of thousands of preachers to spend several years to achieve such an achievement back in old times. Let's take you as an example. You are just a tiny, insignificant part of the original divine system. You are supposed to play the stepping stone for all the heroes that would achieve great things. However, with Marvel comics and movies gaining more and more fame, your name has become something that everyone has heard of. Yes. That's right. Thanks to pop culture, my identity has undergone changes too." The bartender lady's tone turned cold. "Become one of you." "Something like this happens from time to time," Nanako Mukaiji nodded. "In fact, all myths and legend undergo all sorts of changes when passed down from generation to generation. Sometimes they change to adapt to local customs, and at times, change due to fights between different religious sects. The winner will get the right to reinvent the stories. They do it for entertainment sometimes or just to mess with others. As long as they're given enough time, you will realize stark differences between a new legend and its original tale. As long as you are willing to spend some time and effort to do some digging, people will realize how messy our backgrounds can be. So, why does the messenger of the 3 pillars of God look so ridiculous now?" The bartender sneered. "And you no longer rely on deception to lure mankind into despair to gain joy? I can see that you've transformed yourself into this stupid, cute-looking girl. You are quite suitable for the maid cafe. Would you like me an opportunity to make some extra money? Or should I just introduce a couple of sugar daddies to you?" Nanako Mukaiji was not angry when she heard what was said about her. Instead, she just blinked. "Thank you. But I don't think I want to compete for business with Karma." "Then what are you doing here?" Nanako Mukaiji sighed. "I don't know the reason for your hostility. I'm just doing my job. I'm a messenger. Once the old god wakes up, I need to start running around and do some propaganda work in advance. Besides, the most powerful existence in our divine system is about to be awakened. Half of all popular horror culture today is related to him. His existence has inspired tens of thousands of creators. We can see his presence in games, movies, and novels. Although World of Warcraft is getting less popular, there's still Bloodborne, Hearthstone, and Dota. DC and Marvel have referenced him in their comics and movies, and their best-selling merchandise is related to him. And the most important thing is that the entire divine system is named after him. In other words, we all work for him. What's your point? The bartender lady's expression remained unchanged. He is very powerful, and he knows where our power comes from. One is our existing description, and the other is our popularity. Unfortunately, he excels in both of them. And according to popular culture, his power is still increasing. In just a few decades, the power that he possesses has overpowered most of the ancient gods. When the Jewish gods decided they wouldn't participate in this game, no ancient gods were more powerful than him. Although the new gods seem unstoppable in terms of popularity, they also have weaknesses. Without exception, almost all of them are not good at fighting. To this point, I believe you understand why so many people don't want him to be awakened. Otherwise, why do you think I'm sticking with him? A fierce gaze flashed across the bartender lady's eyes. Do you really think that I'm working this hard so I can earn more money to buy a fourth ring road house? Why do I torture myself squeezing into the overcrowded subway every day? I am not worried about you. You are his follower, so it is impossible for you to harm him. I am talking about someone else. Who are you talking about then? Kronos. I know you've made some agreements with him in private, but you know that he cannot be trusted, right? Asked Nanako Mukaiji. He has a good relationship with all the other ancient gods. During the previous few games, he had sided with the ancient gods. He fought for their interests. I don't think we should let him intervene in our affairs, especially in such a major event. Interestingly, Kronos also warned me to not fully trust you because you are only loyal to Azathoth. He also said that you are Azathoth's most loyal lackey. You have always wanted to help Azathoth to regain the throne, haven't you? The bartender lady continued lightly. Compared to you, at least Kronos got him back. Don't be silly, little snake. Nanako Mukaiji shook her head. Does Kronos look like someone who likes to help others? He must have his own agenda. The old man who seems harmless to humans and animals has always been the most ambitious god among the ancient gods. I don't know what Kronos has in mind. On the other hand, I can see the petty moves that you made. Earlier, at the bookstore, why did you place that book in front of him? The bartender lady squinted her eyes while holding an empty glass. It seemed as though she would throw the glass on Nanako Mukaiji's face if she gave the wrong answer. Nanako Mukaiji put on an innocent look and shrugged. Just like you, I miss our old friend, and I want to see him sooner. You'd better not do something so dangerous anymore, the bartender lady warned her. He will return when the time is right. All we have to do is to wait patiently, and you better stay away from him. Sounds like reasonable advice to me. Nanako Mukaiji nodded, and a cute smile appeared on her face. I'm done talking business. It's time to talk about personal affairs. Shouldn't you buy an old friend a drink after meeting her? Forget about it, the bartender lady replied casually. Everything you drink here will be deducted from my salary. Besides, I know your true form. So, you should stop acting cute in front of me. Chapter 926. Bodyguard. Jong Hung booked the flight ticket to Greenland and hotel in advance. He even hired a local translator online. The official language of Greenland was Greenlandic. Having a sixth of their population being Danish descendants, a good number of them conversed in Danish. Unfortunately, although Jong Hung had mastered 8 languages, these 2 languages were not on his list. Thus, to ease his traveling experience in Greenland, he would need at least one translator to help him converse with the locals. Jong Hung selected several resumes from travel websites. After that, he used the Gaussian distribution method to pick a girl named Song Jia. Jong Hung looked at her resume and found out that she is a girl with mixed ancestry, with a Chinese grandfather and an Eskimo grandmother. Hence, she was a quarter of Chinese descent. In other words, she had 3 ancestries in her: Chinese, Danish, and Eskimo. Still studying for graduate school, she had a spotless resume and was currently working as a translator to earn extra cash to buy a second-hand car. So Jong Hung gave her a call and told her about the services he needed, and they discussed her rates as well. After hanging up the phone, Jong Hung spent a few days purchasing some materials that he might need in Greenland. When he looked at the time, he realized that only a little more than 1 day was left before the end of the proxy war. And the ladder match had also entered a fierce stage. Pegasus, who was at the top of the leaderboard before, had now dropped to 9th place. The player who ranked first was the Arc of Light's leader, Ryu Weicheng, with a score of as high as 2,892 points. At the same time, the players that ranked second and third were the Arc of Light's members as well. And it caused an uproar on the forum. Among the 3 major guilds, Silver Wings was the oldest. Having the largest number of combatants as well, their members equaled the sum of the other 2 major guilds. However, the other 2 major guilds were not to be underestimated too. The Arc of Light was the last to be established and had the shortest history among them. Other than the war they fought against Shen 1111's Union, the Arc of Light had always remained low-key. The Arc of Light's leader possessed a high-level execution ability. In the real world, Ryu Weicheng was an executive of a big company. Having designed an extremely effective hierarchy system, everyone under him had a set of clear responsibilities. The players that joined Arc of Light worked more like employees rather than guild members, unlike the laid-back players from some random guilds. By joining such a well-organized guild, they had to sacrifice some of their freedom. However, the Light or Arcs offered the best welfare among the 3 guilds, and that had attracted many ambitious players with good potential in recent years. Hence, there were no players who dared underestimate them. The player base hadn't expected Arc of Light to have secretly grown so fast in strength. Arc of Light's players had now clinched the top 3 places on the leaderboard, with the player ranked 4th being from another guild. Ever since the Dreamland of Death killed the Silver Wings leader, the guild's overall strength was greatly affected. They had only 2 members who got into the top 10 on the leaderboard, and both of them were ranked 9th and 10th. This was why Pegasus decided to finish 3 games as early as possible. He knew that he might not compete with the players from the other 2 major guilds. Hence, he wanted to gain everyone's attention by occupying the top position of the leaderboard during the early phase of the game. By doing that, he would be able to boost Silver Wings' reputation. However, when the other competitors started to compete in the game, his position at the top of the leaderboard lasted only a short while. As for Zhongheng, he also fell out of the top 50 on the leaderboard. Now ranked 89th, the player base no longer talked about him. Since Zhongheng's score did not change, some of the players suspected that he had died in his final quest. At the same time, Zhongheng carried his new blade with him and entered the lounge on the 2nd floor of the bar. He greeted the bartender lady behind the bar and sat on his usual deck. The time was now 23:55. The familiar dizziness hit him, and Zhongheng began his 2nd proxy war quest. Verifying player's identity. Verification completed. The identity of the agent is confirmed. Player number 07958 is welcome to join the proxy war. This is your 2nd game of this proxy war. A quest is being randomly selected for you. Draw completed. Your current quest is Bodyguard. Attention, you are now entering New Shanghai 0297. New Shanghai 0297 is a federal demonstration city invested and constructed by Tang Morgan Group. Please ensure that everything that you do in this city complies with its laws and regulations. Meanwhile, we hope you will enjoy the charm of this city. New Shanghai 0297 is a young, prosperous, stable, and generous new technology city. Task objective: earn as many points as possible. You will get 10 points for each Shellac record you collect. Mode: single. Time flow rate: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 10 days in this game. After 30 days, the player will be forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhongheng was also a little confused by the introduction of the game's background that sounded more like an advertisement. After listening to the introduction, he managed to acquire some information. Firstly, the new Shanghai 0297 seemed to be a newly established city. The second was that the city was invested and constructed by a corporate group, and it was hard to imagine that a company was rich enough to come up with such a large amount of investment. Thirdly, it looked like the city belonged to a certain federation. There were still many countries using the federal system. countries like the United States of America, Russia, Germany, Belgium, and all used federal systems. It was difficult to imagine that among them, the newly constructed city would be named Shanghai 0297. Before getting more information, Zhongheng could not make further inferences for the time being. Other than the game's background, the way he could earn points in this dungeon also seemed very confusing. The combat mission that he had during his previous round of the game was now changed to a quest that required him to collect specific items to earn points. It looked like the difficulty of the game had reduced a lot. However, Zhongheng did not think that it would be as simple as he thought. The difficulty of the proxy war dungeon had been discussed a lot of times on the forum. From the players' feedback that played in the proxy war quest, it was undoubtedly more difficult than the ordinary quest. That was because all these dungeons were designed for agents with supernatural powers. Moreover, most of the agents played in teams, and they had reliable teammates. It was rare that the players chose to play the game alone like Zhongheng did. It meant that the difficulty that Zhongheng faced was undoubtedly the highest among all the other players. Even if he had extra 24 hours every day, he had to stay vigilant at all times. Judging by the name of this quest, it seemed Zhongheng was supposed to protect someone. However, the system mentioned nothing about it. Something was not right. This was where Zhongheng had to pay extra attention. As the countdown ended, Zhongheng opened his eyes again. He found himself standing in a place with a graceful environment. In front of him was a white building that looked like Tokyo Dome. Instead of being a stadium, however, it was an apartment building. Every household had a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Plants of all manner dotted their balconies, and under the dome was a large green lawn. Chapter 927. Looking at the emails randomly. The faucet on the lawn sprinkled water in a circle. Zhongheng looked up at the sky and found that today's weather was good. There was plenty of sunshine and wind. Occasionally, a few white clouds would drift by him. However, Zhongheng noticed those white clouds' movement looked a little dull. When Zhongheng checked his body, he realized that he was carrying all the game items with him, including his pestilence bone bow and his new blade, shrouded sheath. His current appearance made him look like one of those bad people. If he walked on the street with such an appearance, the authorities would probably bring him back to the bureau for questioning. However, Zhongheng realized that the residents of this community did not show much surprise when they passed him, as if it was normal for someone to show up in such a state. Zhongheng also noticed one more peculiar thing. He saw that everyone was wearing a bracelet, including himself. If he was right about it, this bracelet should be his terminal. The weight of the bracelet was very light, probably only less than 50 grams or so, and it was made of titanium. This personal terminal could project images mid-air. Its technology was too advanced. Zhongheng saw a young couple navigating to a restaurant with their bracelets, and a woman looking like a housewife also went shopping with it. So Zhongheng followed them and used his fingerprints to unlock and summon his terminal projection. In a way, this titanium bracelet worked just like a mobile phone, a piece of equipment with a unified operating system with various functional modules. The first thing that Zhongheng checked was his mailbox. Since his emails were arranged by date, the first email was usually the most important one. From G7Z Security Company. Time A March 15, 2077. Attention, Zhongheng, G7Z Security Employee E Group 3-07958. Subject, Work Notification, read. Hello Zhongheng, Employee E3-07958, the company hereby asks you to room 3094, Unit 12, Yachting Apartment, Area D, 3rd floor, before 2 p.m. on March 15, 2077, to work as a bodyguard. Your target person is Shuqian, photos. You are required to protect her for 2 weeks. The mission ends at 2 p.m. on March 29, 2077. During this period, please ensure the safety of the target. You can discuss the specific details with the target. If you have any questions, you can also contact the company. I wish you great success in completing the task. Sure enough, when one did not know what to do, it was always the right move to read the emails. The title for this round of the game was Bodyguard, hence, the contents of this email had to be related to Bodyguard as well. The email gave Zhongheng a set of clear instructions and revealed his current identity. Now an employee of the G7Z security company, he received a notice to protect a person named Xu Qian for the next 2 weeks. After that, Zhongheng looked at the time displayed on his wristband. He still had half an hour left before 2 p.m. When he looked at the warning sign on the lawn, he realized that he was now at Yuching Apartments. That said, Zhongheng did not rush upstairs to meet Xu Qian. Instead, he spent some time searching online for some information before finally managing to figure out the background of this quest. The year was 2077, but this world did not share the same timeline from where he came from. The background of this quest was similar to the American drama The Man in the High Castle, albeit not that dark. Everything looked rather positive so far. US, China, and the Soviet Union still won the final victory, and the world still suffered a huge loss from World War II. Human beings learned a precious lesson, so they finally decided to set up a union, and it became a huge federal state after that. They also shared all of their technology and culture with others. This explained why the system mentioned that the new Shanghai 0297 belonged to the Federation. The establishment of the Federation had brought mankind into an unprecedented era of peace. With disappearing wars, the people here could develop and build the city with peace of mind. Coupled with the sharing of science and technology and culture, human development on this timeline was slightly more advanced than Zhongheng's world. After the elimination of trade barriers, the new economy also ushered in unprecedented prosperity. Monopolization and capital's pursuit gave birth to several huge conglomerates, Tang Morgan Group. Meanwhile, humans weren't satisfied that they had to keep staying on the Earth. So, they started to make a plan and explore space. New Shanghai 0297 was born under this background. It was a huge space station city. The centrifugal force generated by the center rotation simulated gravity. And to control the Coriolis effect, such a space station city was usually built on an enormous scale. After that, Zhongheng closed the web page and checked all the other emails he received. Most of the emails were advertisements recommending a variety of products and their discount information. Unfortunately, Zhongheng could not find the information about Shellac records mentioned by the system earlier. Other than that, he saw that the senders of a couple of emails were his friends and family. The friends that he had were the employees of the G7Z security company as well. As for his family, Zhongheng's parents were still alive. And Zhongheng also found out that he had a sister in this timeline, his wristband containing his family's photos and videos. Never having seen these people before, they had nothing to do with his family members in the real world. The three who were on Earth and would communicate with him once a month. Zhongheng last communicated with them about a week ago, so as of now, he did not need to worry about this matter. The above was the information he collected in 20 minutes. For now, he did not see any possible threats that he would face in this quest. According to the information he found on the internet, the third floor of New Shanghai 0297 was very safe, having a very low crime rate. Zhongheng traveled back to when he was still a high school student in the first Proxy Wars dungeon. And it did not take long for him to discover the alien creatures hidden in human society. After learning his lesson, Zhongheng would not take the quest lightly this time. He looked at the time and realized that there were only 10 minutes left until 2 p.m. Without wasting any time, Zhongheng turned off the projection of his bracelet and decided to meet his target named Xu Qian first. He wanted to learn more about the mission. Since his main quest did not require him to protect Xu Qian, theoretically speaking, even if Xu Qian died in front of him, it would not affect his quest. Zhongheng could even walk away after he met Xu Qian and asked for a leave of absence from the company. And after that, he could focus on collecting the Shellac records. With a total of 240 days of playing time, Zhongheng believed he would be able to find all the Shellac records in New Shanghai 0297. Could this quest really be that simple? Chapter 928. Meetup. Zhongheng walked to the gate of the dome-shaped building and looked at the security door. Just when he was thinking about contacting Xu Qian, his bracelet automatically connected to the door's system seconds later. Welcome, visitor Zhongheng. Miss Qian, room 3094, unit 12, has granted you temporary access to the Yacheng apartment security door for 2 weeks. If you have any questions, please contact the apartment management. After the friendly female voice talked to him, both sides of the apartment's doors were opened. Zhongheng's bracelet flashed twice, and an email icon popped up. If he was right, then the apartment management system must have just sent him a mail. This was not Zhongheng's first time entering a dungeon with a futuristic background. In the Whistleblower quest, he entered a future ruled by chaos. However, the future in the Whistleblower dungeon was only 12 years apart from the real world. The Bodyguard's dungeon, in comparison, was clearly more technologically advanced. As he walked into the apartment, the surveillance camera on the ceiling was the first thing he looked at. After that, he started to look around. Just like the outer environment, the apartment's interior had a very decent design too. Red Persian carpets covered the circular corridor, and the center of the building was a vast space with huge glass walls around it. The floor above him was a large flower bed. And the floor above the large flower bed was the resident's private balcony. The place was well lit, and its residents could enjoy a good amount of privacy. Just as he raised his head, squinting to identify the plants growing on the second-floor balcony opposite him, the elevator door beside him suddenly opened, and a woman with heavy makeup and fishnets emerged from the elevator. She looked at Zhongheng, stopped moving, and raised her eyebrows. "What is your communication ID? Are you Shu Qian?" "No. But as long as you give me 1,000 credits, I can be anyone for you." The woman licked her lips. "Oh, I am not a resident here. And I'm here to work just like you," Zhongheng replied politely. "That's a shame. I was about to give you a 20% discount," the woman said. She then took out something that looked like an electronic cigarette from her pocket, took a puff, and started walking towards the door. And Zhongheng walked into the elevator that the woman walked out from earlier. The elevator wasn't that spacious and could only fit 3 to 4 people at the most. "Please state the room you want to go to." When Zhongheng walked into the elevator, he heard the familiar female voice again. "Unit 12, 3094. Since you are taking the elevator for the first time, do you want to set this room as your default room number?" "Okay." 5 seconds later, the elevator door was closed, and the elevator car, which looked like a glass marble, accelerated upward. Right after the elevator that Zhongheng was in started moving, another elevator moved to his earlier position, ready for the next rider. This design saved the passengers a lot of time, and there was no need to wait for another passenger to get out on a certain floor. In total, 64 similar elevator doors were on the entire first floor. Such massive numbers of elevators could easily meet the demands of the morning and evening peak hours. Zhongheng had no clue as to how many of them this apartment actually had. About 20 seconds later, the elevator stopped on the 30th floor. However, its doors didn't open, but it began moving laterally instead, sending Zhongheng directly to room 3094. Access permission obtained, the cordial female voice could be heard again, "Welcome home." As soon as he got out of the elevator, Zhongheng was already standing in front of room 3094. It was a small apartment unit with 2 small bedrooms and 1 living room, designed for singles or small families. As of now, Zhongheng should be standing in the living room. The place wasn't looking too good, though. It looked like someone had ransacked the unit, and things were strewn all over the place. The drawers and shoe cabinets were ajar, with clothes and socks messily tossed around the coffee table and sofa. Zhongheng also noticed lipstick and skincare products on the floor. The whole place looked more like a crime scene. Since Shu Qian had just hired a bodyguard from the G7Z security company, Zhongheng didn't dare take the incident lightly. Immediately, he took out his pestilence bone bow and placed the Paris arrow on the bowstring. A few seconds later, Zhongheng heard a rustling sound coming out of the bedroom. He quietly walked over to the bedroom. Just as he was 2 steps away, the system seemed to detect his arrival, and the door automatically opened for him. A girl in extremely skimpy clothing was squatting on the ground, looking through the cabinet. She had heard the door opening, and she was taken aback when she saw Jonghang. However, it wasn't him entering the room that shocked her but the weapon that Jonghang held in his hand. Bows and arrows? Why are you so primitive? Aren't they equipped with technological stuff? Micro bombs? GPS? Or super metal? Neither. They are just ordinary bow and arrow. Jonghang said. After seeing the girl frowning, he added, the arrows are applied with a biochemical agent. Oh, now that is quite rare. Sorry. Jonghang returned to the place where the girl could not see him. I didn't mean it. I thought someone broke into your house and robbed you. By the way, I know who you are. You are the bodyguard sent by the G7Z security company to protect me. I received the message saying that you have arrived and you've walked past the door. You should sit outside for a while. Jonghang heard her voice coming from the bedroom, and she did not sound embarrassed about the whole thing. Jonghang looked around the sofa. However, the sofa was piled with things, and he did not have any place to sit. About 15 minutes later, the girl had changed and walked out of the bedroom. After seeing how she dressed herself up, Jonghang was rendered speechless. The clothes that she wore right now were no different from what she had on her. If he had to compare the two sets of clothes, Jonghang had to admit that the clothes that she wore right now were more extreme. Still as skimpy as she was, her hair was now dyed gold, and she wore a black collar around her neck. A cat's tail also sprouted from behind her. The tail had to be a high-tech device of some sort, being able to swing and tilt according to her movements. It looked real. Jonghang also couldn't help but notice her well-crafted facial features. Undeniably, she was a gorgeous lady. The girl did not seem to realize anything wrong with her current outfit. She then reached out her hand to Jonghang and said, Shu Qian, online streamer. Jonghang, your security detail for the next 2 weeks. Jonghang shook hands with Shu Qian. Can you tell me why you wanted to hire a bodyguard? Of course, but you have to wait a while, Shu Qian said. I just took an urgent order. I searched all over my place, and I couldn't find my cat ears. They should be here. Ah, forget it. It's too late. Jonghang, right? I need to work first. Let's talk in 45 minutes. Okay. Shu Qian hurriedly walked to another room where she worked. Jonghang saw the camera, some audio equipment, musical instruments, live streaming equipment, and a virtual background wall. Just when Shu Qian entered her workroom, she seemed to think of something and clapped her hands. A housework robot that looked like BB-8 from Star Wars rolled out of the bedroom and began to clean up Shu Qian's messy living room and bedroom. Clean the sofa first, then make a pot of tea. After Shu Qian finished speaking, she locked the door to her studio. And Jonghang saw that the word locked was displayed on the digital door lock. Chapter 929. Level. The housework robot quickly cleaned up the sofa, and Jonghang finally had a place to sit down. While Shu Qian was working, Jonghang took the time out to check his character panel. Name, Jonghang. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player number, 07958. Number of games completed, 9. Current game points, 217. Possessions, Shrouded Sheath, B. Infinite Building Blocks, B. Plaguebone Bow, B. Death Vision, C. Heart of Christ, D. Filter Lens, D. Paris Arrow, D. Lucky Rabbit Feet, E. Oath Ring, F. Marble Soda, F. Skills, Swordsmanship LV4, Sailing LV3, Shooting LV3, Assassin LV3, Language Proficiency LV2, 8 languages are good enough for daily communication, Lego Assembly LV2, Archery LV2, Field Survival LV2, Driving LV2, Modification and Maintenance LV2, Aerospace LV2, Hacking LV2, Criminal Investigation LV2, Makeup LV2, Cowboy LV2, Piano LV1, Skiing LV1, Rock Climbing LV1, Herbology LV1. Evaluation: the player inherits the power of shadows, is proficient in 8 languages, and possesses incredible swordsmanship. As an opponent, you don't want him to lay his hands on any bladed weapon during the battle. At the same time, he is also a Lego master, sharpshooter, an assassin lurking in the shadows, a highly skilled cowboy, an investigator with excellent criminal investigation skills and camouflage abilities. He has a slightly higher chance of encountering enemies than the ordinary person. He is a messenger of pestilence with a fierce blade and excellent sailing experience. Proficient at using bows and arrows, he can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft, and other vehicles. Other than that, he can adapt well to the wilderness. The player possesses multiple skill sets, a combat expert, and abides by his promises, a rarity among players. After all the effort Zhongheng put into the Ancient Romans quest, he finally increased his previous 0 game points to 217. And the game items that he carried with him this time were different from before. He replaced the White Horse Crown and Hunter's Blessing with Shrouded Sheath and Heart of Christ. With these 2 items, he was not better at combating coupled with his LV3 assassin skill. However, when Zhongheng read his evaluation, he found out that for some reason, the system did not mention his ability to breathe underwater and manipulate ocean currents upon acquiring them there after his trip to Yonaguni Island. On the contrary, the shadow wings that he obtained not too long ago was mentioned in the first sentence of the evaluation. Fortunately, everything was normal on his character panel so far. Zhongheng had been sitting on the sofa for more than 45 minutes, and he had lost count of the cup of tea he drank. The studio's door, however, remained locked. It was not until after an hour later that Xu Qian walked out of the room with an exhausted look on her face. After she came out, she lifted the teapot and gulped down the remaining tea before sitting down beside Zhongheng. Why don't you go back to the bedroom and change? No, I'll start streaming again in an hour. I'll change after that, Xu Qian said, stretching her body. By the way, what did we talk about just now? I was asking why you hired a bodyguard. Oh, it's no big deal, actually, Xu Qian replied. I just felt as though that some time ago, someone was following me. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. Managed to catch a glimpse of his face. No. I'm not even sure if I'm really being followed. Xu Qian hesitated, it's just a hunch. I have this feeling when someone is watching me. Oh, yes. There was this once when I came home. I discovered that someone moved my cup. I am left-handed, so the handle of my mug has always been facing the left. On that day, I realized that the ear of my mug was facing my right. Well, did you find anything else unusual besides this? Zhongheng continued to ask. No, Xu Qian leaned against the sofa after shifting her body. She did look like a cat now. The alarm didn't go off. There were no visitors recorded for Unit 3094 at the security door downstairs. I even went to look for the apartment management to check the elevator's security camera footage. Well, I found nothing unusual. So, maybe I was just hallucinating. To be honest, I've been a little nervous recently. Because of what? Work matters, Xu Qian sighed. The income of this job is not bad, but the competition is too fierce, especially for mid-level streamers like me. Most of the time, the company would invest most of its resources in those super-famous streamers. There is never a shortage of young and beautiful girls waiting to climb the ranks. My viewers have been declining in numbers for 4 consecutive months. The number of VIP customers willing to spend money on a personal chat with me is reducing too. I recently got 1 VIP subscriber, though. So, I spent a long time chatting with him. Xu Qian shook her head. Sorry, I shouldn't be complaining about these things to you. In short, I know that pressure is likely to be the reason for my paranoia. I have been unable to sleep for consecutive nights. When I went on a walk earlier, I saw your company's advertisement. So, I contacted your people to hire someone as my bodyguard for 2 weeks. It doesn't sound like a big thing. Why didn't you look for your friends to help you first? Zhongheng asked. Friends? Xu Qian looked at Zhongheng when she heard his suggestion. What's the matter? It's nothing. I haven't heard of this word for quite a while now, Shu Qian lamented. The people in this industry spend most of their time on the internet. In real life, they don't have much time and energy to make friends. I have lots of colleagues, but all they do is backstab. There are only so many resources, and others will get less if you take a huge chunk of it. So, it's not easy to maintain a superficial friendship with others. Even if someone were willing to help me, I wouldn't dare to accept the favor too. If I do accept the help, news of a streamer going haywire would appear on the internet next morning. This line you're in seems like a tough one. It's never easy. However, if it weren't for this job, I wouldn't be living on the 3rd floor and renting an apartment like this. Shu Qian's words indicated that she was proud of herself. Of course, her curvaceous body was one reason she was so good at her job. While Shu Qian was streaming, Zhongheng did not stay idle. He continued to collect more information about this world on the internet, especially information related to this city. Zhongheng now knew there were a total of 5 levels on the new Shanghai 0297. There was no class division in this city. However, due to the huge gap in housing prices, the 5 levels of new Shanghai 0297 divided the citizens into 5 categories. The poorest citizens would live at the lowest level and the billionaires on the top floor. The higher the level, the better the infrastructure, living environment, education quality, and public security. The 3rd level that Shu Qian lived in was mainly occupied by university professors, part of the city's higher-income public officials, and middle-level members of large companies. Basically, all of them were social elites. This situation would undoubtedly cause dissatisfaction among the people that lived at the bottom level. But fortunately, it was not that hard to go up a level. And there was a considerable fluidity between the classes. Hence, no major incidents happened. Shu Qian asked the housework robot to add some hot water to the teapot. When I first came to New Shanghai 0297, I lived on the 5th level. At that time, I was a nobody. I worked as a waitress in a small restaurant. My daily job was dealing with a couple of idiots. After that, a company scout found me. He thought I was rather charming and good at dealing with people, hence, we signed a contract, and I got introduced to this streaming job. After that, I put in a lot of effort to get to where I am today, step by step. Chapter 930. The Life I Want. It looks like you are doing pretty well now. Thanks to the income she got from this work, Shu Qian now owned more than 100 lipsticks, not to mention her myriad skincare products, clothes, handbags, and shoes. Although Zhongheng was unfamiliar with those brands, all he needed to do was to search them up on the internet, and he would find out the approximate prices of those items. There was no doubt that these were luxury goods. The price of a small lipstick was equivalent to a month's living expenses for those who lived at the bottom level. It seemed that no matter which timeline he was in, women were always fond of this kind of thing. Since we are talking about your friend, can you briefly introduce the relationship of other people in your life to me? Your parents, relatives, spouse, and competitors at work. Zhongheng continued to ask. Okay, Shu Qian nodded. You should know that New Shanghai 0297 was completed only 30 years ago. This is an extremely new city. Compared with the overpopulated Earth, this place is full of opportunities. So, I, like the other youths who came to earn more money, came over here with my sister after saving enough money for the tickets. So, you have a sister here? Yes, a distant cousin. We studied in the same school when we were young. We shared a good friendship. However, ever since the company recruited me, I became more and more famous. After moving out of the bottom level, we almost stopped contacting each other. Does the difference in class between you both make her feel inferior? Well, personally, I think it's more than just jealousy. Shu Qian shrugged. At that time, the scout was looking at other girls too, including my distant cousin. However, only one of us would be recruited. You can imagine what happened after that. I defeated other competitors, got this job, and moved up from the bottom level. Unfortunately, other people weren't as lucky as me, my cousin included. They had to stay on at the bottom level of this city. While talking, Shu-Qian took off her contact lenses and fake eyelashes. And her hair gradually returned to its previous color, black. The problem is that there may be some differences between the views of two people on this matter. In my opinion, most of the time, opportunities will not deliver to your doorstep. It always comes with competition. You need to fight hard for it. The position I am in today is what I strive for. I pay and get rewarded. This is how society works, but my cousin obviously doesn't think so. She thinks that if I'm not there, then she would be the winner. Everything I have today, my clothes, my apartment, my lipstick, and perfume, these apparently also belong to her. She feels I am a thief who stole her life from her. Therefore, we had a big quarrel the night before I moved out of the bottom level of this city. After that, we stayed out of each other's life. Do you think she might be the one following you then? Zhongheng asked. Impossible. Shu-Qian shook her head. She doesn't know where I live, and even if she did, she lacks the courage to do so. She is just a pathetic woman who complains about everything. In the beginning, when we worked as waitresses at the small restaurant, she didn't even dare speak out after the boss took advantage of her. Understood. As for spouses, getting married means retiring in our line of business. Once the news spreads, the streamers will lose many fans, especially those streamers that play innocent. Streamers like that could possibly lose all their fans in one night. Shu-Qian hesitated at this point and finally said, "But I am in a relationship with someone. Please keep this a secret." He has a small factory that specializes in researching sensors or something. I am not familiar with these things. Anyway, all those high-tech gadgets look the same to me before they leave the factory, Shu-Qian said. The most important thing is that he lives on the 4th level in this city. We met through my stream. At that time, he rewarded me with a lot of money. It really was a lot of money. Although I'm quite famous in this line, no one has rewarded me with the kind of money he did. And after that, he subscribed to my VIP membership. We talked for the whole night, and we said lots of stupid things. Unlike others, I don't feel tired talking to him. That's how we met. Since then, he bought a couple more chat services. We talked more and more. Then one day, he asked to meet up with me. I agreed to it. He drove here to pick me up. We went to an extremely fancy and expensive French restaurant on the 4th level. And then we went to watch a symphony performance. I didn't understand what those guys were doing on the stage. No one sang. It was just a group of people playing musical instruments non-stop. But I guess it was a perfect date. It was probably the kind of date that all girls dream of. Shu-Qian picked up the filled teapot and poured the tea into her cup. She then continued, "He is quite decent. Although he is 10 years older than me, a little out of shape, and he likes to brag, at least he has a good temper, and he is funny too. Living at the 4th level." Who? I know what you are thinking. This woman got into a relationship with him because of his money. I never judge the life choices of others, Zhongheng said calmly. It doesn't matter. Shu-Qian drank a sip of tea. It's about money anyway. The main reason I choose to be with him is because of his money. Although my work allows me to earn a lot of money, I can only work until a certain age. I have to make a plan for my future, especially now that the number of viewers in my stream has been declining. I don't want to go back to work at the small restaurant at the bottom level. I want to marry him. Although I can't make money through streaming anymore, I can at least move to the 4th level and become a rich wife. I have been to his residence. He has a small independent villa right by the lake. It's got a great view, and it's very different from the 1st to the 3rd level. At the 4th level, there are 4 seasons. Shu-Qian closed her eyes. Now, imagine that in summer, we can get on a boat at the lake and stop in the middle of the lake when we are tired. I can rest on his lap. At night, we can barbecue a meal by the lake. Sounds good. Yes, this is the life I want. Shu-Qian opened her eyes with a smile on her face. I'll tell you another secret. In fact, he has already proposed to me, but I haven't said yes to him yet. That's how a man works. If they get what they want too easily, they will not cherish it. I told him that I want to think about it first. It just so happens that he has to attend a business meeting on Earth. All my problems will be solved if I move in with him, and I wouldn't need to hire a bodyguard to protect me. Chapter 931. Streets. Congratulations. Zhongheng complimented. Thank you. Xu Qian accepted Zhongheng's blessing, took 2 more sips of tea, and put down the teacup. As for my competitors, there are a lot of them, and I can give you all their names. All streamers who are almost as popular as me are to be considered competitors of mine. And as for those small-time streamers waiting to get to where I am today, there are countless of them. However, our competition isn't too fierce. My only fierce competitors are those who adopt the same streaming style and as popular as me. I can give you their names. Xu Qian tapped her bracelet and quickly selected a few business cards from the address book and sent them to Zhongheng. I considered this possibility before. If one of them decided to stalk me, I figured they would have hired someone to do it. The person could be a private investigator. I bet they are trying to dig up dark stories about my past. Once found, they would post these on the internet to make my popularity drop. Sometimes, those in this line will do whatever it takes to get the upper hand. Zhongheng clicked on the email and looked at it, making no comments. Is there anything else you want to ask? That's it for the time being. I will investigate the list you gave me first, Zhongheng said. Xu Qian widened her eyes. She seemed a little surprised. In addition to guarding my personal safety, the bodyguards of G7Z are also responsible for investigating my stalker. When Zhongheng was asking the questions previously, some doubts emerged in Xu Qian's heart. This was her first time meeting a bodyguard that tried to collect such detailed information about her. Instead of looking like a bodyguard, Zhongheng looked more like a private detective. Initially, she thought that he needed all that information to develop a protection plan for her. She did not expect Zhongheng to take the lead and investigate this matter. Zhongheng's expression remained unchanged. Oh, haven't the people in the company told you about my working style? I prefer to take the initiative to attack instead of sitting back and wait for the enemies to arrive. Ah? I didn't ask too many questions. All they did was give me a price list and the cost of each service. Anyway, Xu Qian seemed to think of something, but she did not continue. She added after a pause, anyway, I have completed the payment. It's up to you. You can investigate it if you want, but you can only go out when I'm streaming. And you have to come back at night. When I go out, you have to stay by my side to ensure my safety. No problem, Zhongheng said. Other than wanting to help Xu Qian solve her problem, he also wanted to take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Shellac records. Although he had 240 days of extra game time, this quest didn't seem to contain any threats at the moment. Xu Qian was satisfied with Zhongheng's answer. Very well. I'll have to ask you to live with me for the coming 2 weeks. The master bedroom is my room, and the second bedroom is for work. I'm afraid you will need to sleep on the sofa. However, my sofa is a high-end product, more comfortable than the beds on the first and second floors. The sofa can be reassembled, completely flattened, and it can be controlled via your bracelet. Okay. Zhongheng did not care much about where he lived. He had slept in a constantly moving hammock on a ship and the little hut that he built. He wasn't here for a vacation, after all. All he needed was a place that could shelter him from the wind and rain. Xu Qian stood up from the sofa and stretched her waist. I have already ordered some bedding products for you. The express delivery will arrive in a while. You can buy your necessities and a change of clothes for yourself. I will start my streaming later. According to our agreement, you can go out during that time, but you'll have to be back before midnight. That will be all. Xu Qian stretched out her hand after she was done talking. I hope we can get along for the next 2 weeks. I will find out who is stalking you. Zhongheng and Xu Qian shook hands. That would be the best. The truth was that Xu Qian didn't believe that Zhongheng could deliver his promise. There is still some time left before my next stream. I'm going to take a short nap. Do as you wish. Shu Qian walked into the master bedroom, and the door displayed the word, locked. A quarter of an hour later, a drone carrying a package flew toward the window, and Zhongheng instantly received an item confirmation on his phone. After Zhongheng clicked confirm, the upper part of the floor-to-ceiling window opened up, allowing the drone to fly in. The drone dropped the package by the wall in the living room, played some music, and flew out the window. About 20 minutes later, Shu Qian walked out of the bedroom, yawning. She then looked at the parcel in the corner. The parcel is here? You can head out now. Well, if you need anything, just call me. Zhongheng picked up the shrouded sheath and pestilence bone bow at his feet and said goodbye to Shu Qian. On his first day out, Zhongheng did not immediately start an investigation. He wanted to get himself familiar with the city first. He walked out of the apartment and came to the street outside. Shu Qian's unit was inside the dome, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were not facing the street. So this was Zhongheng's first time seeing the outside world. The entire third level's design was technological-oriented. With tall buildings at every corner, both the sidewalk and the main roads were very spacious. Unlike the futuristic city in the Blade Runner movie, Zhongheng saw no flying cars. The cars on the road still ran on 4 wheels. However, gasoline used to power vehicles had now been replaced by a new energy source. The air, on the other hand, was reserved for the suspension railway, which was also the main public transport on the third level of this city. It led to every corner of town. Other than that, billboards that could be found in Blade Runner were used here. Its projection technology allowed the billboards to show different advertisements to different people continuously. From the automatic shaving razor to the chocolate cake, the advertisements tempted the consumers to purchase them. Generally speaking, the weather on the third level of this city was mainly sunny. When Zhongheng looked at the people that walked on the street, everyone looked quite confident. Striding along with their chests up, they looked like they were in a mighty rush. They appeared very optimistic about the future that was coming at them. The plants that were planted on both sides of the road were done very well. Coupled with the extremely realistic sky mimicry, residents here did not feel depressed at all. Dusk was coming soon, hence, the sky's brightness was dimmed accordingly. Zhongheng stood at the crossroads, thinking about where to eat later. He had been fiddling with his wristband for a while, and he had figured out all of its functions. The good news was that although science and technology in this quest were far more advanced than the real world, it wouldn't be too difficult for Zhongheng to get the hang of it. It was only the year 2077, after all, and it meant that the criminal investigation methods that Zhongheng had mastered so far could still come in handy. Chapter 932. Help! When Zhongheng stood in front of the elevator, he heard the woman in fishnet stockings talking about credit points. The credit point was the official currency of the Human Federation. Almost all goods and services were bought and sold with credit points. Zhongheng then saw his current credit point balance from the bracelet. 962 points. It was not a lot, clearly, not enough to pay for the service offered by the woman in fishnets, and it wasn't enough for Shu Qian to buy a new bag either. However, it was more than enough for Zhongheng's food and necessities. Take his beef ramen as an example. A bowl of that would cost around 25 credit points, which meant his 962 credit points were enough to complete this 2-week mission as long as he did not spend them on anything unnecessary. Zhongheng did not know whether his salary was paid on a monthly basis or if he would get paid for each task he completed. Right next to the noodle shop where he had his dinner was a shop selling all kinds of audio equipment. Thus, once he finished his meal, he took a walk there. Shellac record? Never heard of it. The owner of the audio equipment store was a man with long hair, and he looked quite artistic. When he heard Zhongheng's question, he shook his head. Although I don't know what you are looking for, I can tell you that all physical records were discontinued in 2039. Only digital audio is available now. You can download them from the internet, and they sound better too. But there are indeed some people who like to collect antiques. I will give you an address where you can try your luck. Thank you. After receiving the address, Zhongheng navigated to his destination with the navigation function on his bracelet. It was a grocery stall called House of Old Things. It wasn't far from the audio equipment store, but the location was slightly remote, and it was in the middle of two communities. The grocery store was not facing the road, while an unpopular pastry shop lay next to it. Although the sky had not turned dark, the House of Old Things had already put up a closed sign on their window. Just like its name, the shop had a very retro exterior. It still had the classic wooden glass door from the end of the 20th century. Here, Zhongheng found a rare sense of familiarity in this technologically advanced city. Unfortunately, he came at the wrong time. Seeing that the owner had gotten off work early, Zhongheng could only come again at another time. However, just when he turned around to leave, the wooden glass door of the House of Old Things suddenly opened. A young man of around 16 years old ran out of the shop. He had a guitar on his back and an old stereo under his arm, shouting at his friend while he ran. "Hurry up! Hurry up! That old man might wake up any time now." His friend was about the same age as him, and he held an electric oven and two Reuters with antennas. However, he looked a little sad. "Wang Gan, do you really think that we can sell these for money? We still haven't found buyers for the stuff we stole last time. We can ask the museum. If they don't want to buy them, we can sell them back to the old man." "Isn't this a *T place that buys and sells old things?" said the young man. Before the young man at the back could respond to his companion, Wang Gan stopped running suddenly. Caught off guard, he almost ran into Wang Gan in front of him. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to get away from this place as fast as possible?" the teenager behind complained. However, when he raised his head and looked past his companion, he immediately became nervous when he saw Zhongheng. The three stood there and looked at each other for about 4 or 5 seconds. After that, the young man named Wang Gan asked, "Who are you?" "Bodyguard." Zhongheng replied. "What?" The two teenagers were shocked when they heard Zhongheng mentioning his job. "We are just picking up some random garbage. Is it really necessary for the old man to hire a bodyguard to deal with us?" "You seem to have misunderstood," Zhongheng said. "I am not the bodyguard of this shop's owner." Wang Gan breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. "You scared me to death. But it is not right to steal the property of others. Besides, I'm pretty sure that security cameras recorded what you just did. Once the shop owner calls the police, you'll be spending your time behind bars." "It doesn't matter. There are no security systems installed in the old man's shop. And he is a weirdo. He doesn't trust the police," the young man behind Wang Gan said quickly. After he said that, he quickly realized that he seemed to have said too much. Wang Gan glared at him before turning to Zhongheng. "Since the matter has nothing to do with you, you should get out of our way." "Or what?" Zhongheng asked rhetorically. "Or," Wang Gan gritted his teeth, put down the speaker under his arm, and pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket. "Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Zhongheng did not respond to Wang Gan's threats. All he did was look at the shrouded sheath on his waist. And the two teenagers landed their gaze on Zhongheng's shrouded sheath as well. Immediately, their face turned pale. They were not professional robbers in the first place. They had only stolen all those old things because they were too bored and looked for some fun. Besides, earning some extra cash would earn them bragging rights in school. Since they didn't expect to sell those old things anyway, they shouldn't be able to afford any decent weapons as well. When they compared their weapons with Zhongheng's blade, any person could see that their blade was shorter. Upon seeing this, the two looked at each other and obediently put down the knife. Zhongheng stepped aside too. "Off you go. And don't come back again. If I see you again next time, I won't be letting you off the hook so easily." After scaring away the two teenagers, Zhongheng bent over to pick up the pile of things they dropped on the ground. Right after that, the door to the House of Old Things opened again, and an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s emerged with a shotgun in hand. "Hands up! You damn thief!" he shouted. Actually, the thieves were just driven away by me." Since this is not their first time robbing you, you should know them quite well, Jonghang explained. I was planning to send these things back to your store. You can't lie to me, the boy with a bow. I know you robbed those robbers. With cheeks flushed red, the old man gasped, you followed the two little bastards to my shop and waited to ambush them. They stole my treasures, and you robbed them. It makes sense. When the old man was speaking, Jonghang smelled alcohol in the air. Hence, Jonghang stopped talking, put down the router and speakers in his hand, and made his move. The old man saw a quick flash in front of him, and when he reacted, Jonghang was already holding his shotgun. Seeing Jonghang pointing his own gun at him, he suddenly sobered up and nodded. Well, I believe you are here to help. Chapter 933. Shellac Record. Jonghang remained unbothered by the old man's reaction. When he opened the shotgun's barrel, he found out that there were no bullets in it. So, he returned the shotgun to the old man. After that, he picked up the things he placed on the ground earlier and followed the old man into his shop. Where do I put these? Well, you place them anywhere you like. I'll clean it up later. The old man's attitude seemed to have improved a lot after Jonghang pointed at him with his shotgun. So, Jonghang put the pile of old things on the table and started to look around. The House of Old Objects was a concentration camp of paraphernalia from the past century. The goods here were ancient, with old Reuters, old teapots, stamps, commemorative coins, and even a cooker hood. Among all those old things, the items that filled up the shop were books. There were all kinds of books and old newspapers, and each one was carefully preserved. At first glance, the shop actually looked like a library. In the end, Jonghang's attention landed on a car model. How much for the car model? The old man looked in the direction that Jonghang pointed and said, oh, this is a building block toy from the past. It was produced by the first toy company that produced building blocks. The people were once crazy about it. At that time, the building blocks were nothing more than building blocks. Later, some other companies started to produce smarter toys. And that building block company started to follow suit. Unfortunately, it eventually shut its doors due to poor management. It wasn't easy for me to acquire this treasure. It is undeniably a commemorative piece of toy. I have to sell it at 800 credits. That's far too expensive. Jonghang walked toward the car model while bargaining. He found the familiar Lego logo on the building block. After picking it and giving it a careful look, he felt instantly relieved. Initially, he thought the timeline change would have caused the Lego company to cease to exist. If that was true, the infinite building block that he brought with him would be rendered useless. With this Lego car model, he would be able to use his infinite building block to deal with some of the complicated situations. Good things never come cheap, the old man said. He then frowned. Did you come to my shop just to buy Lego blocks? No. I also want to inquire about the whereabouts of Shellac Records. Jonghang said, the owner of an audio equipment store told me that I could come to you to try my luck. You have come to the right place, the old man said. There are very few who know about the Shellac Records. It is an audio medium that was born at the beginning of the last century. After the shellac ate the leaves, they would secrete purple resin. Combine the purple resin with clay, cotton fiber, and other mixtures and you will get a shellac record. It dominated the market until the end of World War II. Later, Japan invaded the birthplace of its main raw material, and vinyl records were invented. The shellac record was then replaced by the vinyl record. Not long after that, vinyl records were replaced by CDs. And now, most audio is in digital format. It is said that there are still some small factories producing CDs and vinyl records to satisfy a small part of the demand. As for shellac records, no one produces them anymore, which makes them very rare. To be honest, the shellac record is not very suitable for storing audio. A single shellac record can only store a few minutes of audio. And the sound is not well preserved too. Why are you interested in shellac records anyway? Well, we have to find new hobbies for ourselves from time to time, answered Jonghang. So, Do you have shellac records here? Ha, the old man snorted, but he didn't answer Zhong Heng's question immediately, folding his arms and staring at him. You have to bargain with the building blocks price with me. I don't think you can afford the shellac records. How would I know if you are not going to grab the records and run away like those two little bastards? Because I need a lot of them. I'd like our business to be long-term, and robbing you will do me no good, Zhong Heng said. You seem to have many ways to collect these old things. I want to buy every single shellac record in this city. It's impossible. Do you know how much they will cost you? Besides, you can't buy all the shellac records with only money. The old man scoffed and shook his head as if he just heard a joke. It doesn't matter. I have time. We can take it slow. Oh, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure, but for the sake of you helping me retrieve the stolen goods, I can indeed sell you a few shellac records. The old man did not blink. He then told Zhong Heng its price. 3,000. 3,000 credits for one shellac record. 100. Zhong Heng did not blink as well. Are you here to mess with me? The old man growled angrily. You started it first, Zhong Heng said. You're the one who said not many know about shellac records these days. And there are even fewer collectors. If I'm not mistaken, you have a difficult time selling your shellac records. It'll do you better to sell them to me at a lower price. You know nothing about shellac records. You don't even know their value. I might as well take them to the grave and listen to them myself. Do you really want me to wait for your death and dig your grave? Zhong Heng asked. The old man was so enraged that he started to laugh. However, something else seemed to cross his mind, and the anger on his face faded a little. You are right. Other than you, no one else will be interested in buying shellac records. I can sell them to you at a low price, or I can even give them to you for free. But? Zhong Heng raised his eyebrows. But you have to provide me with something I need in exchange. What do you need? Although your outfits are a little exaggerated and over the top, I have to admit that you look like you can fight well. I want you to be my bodyguard and accompany me to meet someone. He lives at the bottom level of this city. That place is not that safe, especially if I go alone. I'm afraid that won't be possible because I've just taken a job as a bodyguard for someone else. You will need to wait 2 weeks before I can protect you, Zhong Heng said. No, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I just need you to accompany me to meet someone. Can you spare some time for me? It will only take 4 to 5 hours. If that's the case, I can do that for you. Xu Qian would stream every day, especially in the evening, which usually lasted until midnight. According to the previous agreement between the two, Zhong Heng only needed to get back to her before midnight. Wait here. After Zhong Heng replied to him, the old man turned around and walked to the side of a bookshelf. He pulled out an iron box from the side, opened it, took out a paper bag, and handed it to Zhong Heng. Zhong Heng knew the contents of the paper bag without even opening it. The system had just informed him that he had found a shellac record and it earned 10 game points. Chapter 934. Shopping. At midnight, Xu Qian finished her routine stream. Upon wishing her fans good dreams, she quit the streaming platform and yawned. She did not get up in a hurry, going instead to check the credits she made today. Since her live stream viewers had been declining recently, the gifts that she received had also reduced. Hence, her income didn't look too good. As compared to in her prime time, her income had been reduced by at least half. However, Xu Qian saw the 2 sweet text messages her boyfriend sent her a few hours ago. He told her to rest early, and he also told her that there would be surprises for her tomorrow. Her mood improved a lot, and she began to feel that it wasn't too bad of an idea to quit her job and get married to her boyfriend. So she walked out of her studio and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of beer. When she turned around, she saw Zhong Heng playing with his building blocks on the sofa. You are back. How did it go? Did you find anything? She asked while opening the bottle. Well, I just ruled out 2 people on the list that you gave me. But? Shu Qian waved her hand and interrupted Zhongheng. I don't care why you ruled them out. You just need to do your job well and show me the results. After she took 2 sips of beer, her irritability seemed to tone down a little. So, she took the initiative to apologize. Sorry. I talked a lot on my stream just now. I am really not in the mood to talk anymore. Understandable. Zhongheng nodded. After that, the two stopped talking. Shu Qian turned on the projection and watched the hottest series on the internet. However, she did not watch it for too long. After she drank all the beer in the can, she got up and went to the bathroom. After another half an hour, the washroom's door was unlocked. Shu Qian walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her, and her hair had just been blown dry. I'm going to bed first. Don't sleep too late. I'm going out to buy some clothes tomorrow morning. Okay, see you in the morning. See you in the morning. Shu Qian turned around and walked into her room. After Shu Qian left, Zhongheng tried the sofa mentioned by Shu Qian earlier. It was indeed more comfortable than a normal bed. Although Zhongheng had no requirements for his living environment, he would not complain if he could sleep comfortably. He placed his blade at his side, and soon he fell asleep on the pillow. Early the next morning, Shu Qian ordered 2 takeout breakfasts, which were delivered by the drones. Zhongheng had also noticed that although there was a small kitchen in Shu Qian's apartment, it seemed like she had never used it before. In fact, by 2077, there were very few people who still insisted on cooking their food. That was because all the restaurants used drones to deliver food to their customers. The drones were incredibly convenient, and the restaurants had to abide by strict sanitation and health standards. Other than that, the price of the food was reasonable and affordable. The vast majority of people would opt to take out 3 meals a day so they would have more time to do other things. With its absolute necessity diminished, cooking became more like a hobby. Most of the stock of vegetables and meat would be supplied to the restaurants. Of course, people could still buy them from the supermarkets. They came at way higher prices now. Besides, most people did not have a kitchen in their homes. The apartment unit that Shu Qian rented had a kitchen because the original owner was a cooking enthusiast. Shu Qian now used it as a utility room. Zhongheng wanted to pay for breakfast, but Shu Qian refused his money. Although the agreement didn't mention anything about living with me or providing you meals, I have to eat every day anyway. So I don't mind paying for your meals since it doesn't cost much. Shu Qian shared half of her meal with Zhongheng as she spoke. Although there were various technological methods to help with weight loss, maintaining a balanced diet was still the better method to keep in shape. Fans nowadays were not stupid. The moment they found out that their streamers used the help of some kind of technological method to slim down, the streamers would start losing many fans. In the end, Zhongheng did not insist on paying for his meals. He did not have many credits, to begin with. It was always a good thing to be able to save more credits. The Lego building blocks that he had with him were rented from the old man. Yes. He was renting it, not buying. Although the old man was willing to let him exchange service for Shellac records, he still insisted on Zhongheng paying 800 credits for the Lego bricks. And he was not willing to lower the price. So, Zhongheng suggested to the old man about renting it temporarily. However, it was different from the Shellac records. He would only get to use the Lego bricks in this quest. He could not bring it with him after the quest was over. So, in the end, Zhongheng obtained the right to lease this set of Lego bricks at the price of 10 credits per month. Both parties were very satisfied with the deal. In addition, Zhongheng paid half a year's rent to the old man, costing him a total of 60 credits to get the Lego bricks that he wanted. After breakfast, Shu Qian called a taxi and went to the largest department store on the 3rd level with Zhongheng. Across the roads, Zhongheng could see the dynamic advertisements on the outer wall of the mall. A wide variety of products were being advertised, including clothes, cosmetics, various technological gadgets, and a newly released game. Shu Qian saw a young girl promoting sports earphones in the advertisements, and she was envied of her. That's Qiu Wei, the top streamer of the company I work for. She's 2 years younger than me, and she worked in this industry for only a year and a half. However, her annual income has reached 8 figures. So many companies want her to endorse their products. I have to say that she is the company's well-deserved cash cow. Now, she lives on the 4th level of this city. When she celebrated her birthday this year, the company invited about 100 streamers to join her birthday party. I was there, and I received a limited edition lipstick when I walked in. It costs about 6,000 to 7,000 credits. There were drinks, male escorts, and other forms of entertainment. It was said that the cost of the birthday party exceeded 1 million credits. Yeah. Zhongheng sat in the co-pilot seat and responded to Xu Qian. However, he was focusing on paying attention to his surroundings. He did not forget his bodyguard's duties. The department store area was the most prosperous place on the 3rd level. Stores lined the entire street, while throngs of people entered and left the place. It was indeed very lively. As a former assassin, Zhongheng knew that this was also the place where something bad was most likely to happen. No matter who the perpetrator was, they could easily make themselves disappear into the crowd. This time, Zhongheng did not bring his pestilence bone bow and shrouded sheath with him. The reason why he dressed like a normal person was that he wanted to draw the stalker out. Xu Qian was not concerned about whether she could find the person who stalked her. She just wanted to sleep peacefully at night. Then, when her boyfriend returned to her, she would not need to worry about her safety anymore. And perhaps, she could even take advantage of this matter and move to the 4th level, living the life of the rich wife in advance. On the other hand, Zhongheng placed a lot of importance on his first job. If he could catch the stalker, he would be able to solve Xu Qian's troubles once and for all. After all, the title of this quest was Bodyguard. Of course, Zhongheng could do his job minimally to complete the task, but his instinct told him that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. From the information he gathered so far, Xu Qian was indeed a very ordinary streamer. She was good-looking, and she had a small reputation. However, she could be materialistic at times, and she had a bad temper too. The good thing was she would admit her mistakes. All she could ever think of was to marry a wealthy man and live a better life. And she did not interact with too many people in real life. It was difficult to imagine that someone like her would get involved in something serious. Chapter 935. Stalker. Once Xu Qian got down from the car, she headed directly to the luxury stores on the mall's 1st floor. Not long after that, she spent roughly 10,000 credits on the clothes. Although this was the city's 3rd level, very few people made purchases in these luxury shops. Hence, there were way fewer people in this kind of store. Zhongheng could see that Xu Qian was a regular here. The store assistant lady greeted her enthusiastically as soon as she walked in. She proceeded to recommend her the new arrivals in the store. Xu Qian then picked a few of them and went to the fitting room at the back for a try. Zhongheng, like the other men in the store, found a corner and stood there. One of the men beside him was playing with his bracelet, and the other eyed the gorgeous ladies that passed the store while his girlfriend was away. However, the latter's eyes were quickly attracted by the figure that had just walked out of the fitting room. Xu Qian had just changed into a new set of clothes, which looked like Scarlett Johansson's outfit in the movie Ghost in the Shell. It was simple in design yet looked technologically advanced. Besides, the outfit also highlighted Xu Qian's curvaceous figure. Coupled with her sweet appearance, the force of the powerful juxtaposition immediately attracted the stares of a large group of men. Thus, the store assistant couldn't help but compliment her. "I want this set," Xu Qian said after taking a picture in the mirror. And right after she finished this sentence, a boy, influenced by his friend, finally mustered enough courage and walked towards her. Blushing, he muttered, "That? Hello. Have we met before?" Unfortunately for him, Xu Qian did not answer his question. Instead, she looked at Zhongheng. And Zhongheng knew that he had to carry out his bodyguard's duty. Hence, he walked over, stood in front of the two, and said kindly to the boys, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The boy then glanced at Zhongheng's figure and appearance and chose to give up on talking to Xu Qian. After the boy's bold advances, Xu Qian wanted to stay in this store no longer. She returned to the changing room to change back her clothes and asked the assistant to pack the new clothes quickly. After that, she put on her sunglasses, paid for the clothes, and left in a hurry. Right after she walked out of the store, Shu Qian said to Zhongheng, "You did a good job just now." Zhongheng knew what Shu Qian meant. It was inevitable that she would encounter such a thing whenever she headed out. Since she was a public figure and was supposed to behave like a sweet girl in front of everyone, she could never resort to any violent means to deal with such trouble. If the incident were to be recorded and posted on the internet, she would lose many followers indefinitely. If the person made a big deal out of it and if it wasn't handled well, it could trigger a series of serious consequences. This was why Shu Qian was remarkably satisfied with Zhongheng's gentle and polite approach. Later, she headed to several other stores, eventually spending a total of 60,000 to 70,000 credits before she finally decided to call it a day. It was almost noon now. To express her gratitude, she invited Zhongheng for some Huaiyang cuisine. As the two rode the escalator, Zhongheng suddenly whispered into Shu Qian's ear, "It seems someone is following us." Shu Qian instantly became nervous. "Then what should we do?" "It's okay. Pretend you don't know anything and just keep walking. I will take care of the rest," Zhongheng said as he reached his hands into his backpack. Since he wanted to draw the Stalker out, he did not bring his pestilence bone bow and shrouded sheath with him. However, that did not mean he would let down his guard, especially when he did not know the opponent's strength. The infinite building block and the pile of Lego parts that he carried in his backpack were used to deal with a situation like this. Besides, Zhongheng had been observing the Stalker for some time now. The Stalker thought that he was extremely cautious. With the crowds in the mall and the distance between the two parties, the Stalker assumed that Zhongheng would not be able to spot him. He did not know that Zhongheng's observational ability had become extremely good after completing the deduction reasoning quest. Other than that, he was now the master of stealth. It would be an epic failure if he did not manage to detect that someone was following them. On the contrary, after Zhongheng observed the Stalker for a while, he found that the Stalker had amateurish abilities. Apart from the good job covering his face, he didn't make any extraordinary moves. Thus, Zhongheng did not bother to make any more wild assumptions. He decided to confront the Stalker directly. Shu Qian, on the other side, did what Zhongheng told her to do. She tried her best to control her walking, neither too fast nor slow. She pretended that she did not notice anything and continued to walk normally. On the other hand, Zhongheng put his hand into his backpack, pretending to be looking for something. At the same time, he quickly assembled a stun gun with the Lego blocks. After that, he inserted the infinite building block into the stun gun to materialize it. Based on Zhongheng's initial observation, the Stalker looked extremely weak. Technically speaking, he could easily bring him down with his bare hands. However, he remembered that this was a proxy war dungeon, and being cautious was always advantageous. At this time, they arrived at a corridor on their right. It connected the second floor of this mall with the second floor of another smaller mall opposite them. It allowed patrons to head to the other mall without going downstairs and crossing the road. Shu Qian pretended that she wanted to go to the other shopping mall. So, she turned and walked towards the corridor. And Zhongheng made sure that he stayed by her side. Soon, the two disappeared behind the corner store. Once they saw that they were in a blind spot, they stopped moving forward, and they leaned their backs against the wall. Zhongheng believed that with the Stalker's vigilance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities, he would never have thought that someone would ambush him here. And when he walked to the point where he could see Zhongheng and Shu Qian, the distance between them would be around 3 to 4 meters at most. By that time, it would be impossible for him to run away from Zhongheng. Shu Qian was a little nervous because they were still in public, and many people were walking around them. She didn't look afraid of what would happen next, but she saw Zhongheng frowning the next second. Before she could say anything, Zhongheng had already gone after the Stalker. After calculating the time, Zhongheng figured that the Stalker should be approaching them really soon. He waited for another 2 seconds, but he still could not spot the Stalker. So, he immediately realized that the situation might have changed. When he rushed out of the store, he saw the target running away from him in the crowd, and the distance between the two was starting to grow. Jongheng then took out the stun gun. Compared to a pistol, however, the stun gun had a closer range. In other words, Jongheng would not be able to shoot him from where he stood. Xu Qian was still by his side, too, and he could not leave her alone. After Jongheng chased him over a short distance, he stopped and watched the stalker disappear into the crowd. "What's the matter?" Xu Qian looked confused. "He managed to get away," Jongheng said as he put away the stun gun. "Didn't you say that he wouldn't spot us?" Xu Qian asked. "That was what I thought as well," Jongheng said. "Then why did he run?" Jongheng did not answer her question. He looked up at the surveillance camera above his head. "We will find out." Chapter 936. Livestream. After realizing that the stalker was real, Xu Qian's originally relaxed emotions tensed up again. That afternoon, she received a surprise from her boyfriend. He bought her a sports car that cost 600,000 credits. The dealership sent the car to her apartment, and the sales representative handed her the keys and flowers. Compared with those gifts, however, Xu Qian actually hoped that her boyfriend was by her side. However, the latter was still busy having business meetings on Earth at the moment, and he would only be back by next week at the earliest. Initially, Xu Qian hired a bodyguard to help her sleep better at night, but she was now grateful that she hired one for protection. After the two returned from the mall, Jongheng did not go out again. Xu Qian had already started her stream in her studio room, and according to the agreement, Jongheng was allowed to leave the apartment. However, he chose to stay in the living room to make her feel safe. In the meantime, Jongheng did some investigation. He was lucky that G7Z Security Company was the largest security company in New Shanghai 0297. It had a wide range of business. In addition to providing high-end services such as private bodyguards, it also provided general security for public places such as shopping malls and theaters. The two had gone there in the morning, where the G7Z Security Company did the security work of that large shopping mall. Without having to sneak into the monitoring room, Jongheng could acquire the surveillance footage by filling up an internal application form. After filling out an application form online, and an hour's wait, the surveillance footage was sent to his personal terminal. Jongheng then connected his bracelet to the projection equipment in the living room to play those videos. It was easy to find the stalker in the crowd. Paying extra attention to the stalker's behavior, he saw that he did not have verbal or physical contact with other people in the mall. The surveillance footage now showed Jongheng and Xu Qian hiding behind the corner shop. At this time, the stalker lowered his head to click on something on his bracelet. However, he used an external monitor connected to his bracelet and the crowd as his cover. Hence, Jongheng could not see what he was doing on the external monitor. Soon after that, he kept away the external screen and started to run as fast as he could. After a few seconds, Jongheng realized something wrong, and he jumped out from behind the store before pursuing the stalker. However, Jongheng was worried about Xu Qian, so he stopped going after him, and the stalker eventually managed to escape. A hacker? After Jongheng watched the video, he touched his chin. This would explain why there were no visitor records when the stalker invaded and why the alarm did not go off as well. Xu Qian followed Jongheng's advice. She said nothing about her brush with the stalker during her live stream. However, this incident could arouse the protective desire and compassion of her male fans, and if they sympathized with her, she might just be able to coax out some gifts from her fans. Since she was thinking of quitting soon and had just received the small gift that cost 600,000 credits from her boyfriend in the afternoon, Xu Qian did not care much about the money. After she got off from her stream, she walked out of the room. To her surprise, she found out that Jongheng had also just exited her live stream. "Were you just watching my live stream?" Xu Qian asked with raised eyebrows. "Well, I didn't expect that you could dance," Jongheng said. There is a dance studio next to the place where I lived when I was young. My mother knew the teacher there, and I learned dancing there for a while. However, it requires too much hard work, and I couldn't last that long. So when I become a streamer, I have to pick up dancing again." It's useless to look only pretty these days. You have to be talented too. After the live stream, Shuqian was not as irritable as before. It was probably because of what happened in the morning. Seeing Zhongheng gave her a sense of security. Opening the refrigerator door, she took out 2 cans of beer this time and tossed one to Zhongheng. You dance very well. Zhongheng complimented after he took the beer. Thank you. I know that you are just nice. However, I am far from being a professional dancer, and the people who watch my livestream weren't admiring my dancing skills. They are only paying attention to my body, Shuqian said. At least, this shows that you are in good shape, Zhongheng said calmly. I accept the compliment. Shuqian sat down on the sofa next to Zhongheng, took a long sigh of relief, and opened the beer in her hand. To be honest, I didn't expect you to watch my livestream. Why do you say that? Who usually watches your stream then? Zhongheng asked rhetorically and opened his beer. All kinds of people, but most of them are lonely people who can't get any satisfaction from the real world. You don't look like that kind of person, Shuqian said. I heard there was once a country worried about its rapid population growth. About 50 or 60 years ago, the federal population entered a negative growth stage, and everyone seemed to prefer to live alone. Well, in primitive societies, our ancestors all lived in large tribes, hunting, foraging, and raising children together. If the individual leaves the tribe, it would be impossible for the person to survive. When overproduction happened and living conditions improved, they started to leave the tribe and form their families. Then we have come to an era of unprecedented convenience. All of your basic needs can be fulfilled through the telephone and the internet. We no longer have the need to connect to society. And so, we have more time to pursue personal freedom and self-actualization. During this process, the position of the family in society is also being challenged. In fact, this trend got more and more popular in the world we live in, especially in the neighboring countries, where the fertility rate kept getting lower. Many single men and women preferred to be alone because they didn't want to tolerate another person. Without children, they would have a better quality of life. This phenomenon has gotten worse in 2077. This is why becoming a streamer seems so popular in this era. There are different types of streamers, from gaming, telling jokes, chatting to talent showcasing. Some of the streamers would even act cute to gain more views. They are there to meet all the reasonable and unreasonable requirements of their fans. Well, it makes sense. I still have to find myself a long-term job to feed myself, Shuqian sighed, especially when I am young and beautiful. You can grab a man on the road and ask him what kind of woman he likes. They will tell you all kinds of answers like virtuous, gentle, and blah, blah, blah. All those are nonsense. There is only one truth. Men are very dedicated animals. From 8 to 80 years old, they all like young and beautiful girls. If your goal is to look for someone to marry, no matter how much you improve yourself, as you grow older, you will not have the advantage when you are young. I will not make such a mistake. I marry myself to someone while I am still valuable. Shuqian then finished the beer in the can. Chapter 937. Second job. After that, the two chatted for a little longer before Zhongheng asked Shuqian if he could join the fan chat room. She gladly agreed, even letting Zhongheng become an administrator. It was midnight, and Shuqian finally felt the exhaustion hit her. She ended the free-of-charge chat with Zhongheng, got up, took a bath, and went to sleep. On the second day, Zhongheng stayed with Shuqian for the whole day without going anywhere. What surprised her was that Zhongheng actually fulfilled his duty as an administrator, warning those who broke the chat room's rules. He also resolved the conflicts between her fans. He seemed to be having fun with it. This time, it was Shuqian's turn to feel embarrassed to ask Zhongheng about the investigation's progress. She even started to consider if she should pay Zhongheng an extra salary. On the third night, when Shuqian was live streaming, Zhongheng finally went out alone. She had also added another physical lock to the studio room's door. Before leaving, Zhongheng reminded Shuqian again. Considering that the Stalker might be a hacker, there was a possibility that he was now using another's ID. Thus, Zhongheng told Xu Qian that even if she received a message from him, it was best to ignore it since he would only return to her apartment right after she ended her stream. Once Zhongheng left the apartment, he called for a rental car and headed to the House of Old Things. Old Man Geng contacted him yesterday and asked him to pay for the Shellac record, and he also promised to give him another after completing the task. So Zhongheng had to put the Stalker case aside now and accompany Old Man Geng to the bottom level of this city. "Leave your blade and bow with me first," Old Man Geng said. "We are doing business, not fighting." "Didn't you say you wanted me to be your bodyguard?" Zhongheng frowned. "Yes, but that's just in case. We should show our peaceful side first. Don't worry. I will place your blade and bow in my secret basement. All the goodies are hidden there. I will never lose it." Left with no other option, Zhongheng passed his shrouded sheath and pestilence bone bow to Old Man Geng. Old Man Geng then took a good look at Zhongheng, and he was happy with him. "Let's go. Don't you have to come back here before midnight? By the way, are you a female high school student? Why do you have to go home on time every day? Forget it, I have no interest in your other jobs. If everything goes well, I will be able to get my job done very soon," Old Man Geng said. The two then took a shuttle in the center of the city. From here, one could take a shuttle back and forth between the different levels of this city. And this was also the only way for one to travel around. However, the people who lived in the city's lowest level had to register themselves if they wanted to ascend to a higher level. Usually, the application could be approved quickly if the person had no criminal record. However, they were only allowed to travel to a maximum of 2 levels above them. So, if they wanted to go to a higher level than that, they would need someone at that level to invite them. However, if the person's workplace and residence were on different levels, they could apply for a long-term pass at their workplace. All they needed to do was to renew them every 6 months, after all. By doing that, they were allowed to travel freely among different levels, avoiding the trouble of making an application every time. Other than that, moving homes was also very simple. Each level had an asset threshold. If one passed the threshold, the person could move to a higher floor, live there, and enjoy the benefits that came with it. Alternatively, the individual could provide corresponding validation to prove that they would have a substantial and constant cash flow. Upon reaching the required amount, even if the person's assets did not meet the moving requirement, they could still proceed with the move. This was how Xu Qian moved to a higher level. She lived there for almost 2 years before applying to move to the 3rd level. After the application was approved, she took the central shuttle to the 2nd level. It was almost time to get off work now, and the central shuttle was crowded with people who had just finished work and were waiting to go home. Fortunately, the shuttle had quite an impressive capacity. There were 4 tracks in total. During peak hours, the shuttle would depart every 3 minutes on average, and it could accommodate up to 10,000 people at a time. The people were lining up in their respective waiting rooms, waiting for the group of people in front of them to get into the shuttle. Once the group in front of them left, they would need to enter the corresponding waiting room immediately, find a seat, fasten their seat belts, and wait for the next shuttle to arrive. Each waiting room had about 50 seats, all of which were passengers that wanted to go to the same level of the city. And all those waiting rooms were small units that could be detached and connected again. When the shuttle arrived at the corresponding spot, there would be a total of 200 waiting rooms assembled during extreme cases in just 7 minutes. And these waiting rooms that were meant for people that just got off the train would be transferred to the arrival hall. After that, the waiting room modules would assemble at a different position according to the number of levels reached. Although many people were waiting to go home, everything seemed to be in order. Zhongheng and Old Man Geng waited less than a quarter of an hour before boarding a shuttle. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the destination of their trip. It was the first level of New Shanghai 0297. Unlike the modern and technologically advanced 3rd floor, the 1st floor appeared far more dilapidated. Whether it was the buildings or the streets, it was said that this level was the first to be built in the entire space station city. It was also the place where the construction workers lived before. After that, it became the place to earn more money for the young people and the low-income earners who had just moved to New Shanghai 0297. This level had the largest population in 0297 in New Shanghai. However, the municipal council appeared to have invested little in this level, including the sky above them. All they got was the simple day and night, and they did not get to look at the stars at night. Zhongheng raised his head and looked at the sky. All he could see was the moon. The facilities here could never be compared with what others had on the third level of this city, let alone the change of temperature and the 4 seasons. To put it in simple terms, public facilities here were simply adequate to meet the most basic survival needs of the residents. If one wanted a better life, the person had to move to another level. At the same time, public security on the first level was the worst in the entire New Shanghai 0297. This was also the reason why Old Man Geng took Zhongheng with him. After he got off the central shuttle, he looked a little nervous. He was holding a very old-school briefcase and constantly looked around. Zhongheng, beside him, had to remind him, if you do this, you are showing that you are holding something valuable. Basically, you are asking to be robbed. Then what should I do? Old Man Geng asked. Just act normal, like an ordinary person, Zhongheng said. Where is the person you are looking for? I don't know. Old Man Geng accepted Zhongheng's suggestion, put down the briefcase as he tried to prevent attracting unnecessary attention. What do you mean? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. He only asked me to come to the first level, and he will come to me when the time comes. Old Man Geng replied. Finally, Zhongheng had the opportunity to avenge himself. What are you? Are you a female high school student waiting for your boyfriend to take you to the nightclub? This time it was Old Man Geng's turn to take a hit. Chapter 938. Lowest level. The two did not stand by the roadside for too long. Soon enough, they were being targeted. A few villain-looking men surrounded them. However, after considering the number of people here and the guards that were not too far away, they decided not to do it immediately. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for Zhongheng and Old Man Geng to go to a more remote place to rob them. Old Man Geng became nervous again when he noticed the robbers. He then asked Zhongheng in a low voice, "What should we do? Can you handle so many of them at the same time?" "I can deal with them easily, but I don't need to take action," Zhongheng said while looking at a woman in a cheongsam across the road. The latter did not seem to be someone who lived on this level. Her facial features weren't outstanding, but she did look slightly prettier than most of her counterparts. In other words, her looks would not attract too much attention on this floor. However, she did have a very unique and strong temperament. Xu Qian had a good temperament because she had practiced dancing before. However, when Zhongheng compared her with Xu Qian, he felt that the latter overshadowed her. Even the top streamer of Xu Qian's company, Qiu Wei, who had tens of millions of fans and was featured in an advertisement, still had a temperament slightly inferior to that of the lady he had just seen. It was undeniable that Qiu Wei was prettier and younger. However, when the two stood side by side, Qiu Wei looked more like an ugly duckling. A bizarre feeling struck Zhongheng. It was as if an angel was trapped in her mortal body. It was truly a shame. If she had Qiu Wei's facial features and worked as a streamer, she could have easily become an internet sensation, gaining hundreds of millions of rabid fans. But, other than her look and temperament, Zhongheng also paid attention to her left arm. For some reason, her left arm was missing. Instead, it was replaced by a prosthetic limb, and there was no artificial skin attached to it. The white titanium shell was visible to everyone. It looked thin and slender, but Zhongheng did not dare to underestimate it. The information that Zhongheng collected earlier about this era before was related to mechanical prostheses. That was why he paid special attention to it. As early as 2019, when he was currently living, the research and development of mechanical prosthetics had always been a hot topic. And many related products were being invented. Not only could these products greatly improve their quality of life, but they would enable the disabled to do things that the ordinary could never dream of. Not to mention the rapid technological development of the dungeon that he entered this time. Some extremists took the initiative to replace some of their body parts with the corresponding mechanical parts to pursue greater strength and speed. Of course, this was strictly prohibited by laws and regulations. Jongheng did not know what kind of abilities the Cheongsam woman's mechanical prosthesis gave her, but judging from the saber hanging on her waist, the mechanical hand was more than just holding chopsticks and arranging flowers. While waiting for the signal light to turn green, the Cheongsam woman crossed the road and walked in front of Jongheng and Old Man Gung. Going straight to the point, she said, "Follow me." She then turned and walked towards another intersection. With her appearance, the men who thought of robbing them quickly retreated into the crowd. "It seems the person that you're looking for at this level is not as simple as we thought," Jongheng said to Old Man Gung. New Shanghai 0297 was invested and constructed by the Shengtang Morgan Group. These people were a group of profit-oriented bastards. They clearly have the ability and technology to manage the city well, but they deliberately treat all 5 levels differently. They adopted a semi-laissez-faire attitude toward the first level, with their main reason being reducing expenditure. The other reason was to stimulate more people here to work hard and generate more wealth. However, no matter what land it is, there will always be a ruler. And this place is no exception. Shengtang Morgan has already given up on this place. Naturally, there will be more powerful people to fill in the gap they left. "We are actually going to meet the ruler of this place," Old Man Gung explained. Jongheng frowned when he heard this. He then stopped walking. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the person you wanted to meet is the ruler of this place? Are you for real? For 2 Shellac records, you made me come to this extremely dangerous place. We won't be in any danger. You are just my contingency plan." Old Man Gung wiped the sweat on his forehead to defend himself. He felt a little nervous at the thought of going to meet such a powerful man. "I'm not here this time for a transaction. My role is to bring 2 parties together to discuss their potential transaction. I am just the intermediary. In other words, killing you will be no big deal to them," Jongheng said lightly. "They won't do that." Old Man Gung then looked at the Cheongsam girl who stopped moving and glared at them from a distance. He felt anxious. "Boy, can't we go back and talk about this? We haven't even met the person we were supposed to meet, and here we are fighting among ourselves. They must think we 2 are nothing more but clowns. Besides, you did promise to be my bodyguard. So fulfill your promise." Jongheng was unmoved when he heard what Old Man Gung said. "That's because you concealed important information. You only paid me to deal with the goons. Now, you want to defeat the boss for you. What do you want? Either we renegotiate a reasonable price, or we part ways and go on our own," Jongheng said. "How much do you want?" Finally, Old Man Gung helplessly relented. "If you weren't lying this time, I want 10 Shellac records." However, Jongheng did not take advantage of him. Instead, he offered him a more reasonable price after reassessing the risk. Upon hearing that, however, Old Man Gung was reluctant to take the offer. He then asked, "How about I give you 3 more Shellac records?" Jongheng didn't bother to respond. "All right. Let's do it. 10 Shellac records it is then." Old Man Gung finally succumbed to Jongheng. Other than the fact that he couldn't find anyone to become his bodyguard at the moment, he also felt that the price that Jongheng was asking for was reasonable. Even if he hired other people in advance, the price would be the same. The Cheongsam girl on the other side was listening quietly to their bargain, and she did not speak a word while they were arguing. Instead, she only talked to them after the 2 finalized the transaction. "You 2 don't have to worry about anything. You are guests, after all. Mr. G will not hurt his guests." I know. Old Man Gung nodded hurriedly. "Mr. G's accountability has always been renowned. I only hired a bodyguard to protect me on the way back and forth." The Cheongsam girl did not reveal the obvious lie that Old Man Gung just told. Instead, she asked, "Do you have anything else you might want to deal with? If not, let's continue our journey. We don't want to keep Mr. G waiting." "Of course. Please lead the way." Seeing the Cheongsam woman turning around again, Old Man Gung grabbed the briefcase and followed her. Chapter 939. Movie. The three of them did not walk too far before they came to a movie theater. Since today wasn't a holiday, there were not many people in front of the cinema. The ticket inspector outside nodded respectfully at the Cheongsam girl, and the latter also nodded in return. However, she did not stop in front of the gate. Instead, she continued walking on before turning into an alley on the side of the cinema. There was an iron ladder facing a security door on the second floor of the theater. The Cheongsam girl walked at the front, arrived in front of the safe door, opened the door, and two men stood behind it, looking like bodyguards. Jongheng had a very decent physique. Ever since he started his first game, he had maintained the habit of staying fit. The strength of his arms, waist, and abdomen had significantly increased. To maintain flexibility, though, he also had to control his muscle growth. He did not want to grow too big like the two ripped bodyguards in front of him. All they did was stand there and intimidate whoever came through the entrance. Old Man Gung felt the same too. When he compared Jongheng and the two bodyguards, he thought it wasn't worth paying Jongheng with the 10 Shellac records. On the contrary, however, Jongheng wasn't affected by them. The two brawny bodyguards searched Jongheng and Old Man Gung when they arrived in front of them. They were taken aback when they saw the pile of Lego bricks in Jongheng's backpack. Old Man Gung wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He did not expect Jongheng to like those bricks so much that he would carry them while at work. Was he planning to play with his Lego whenever he was bored? Fortunately, the bodyguards did not make fun of their building blocks, not when they were there, at least. Please stretch out your hand, the Cheongsam woman said after scanning their belongings. Jongheng then stretched out his left hand. The Cheongsam girl, however, looked at him and shook her head. The other hand, the one with the bracelet. Jongheng then showed her his right hand again. The Cheongsam girl then put on another smaller black bracelet on his right wrist, explaining, "Don't worry, this is just a signal blocker. It will block all signals that originate from you. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles, please don't take it off until you leave this place." After that, she did the same to Old Man Gung. Once that was done, the Cheongsam girl signaled them again. Now, Jongheng quickly realized that Old Man Gung's task might not be as simple as he put it to be. According to the latter's statement, Mr. G was the ruler of the first level. He was supposed to be the uncrowned king, at least in his territory. Hence, he did not need to worry about his safety. In other words, the purpose of the search that was conducted on them earlier was not to ensure Mr. G's safety. From Jongheng's perspective, they were actually worried that Jongheng and Old Man Gung would leak the news. After putting on the bracelet, Jongheng and Old Man Gung walked through the entrance. Jongheng noticed that the poorly wired was turned on when he walked past the door. It went out after a while. He looked back at the two burly bodyguards and the Cheongsam girl behind him and found that they seemed oblivious to it. The bodyguards were still guarding the entrance, and the Cheongsam girl walked up from behind to lead the way. The three of them walked for about 20 meters before the Cheongsam girl told Old Man Gung, "Mr. G is waiting for you in VIP Hall 6. Just go straight to the end." Old Man Gung nodded and glanced at Jongheng. "We will make sure to treat your bodyguard well. You can meet up with him again after the meeting is over." "Thank you," Old Man Gung replied. Although he did not want to separate from Jongheng, he realized that it was not a good idea to let an outsider listen to what he would be discussing. Anyhow, if they wanted to harm him, they first had to take Jongheng into their consideration if he were here. So although Old Man Gung did not know what Jongheng was capable of, he, at the very least, gave him a sense of security. He noticed how calm Jongheng was at all times. Even after he was told who he was about to meet, he did not see any fear shown on Jongheng's face. Old Man Gung was less nervous when he saw that. After the two separated, Old Man Gung continued walking forward, while Jongheng took a turn under the Cheongsam girl's lead. Soon, he arrived at a screening room. No movies, however, were being shown currently. He and the Cheongsam woman were the only ones in the empty hall. "What do you want to drink?" Water will be good, Jong-hang said. What movie do you want to watch? The Cheongsam woman asked again. Oh, that'll be unnecessary. You'd better choose something to watch because I'm afraid they might take a long time to verify all the information, insisted the Cheongsam woman. Okay. Do you have any recommendations? This time, the Cheongsam girl did not speak anymore. Instead, she walked out of the screening hall. 5 minutes later, the screening hall became completely dark, and the projector was turned on. A film titled The Symbolic Exchange and Death began to play. In this era, where holographic projection was widely used, this movie was still 2D. Its excessively dull-looking content showed a bald old man with a pair of glasses and white temple hair sitting in front of a wooden table, smoking and talking into the camera. His speech was very random, saying whatever he wanted to say without a solid topic. His ramblings revolved around society, its organizational structure, its modus operandi, production and reproduction, consumption, and some other things. Later, the Cheongsam girl returned to the screening room with a jug of water and 2 cups. She sat down beside Jong-hang and poured him a glass. Neither of them talked. Jong-hang did not know why the Cheongsam girl's attitude towards him changed slightly after he passed through the door and went to the 2nd floor. He faintly felt a sense of intimacy from her. As compared to the main character, Old Man Gung, she behaved very formally towards him. After that, Jong-hang turned to look at the Cheongsam girl next to her. The latter was watching the movie at the moment. She seemed to notice Jong-hang was looking at her. She then frowned and warned him, "Watch the movie." Although it was an imperative tone, it sounded more like a teacher scolding naughty students. However, her speech did not carry any threat or hostility. So Jong-hang raised his eyebrows and focused on the movie again. The two watched the lengthy and boring movie that lasted 3 hours until someone walked in and informed them that the meeting was over. Chapter 940. Gift. The Cheongsam lady got up and sent Jong-hang out of the screening room, all the way to the corridor. At the very end, the VIP 6 room's door was opened. However, Old Man Gung was not the one who came out first. The first person that Jong-hang saw was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. He wasn't particularly tall, standing at only 1.7 meters. This made him half a head shorter than Jong-hang. Although he was short, he was not the kind of person that one should mess with. Whether it was the long scar on his face or the 2 missing fingers on his right hand, they all told what he had gone through. This was also the era where mechanical prosthetics were extremely well developed. He, however, still chose to keep his physical flaws. If he was an ordinary person, he might not have enough money to buy himself a mechanical prosthesis. Jong-hang had already figured out the man's identity. He was the uncrowned king of this place, and he obviously had no financial troubles. When Jong-hang laid eyes on him, the uncrowned king was also stared back. However, when he saw the Cheongsam girl and Jong-hang coming out of the screening room together, he seemed a little surprised. He soon thought of something, before proactively stretching out his hand. Smiling, he said, "Ah, you are the bodyguard. I am the owner here. Everyone calls me Mr. G." Jong-hang then shook hands with Mr. G. At the same time, Old Man Gung walked out from behind. He no longer felt the tension he had earlier. He then muttered, "I've spent a lot of unnecessary money this time. If I know you and your man are so polite, I wouldn't have spent the money to hire a bodyguard." Mr. G said in a noncommittal tone, "Danger will never come to you when you are well prepared. As for the purpose of hiring a bodyguard, they do more than simply assist in the event of a threat. Their existence alone can eliminate a lot of dangers. It is apparent that the bodyguard you hired is a very capable person. And I dare to guarantee that no matter how much money you spend on him, it is never a failed investment." Him? Old Man Gung continued sullenly, "He might be capable of dealing with the 2 stupid students on the 3rd level. If it weren't for your people showing up on time, we might have been robbed by one of those gangsters in front of the station. Oh, it seems that I haven't introduced her to you." Mr. G stretched out a hand, and the Cheongsam lady immediately placed her genuine hand onto Mr. G's palm. "The person who brought you here is F, my fiancée. She doesn't like to introduce herself, so let me do the honor of introducing her to you guys. Mr. G and Miss F, I guess we two freaks are a good match, Mr. G teased. Are you engaged? Congratulations. Both of you are a match made in heaven, Old Man Gung said. However, he did not agree with him. Although Mr. G was short, he had never felt the need to grow taller to pursue the women he liked. As the ruler of the first level, he could have women of all manner surrounding him. Although Miss F was outstanding in temperament, she still lacked in the appearance department. Since ancient times, heroes were supposed to be paired up with beauties. Mr. G was no doubt a hero, but Miss F was no beauty. However, the two parties seemed to be quite satisfied with their significant other, hence Old Man Gung would never stick his nose into their business. He glanced at Zhong Heng and said, "Let's go. Aren't you still in a hurry to go home?" "Then I will ask F to take you to the station," Mr. G said. "No need. Although I am old, I think I still remember the route to the shuttle station. We can go back there by ourselves. You and your wife needn't worry about us." Old Man Gung walked to the security gate as he spoke. Zhong Heng was about to follow him when he heard the Cheongsam woman say, "Hold on. I have a gift for you." Immediately, Old Man Gung stopped walking, and he looked flattered. "You don't have to be so polite. I'm just a middleman responsible for making connections. I'm not talking about you." Miss F looked at Zhong Heng and repeated, "I have a gift for you." Zhong Heng looked at Mr. G, who shrugged. "You better accept her gift. No one here can refuse her, me included." Zhong Heng nodded, not because of Mr. G's half-threat half-joke remark, but the faint kindness he felt from Miss F when he was in the screening room. Miss F then turned around and walked to another room. She came out of the room after a while and put the thing in Zhong Heng's hand. "Here you go." Mr. G raised his eyebrows. "Oh, golden hamster. This little thing is cute. It's easy to raise, like a pet, and it doesn't take up much space. Just feed it on time." Old Man Gung was a little confused, oblivious as to what Miss F's gift meant. After all, Mr. G was the uncrowned king of this place. He had all kinds of rare weapons and mechanical prostheses. Even if he were reluctant to give those things away, he could have gifted them credits where it suited their identities more. But a hamster? Zhong Heng looked far from a person who liked to raise small animals. This surprised Zhong Heng quite a bit as well. However, he still took the hamster cage from Miss F. "Thank you." After that, Miss F stopped talking and stood beside Mr. G quietly. And Zhong Heng also carried the newly acquired hamster and caught up with Old Man Gung. The security guards at the security gate took off the signal-blocking bracelets they were wearing and returned them to Mr. G. After that, Zhong Heng and Old Man Gung walked down the stairs. When they arrived outside the theater, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked like he was in a good mood. Hence, he did not dwell on the fact that he needed to pay Zhong Heng 10 shellac records later. He even suggested to look for somewhere nearby to have a drink. However, he later dismissed the idea, deciding to return to the third level as soon as possible. Zhong Heng certainly would not object to such an idea. So, the two of them followed along and walked towards the central shuttle. It was past peak office hours, and there were very few people left on the street. The two of them crossed a quiet road. While Old Man Gung was complaining that the moon on the first level was designed perfunctory, Zhong Heng suddenly stopped moving forward and reached out his hand to stop Old Man Gung. "What?" Old Man Gung looked a little lost. Zhong Heng then asked again, "What are the consequences of killing someone on the first level?" "Consequences? What do you mean? Who are you going to kill?" He then saw two teenagers skateboarding towards them before he could finish his sentence. When they saw Zhong Heng and Old Man Gung, they came down from their skateboards, reached into their pockets, took out guns, and approached them. "Are they here for me?" Old Man Gung's hairs stood up when he saw them. "If not? Do you think they are here to rob me?" Zhong Heng said casually. Chapter 941. Biker Gang and Human Shield. The two skateboarders soon arrived in front of Old Man Gung and Zhongheng. And their target was Old Man Gung. One of them raised his gun and pointed it at Old Man Gung. "Don't move. Come with us," he warned. A chill ran up from Old Man Gung's feet to his spine, and he raised his hands unconsciously. Before he could speak, he heard a gunshot. For a moment, Old Man Gung thought someone had shot him. But the next moment, he saw the skater boy who pointed the gun at him falling to the ground with surprise written across his face. And Zhongheng didn't just stop there, killing the other skater boy with the pistol he had just assembled with Lego. Stunned in paralyzing shock, Old Man Gung stammered, Were they sent by Mr. G? Did you hide anything from him? Or, have you lied to him before? Zhongheng asked. No. We've all said what we wanted to say. I told him the truth, and I did not lie. They don't look like they were sent by him. He could have just sent someone to ask you to go back to him, and he knew that you would not disobey. Yeah. Old Man Gung nodded repeatedly. Wait, where did your gun come from? He reacted after a while. It's a secret. No comment, replied Zhongheng, bending over and picking up the gun on the ground. Old Man Gung saw the two pools of blood, and his heart rate began to rise again. He saw Zhongheng still standing there after checking his gun. This is not the time to do that. Let's run, quickly, he could not help but urge. Zhongheng, however, only shook his head. You can't run away. Do you really think that those motorbikes in front and behind us are just bystanders? Listening to what Zhongheng said, Old Man Gung suddenly realized that a group of biker gangs had surrounded them. With at least more than 30 riders, the biker gang turned up in a mighty legion. Each bike had 2 riders, where the front one commandeered the bike, and the pillion carried all sorts of weapons. The gang had seen the 2 corpses on the side of the road, which was why they did not charge at them in the first place. However, the situation was still extremely unfavorable for the duo. Although Zhongheng had a gun in hand, he still needed to fight them alone. The nearest building that could be used as cover, on the other hand, was 10 meters away. Evidently, they were here to kill Zhongheng, with 2 of them already aiming their guns at him. One held a gun with an automatic tracking function, a weapon that could lock onto the target with a thermal imaging map, adjust bullet trajectory, and kill its target with 1 hit. Just before the biker could pull the trigger, Zhongheng suddenly rushed to Old Man Gung's side, instantly lifting the latter and placing the old man in front of him. By doing that, the thermal images of the 2 had now completely overlapped. Having done a considerable amount of prior research, Zhongheng understood the weapons and equipment of this era to a good degree. It was the only way he could prevent himself from getting killed by unknown attacks in the next possible battle. He was using Old Man Gung as a human shield but wasn't about to sell him out. Judging from what the skateboarders said, they weren't going to kill Old Man Gung. Instead, they wanted to ask him some questions. For them to do that, they would need him alive. This was very important information to Zhongheng since it meant he needn't worry about Old Man Gung's life during the battle. By keeping Old Man Gung close to him, Zhongheng was basically invincible. Old Man Gung soon realized that he had become Zhongheng's shield. After ensuring his safety, Zhongheng first killed the gunman behind him. Later, he dealt with the Mohawk with a laser crossbow beside him. Lastly, he turned around to send the 3rd bullet into the man's chest with the automatic tracking gun. Seeing his companion getting shot, the remaining bikers charged at Zhongheng instead of running away. Nevertheless, afraid that they'd accidentally kill Old Man Gung, Zhongheng's strategy was still effective. So this time, they chose to use a melee weapon to attack Zhongheng. A sharp taito was about to strike at his waist. Coupled with the speed the bike was traveling at, the taito slashed at a rate that exceeded human limits. But even so, Zhongheng still managed to avoid it. Confident in his body's movements, the assassin training he received in Rome greatly improved his agility. It had also strengthened his ability to detect threats, enabling him to react a lot quicker in advance. The problem was that he had to face more than just the 2 enemies on the motorcycle. Zhongheng had just dodged the taito when another fist slammed into his face. The puncher wore a glove with sharp spikes that gleamed in the night. If the enemy managed to land his fist, Zhongheng's head would surely be filled with holes that spurted a lot of blood. Zhongheng moved right before the man could hit his face, killing the rider in front of the man who was about to punch him. Quickly, the motorcycle lost control and swooshed past Zhongheng's side, the dead rider and the pillion sent flying in the sky a second later. The out-of-control motorcycle continued its rampage, ramming another motorcycle that was approaching Zhongheng, causing a serious traffic accident. Zhongheng then took advantage of this critical time to kill 2 more riders. Old Man Geng, who was beside him, was completely dumbfounded. Initially, he was angry at Zhongheng for using him as a meat shield, especially when he saw the enemies pointing their guns. His heart almost stopped beating. He thought that he and Zhongheng would die here. But later, he saw Zhongheng killing off the enemies, even eliminating 6 bogies in one go. And that wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Since they were worried that they might kill Old Man Geng accidentally, the bikers had to keep away their guns. After that, they became wary about Zhongheng killing their riders again. So, they unknowingly slowed down their motorcycles, making them easy targets. After losing for more allies, the leader finally signaled his gang. Instead of retreating, he ordered his men to spread out and look for cover. They had learned their lesson this time, and they stopped aiming at Zhongheng's head. This time, they went for his legs. All they had to do was to ensure Old Man Geng was alive. Nobody mentioned anything about him being unscathed. If they aimed at Zhongheng's legs, there would be no worries about accidentally killing Old Man Geng. Thus, Zhongheng brought Old Man Geng to a closed grocery store 20 meters away. He broke the glass with a shot before the 2 sought refuge behind the counter. Chapter 942. Memory Encoder. How could this happen? Old Man Geng lay down behind the counter, panic written across his face. Although he wasn't the target of the bikers, he was so frightened that his legs became soft since he stood right beside them, the spikes and blades coming way too close for comfort when the fight was going on. Then, in the midst of it all, some blood splattered across his face. Old Man Geng could not imagine how Zhongheng could withstand wave after wave of attack. The thugs too couldn't believe that Zhongheng managed to gain the upper hand with so many fighting against him. And he even killed quite a number of them as well. Unfortunately, it did not make their situation better for the duo. For now, the attack had temporarily stopped, but at the same time, the roar of motorcycle engines became louder and louder. It meant that more and more were enemies coming at them. What deal did you help him with? Zhongheng frowned. He had emptied the pistol's clips that he picked up from the ground earlier. After throwing that gun aside, he had only the gun made of Lego bricks. It still had many bullets in it, but they were obviously not enough to deal with so many enemies. The hamster given by F was now running around frantically in its cage, looking very anxious. Old Man Geng still hesitated after hearing what Zhongheng told him. He seemed to be really reluctant to mention anything related to the meeting just now. Hence, Zhongheng did not force him, saying instead, "I don't want to get myself into this big trouble. And I'm not the least interested in your transactions. But if you want to return to the 3rd level alive, you'd better tell me everything. Let me know, at least, if they can't capture you in the end, will they kill you? Of course, you can also choose to say nothing and risk your life." Upon hearing that, Old Man Geng's expression changed. He finally chose to save himself instead of keeping secrets. "I don't know where those people came from," he blurted in a jiffy. The trade between the 2 parties revolved around a memory encoder. A memory encoder? Is it similar to a device that can create a new memory in a person's mind? It's more than that. The memory encoder can delete and rewrite memories. If the human brain is a computer, then the memory encoder is equivalent to programming software. It is usually used with human cloning technology, where it can provide a constant flow of cheap labor for various companies. To make it sound simpler, they first produce the clones they need through gene cloning. These clones are like a commodity. Once the hardware gets completed, the memory encoder will begin to program the clones, assisting in setting their personalities, skills, experiences, and so on. In short, the clones produced in the end are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, and they require way fewer resources to train. This is because they could grow them in a petri dish until they are 18 or 20 years old. All they need to do in the end is to write a set of memories of their lives into their brains before they turn 20, and they can start working immediately without any form of training. There was a hint of suspicion in Old Man Gung's eyes when he talked about cloning technology. The first batch of clones have been experimentally put to use as early as 20 years ago. About 6 years ago, a lot of companies began to use clones. Of course, it didn't go well at the beginning, valiantly opposed by the labor union. But now it's a major industry, and everyone knows it. I just came, Jong Hung said. In short, the technology related to human cloning has always been the Federation's top secret technology. The memory encoder is no exception. There is only one memory encoder in the entire New Shanghai 2097, Old Man Gung said. And the ones who own it plan to sell it. Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. Of course not. No one can touch the memory encoder. It is placed on the 27th floor of Shengtang Morgan's headquarters. It is extremely well guarded, with almost flawless security over there. And the memory encoder is equipped with a self-destruction program triggered in the case of an emergency. Hence, no one will think of stealing it. The one that they traded is an experimental prototype memory encoder from the Earth. It is a very old model, and it has some flaws. It is, however, still usable. The prototype was supposed to be destroyed, but the seller managed to figure out a way to get his hands on it, Old Man Gung said. And you acted as the middleman of this transaction? I know that the business at the House of Old Things is not very good, but don't you think that the role you played put you in too much danger? Of course, I know. I am not blind. I saw the mob outside the building just now. Old Man Gung sounded a little annoyed. Otherwise, why would I hire a bodyguard? Seriously, you should have hired an armored division rather than a bodyguard, Jong Hung replied. Now that I have a better understanding of the situation, the good news is that they too should be curious about the identity of the seller when they attempt to capture you. They won't kill you unless it's their last resort. The bad news is that you just committed a crime, and we can't ask the police for help. Well, what should we do then? Let's wait. Wait? There are a lot of enemies outside the shop. Old Man Gung almost stomped his feet. They had hidden in there for a short while, and many new motorcycles were now parked outside the shop. It was hard to imagine how many more enemies would come later. It's useless for us to make a breakthrough now. There are only 2 of us. And you are not invincible. They realize now that they are allowed to hurt as long as they are still alive. In other words, they will not hesitate to shoot at us if we go out now. The best thing we can do right now is to wait for our allies to save us. Who are our allies? Whoever wants to buy that memory encoder through you is our ally. After all, this is Mr. GS territory. I bet he should have been informed that we are being ambushed at this moment. Let's just hold on for a little longer. The cavalry will be here soon. And I bet our enemies know about it too. If I'm right, they will launch a second wave of attacks soon, Jong Hung said as he handed the hamster cage to Old Man Gung. Help me take care of my new roommate. Who? Old Man Gung held the hamster cage with a dull expression. The next moment, the bikers launched another round of attacks at them. They were still worried about killing Old Man Gung by mistake. So they put away their guns and switched to melee weapons. This was the exact outcome that Jong Hung had been hoping for. While the first enemy stepped on the counter of the grocery store and hurriedly jumped down, Jong Hung quickly pulled the trigger, sending him to his maker. He then caught the knife that fell from the enemy's hand. Oh. They really shouldn't give me the weapon I want most. Chapter 943. God of Murder. With a blade in his hand, Jong Hung's killing mode was officially activated. He felt that he had returned to the night of the bloody battle at Bakumatusu, Kyoto. An endless wave of enemies poured in from all directions like a raging tsunami. In terms of swordsmanship, this group of bikers could never be compared with the samurais he fought last time. Once they started to make a move, Jong Hung could see that their movements were full of vulnerabilities. There was also no teamwork among them, where they solely relied on numbers alone. However, they held other advantages as well, especially the weapons they owned. Although they couldn't use their guns, they had all kinds of melee weapons. Some of them were also equipped with mechanical prostheses. In the beginning, Zhongheng suffered a small loss. Although he saw someone charging at him with raised fists, he chose to ignore it for now. He had to first handle the enemy holding a stun baton on the other side. Right after Zhongheng slashed him with his blade, he quickly turned around to deal with the enemy that wanted to punch him. However, the enemy didn't seem affected when the blade landed on his fist. All that could be seen were the sparks flying from the contact. Zhongheng also almost dropped the blade due to the powerful recoil. Although he failed to hurt his opponent with his blade, it did change the trajectory of the fist. In the end, the enemy's fist went past Zhongheng and landed on the grocery store's wall. The wall cracked due to the force delivered by the fist, dust flying into the air and raining down onto them. Fury flashed across the man's eyes, and he attempted to punch Zhongheng, getting up immediately to attack the second time. The moment he lifted his fist, however, Zhongheng was well prepared to strike him first. This time, he wouldn't be giving him any opportunities to attack. Before his fist could come in contact with Zhongheng, Zhongheng had already sliced off his head without any hesitation. The head then rolled towards Old Man Gung's side, leaving the latter and the hamster in his hands completely terrified. Before his fear could even subside, Old Man Gung felt his collar getting pulled up by someone, and he was about to be dragged away from the counter. Fortunately, Zhongheng, on the other side, had been paying attention to the Old Man Gung. While he was fighting with the two new opponents that charged at him, he had quickly drawn his gun and killed the man who tried to take advantage of the chaotic situation. As the latter's body slammed on the counter, Old Man Gung quickly ran back behind it. On the other hand, Zhongheng drew an arc with his blade in the air, bypassed the enemy that made a defensive posture in front of him and stabbed his chest with his blade. The bikers stopped attacking after they saw what Zhongheng did to their allies. None of them expected Zhongheng to have such good marksmanship and also fearsome swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the bikers were sent to meet their maker. At the same time, the bikers knew that there was not much time left for them. So, they just took in a deep breath, bit the bullet, and continued to charge at Zhongheng. Judging by how they were behaving, it seemed they were planning to sacrifice themselves to capture Old Man Gung. As a result, the pressure bearing down on Zhongheng's shoulders amplified instantaneously. So far, he had no problem fighting against them. The biggest problem he had was that he needed to take care of Old Man Gung on the other side. After he entered the Lego gun's clip, he could no longer save him from a distance. As a result, he had put away the Lego gun, grab another blade, and switch to double blade mode. In the end, he barely managed to protect Old Man Gung. Even for him, it was not easy to maintain such an intense close-range melee fight, especially when the enemy in front of him did not care about casualties. Fortunately, Mr. G's men were here just in time. Only less than 8 minutes had passed since the battle started. The ruler of the first level had organized and assembled nearly 100 subordinates to help them. It exceeded the expectations of the bikers, and they were covered in despair. The first to rush to the battlefield was Miss F. As Mr. G's fiancée. She did not act like a queen who knew nothing about combat but rather like a military general. When she drew the saber with her mechanical arm and jumped at the enemies, she looked like a ferocious tiger descending from a mountain. Her attack speed was faster than Zhongheng's. She fought so well thanks to her mechanical arm and the special alloy sword, not to mention Zhongheng's shrouded sheath was not with him right now. Still, it was undeniable that her performance was amazing. And Miss F's presence had completely destroyed the bikers' morale. Initially, they were relying on the time difference. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until Old Man Gung met Mr. G before they made their move. At that time, Old Man Gung had already handed over the information in the briefcase and closed the deal between the two parties. Usually, the level of their vigilance was the lowest at a time like this. Everyone was caught off guard by their sudden attack. Unfortunately, they did not expect that Zhongheng was there to protect Old Man Gung. As a result, they failed to kidnap Old Man Gung. and the cavalry was here to rescue them. If they wanted to survive, they had to flee now. Miss F put away her alloy sword, and she did not even bother to look at enemies that fled from her. She walked towards Zhongheng and Old Man Ging and asked, "Are you okay? It's our fault for letting such a thing happen on our territory. We were negligent, and I apologize on behalf of Mr. G." Zhongheng threw the blade aside, shook his head, and said, "It's okay. Anyway, neither of us got harmed." Old Man Gung did not think that he was doing fine. He was surrounded by dead bodies, and there was blood on his face. Fortunately, the blood did not belong to him. Though he was not physically injured, it did not mean that he was not mentally scarred. Later, the expression on his face became more and more in sync with the hamster in his arms. His brain could still process the information around him logically. He now knew that the two people in front of him were the gods of killing. When the two talked, he kept quiet for the first time. At the same time, he prayed that the god would forget the impolite words he had said. Miss F nodded. The attackers come from a medium-sized gang that has recently gotten out of our control. Most of the members are runaways, and there is something wrong with their brains. Clearly, they cannot be the mastermind. Someone bribed them and promised them that he would help them move to a higher floor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to fight us in the open. Rest assured, I guarantee that none of them will escape. After that, she paused for a while. And she looked at the corpses around her. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. However, she did not ask any questions about it. Instead, she said, "I'll get 2 sets of new clothes for 2 of you. You can choose to stay here or return to the level you came from." Chapter 944. True Me. Old Man Geng hesitated and decided to return to the 3rd level, his main reason being better public security. At least they wouldn't be encountering street fights on the 3rd level. Of course, the more important thing was that he had to give the seller feedback after he discussed the transaction with Mr. G. And Zhongheng had to return to Xu Qian's apartment as well. So, Miss F sent for men with a clear background to escort Old Man Geng back to the 3rd level. At the House of Old Things, Old Man Geng paid Zhongheng 15 Shellac records in one lump sum. This was the reward for his protection. Coupled with the records that served as the deposit, Zhongheng received 6 extra Shellac records. These were a token of gratitude from Old Man Geng for protecting him from the violent mobs. "These are all the Shellac records I've collected. That's all I have." Old Man Geng handed over the records to Zhongheng. His tone was more polite than before. After all, he did witness Zhongheng single-handedly killing the mob. "I will give you those building blocks as well. You don't have to pay rent anymore." Zhongheng did not reject all those gifts. After he took those records, he heard a system notification reminding him that he had earned another 150 points. "Do you have any other ways to collect more Shellac records?" Zhongheng asked afterward. "I can find a way to raise money to buy them, or, as in this case, provide my services as a form of payment." "Why are you so enthusiastic about Shellac records?" Old Man Geng eyeballed at Zhongheng curiously. "There are now extremely few left in this city. It's not that easy to collect all of them. Usually, they are collected by rich individuals from the 4th and 5th levels. I do want to help you. If this transaction goes smoothly, I guess I will leave New Shanghai 0297. Why do you want to leave this place?" Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. Old Man Ging, however, seemed hesitant to tell Zhongheng the reason. "Forget it. I have no interest in exploring your personal affairs. Just tell me who I should be looking for to collect more Shellac records after you leave." Old Man Ging thought for a while before replying, "This is my trade secret. If I decide to leave here, I will send you his name and contact information the day before I depart." Zhongheng returned to the Yaqing community at about 11 at night. Xu Qian wasn't done with her live stream yet. Zhongheng placed the golden hamster that Miss F gave him on the table. After that, he took a bath, cleaned up the bloodstains on the skin, and walked out of the bathroom with his newly bought bathrobe. He then got himself a glass of water, sat on the sofa, turned on the projector, and entered Shuqian's live stream room like what he'd done for the past few days. At the same time, he clicked into the fan chat room. In her streaming studio, Shuqian had just finished dancing, and her cheeks were flushed. Now, she was chatting with her fans about a game that had just been released. As far as Zhongheng knew, Shuqian had no interest in playing games. However, after looking at most viewers' backgrounds, he realized that they were mostly made out of avid gamers. So about half a month ago, Shuqian started to talk about the trendy games to prevent her fans from declining. And for this reason, she had deliberately learned a bunch of gaming jargon from the internet. Her strategy was proven to be very effective after a while. When a cute girl like her began using gaming jargon while chatting, she'd become irresistibly attractive to the gamer. As a result, for the first time ever, Shuqian managed to stop the decline of her fans. In fact, her live stream viewers had even started increasing slightly. After realizing how effective the method was, Shuqian officially decided to adopt this strategy. Every night, she would chat about games on her stream. However, after a while, more began to realize that she was merely a fraud and deliberately learned all that gaming jargon. Hence, her viewers started to criticize her, and the number of her viewers began declining again. But compared to the rate of her previous viewer drop, the decline had indeed slowed down by a little. Thus, Shuqian ignored all those haters in her live stream room. She also talked about this when she was chatting with Zhongheng last night. In her own words, people were contradictory creatures. The audience who came to her live stream room always mentioned that they wanted to see the true her. But that was actually not true. Shuqian gave an example, saying that she did not understand how things worked in this line when she first signed the contract. She was just a rookie back then, and whenever she went live, she would just make use of the natural lighting and put on her usual makeup. She even wore a dirty sweater and wrapped herself tightly in it. Usually, her topics revolved around a female. Since she was a rookie, she was always full of confidence. At that time, she studied all those famous streamers and thought that they were hypocrites. At first glance, she saw that they were not acting like themselves. She felt that they were not as sincere as her. She also believed that the fans would prefer to watch a streamer willing to show her true side. As a result, reality hit her hard. The number of people that watched her live stream was pathetic. And some of the streamers who started at the same time as her had already recruited throngs of fans by relying on the innocent personality they had crafted for themselves. Some even gave themselves a coquettish personality. So Shuqian decided to put away her naive thoughts and used her first month's salary to buy a set of expensive cosmetics, gifting them to a veteran streamer on the verge of retirement. The veteran streamer saw that she had bought a meal and costly cosmetics. Hence, in return, she related her experiences and routines accumulated over the years working as a streamer to Shuqian. Since she was about to retire, she had no intention of taking those trade secrets to her grave. And Shuqian did benefit a lot from her. Shuqian then relied on these experiences and routines that she learned and gradually established her own personality, dressing style, and chatting skills. Finally, she was slowly climbing towards the peak of her career. All the people you see on the internet are not real, Shuqian said. Do you really think that I like wearing cattails and pose in front of the camera in all kinds of stupid postures? And why would I want to force myself to talk about those games that I don't care about? Sometimes, I feel that there is no difference between me and a product on the store shelf. We are created by market demand and data. The packages are beautifully packaged and come in different types of packaging to cater to different needs. Sometimes, when you lay your eyes on a product, you somehow think it is very special. Still, it is just a product designed in a way to attract customers with special needs. And once a specific product becomes popular, countless products will follow suit, appearing in the market like mushrooms after the rain. I still remember the first sentence the veteran streamer said to me that night. No one cares what kind of person you are. When people enter your live stream room, they already have a purpose in them, even if they don't realize it sometimes. Either they are lonely, feel the need to satisfy their primitive impulse, or want to fantasize about a pure and innocent person. Find those desires, give them what they want, and then you can get what you want. Chapter 945. Let me ask another question. While Jong-hung watched the live stream, the golden hamster on the table finally regained its stamina after a long rest, and it started to run on the wheel. It looked like it wanted to go out for a stroll. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it ran, it could never leave the cage. After a while, it got tired from running. So, it laid down in the cage again and began to play dead. Jong-hung looked at it, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. The studio's door opened at 12:15, and Shu Qian walked out. Seeing that Jong-hung was still watching the live stream, she could not help but ask, "Do you have any updates about the Stalker?" "Well, I have a couple of suspects right now." "That fast?" Shu Qian was bewildered. Although she asked Jong-hung about the investigation's progress, she wasn't expecting any results. She only wanted to remind Jong-hung. He was, after all, paying a great deal of attention to her stream and managing her fans. This caused her to be a little flattered. Still, Shu Qian was paying the security company to ensure her safety. "Yeah," Jong-hung nodded. "I took a look at the mall surveillance footage. The Stalker is good at hacking. He hacked the mall's cameras and escaped before we could catch him. However, it looks like he hasn't done anything like this before. And could also be his first time risking arrest. He must be extremely nervous right now since he isn't sure if he made a mistake. So he will try to find out how much information we have about him. Do you think he will watch my live stream later or join my fan group? No wonder you made me stay silent about me being stalked on the live stream. Are you trying to draw the Stalker out? And you have been on my live stream and fan group for a rather extensive amount of time recently. You are trying to look for the suspect, right?" Shu Qian realized that she had probably misunderstood Jong-hung's actions before this. She treated him as one of her ordinary viewers who watched her live stream every day. In order to make up for her mistake, she took the initiative to offer some help. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Of course." Jong-hung circled a few IDs in the fan chat room. "Do you recognize these people?" Shu Qian squinted when she looked at the names. 3 of them had joined the group after the day she was being followed in the mall. 2 of the members she completely did not recognize, but as for the other member, Shu Qian remembered that he sent her a lot of gifts before. However, she still knew nothing about his background. But when she saw the last name, she was taken aback. "Him? Does he have any problems?" The ID with the handle Egoat circled by Jong-hung last was the creator of this fan chat room. Shu Qian was quite familiar with Egoat because he was with her the longest among all the other fans. He had been watching her live stream since the first day she started streaming. She had only a handful of fans at that time, hence she could remember all their names. However, Egoat usually spoke little in the chat room. Hence, Shu Qian thought that he should be a very timid person. He would often watch her stream in silence and send her gifts from time to time. Egoat once ranked as the top viewer that sent her the most gifts. But as Shu Qian became more and more popular, he fell from the top spot since there were more wealthy individuals who joined her fan group. Despite that, he had no complaints at all. He still offered to help Shu Qian with some background work, including establishing a fan chat room and helping her with her publicity. Egoat had done so much for her, which was why she had a good impression of him. She could not figure out why Jong-hung would include him in his list. "I heard a fan majoring in computer science mention that Egoat is a computer network expert. There was this once, he helped your fan solve a question his teacher failed to in one night," Jong-hung said. "But you can't be treating everyone with excellent computer networking skills as stalkers, right?" Shu Qian reasoned. "And I know Egoat. He seems to be a network engineer of a company, and he is a very good person." "You are right. But you can't explain why he didn't come to the chat room in the past 2 days." "Hold on. You are confusing me. I remember that you told me that the Stalker would come to my chat room very often. And now the reason why you suspect Egoat was because he didn't come to my chat room for the past 2 days. There are 2 possibilities. If a newcomer joins the chat room, he would most likely stay all day long. But for Egoat, the first to join the chat room when it was first established, guilt might cause him to stop talking in the chat room. Instead, he would appear offline and pay attention to everyone's messages, Zhonghang explained patiently. But Xu Qian still found it unacceptable. Well, let's go and ask him tomorrow, Zhonghang suggested. The computer science major in the chat room said that he knows Egoat's address. After Egoat helped him solve the problem, he invited him for dinner, and he also ordered 2 bottles of beer. However, he did not expect Egoat to have an extremely low tolerance to alcohol. He got drunk after drinking half a bottle of beer. After that, he kept calling your name. Left with no other option, the computer science major had to send him home. And that's how he acquired his address. I don't think it's a good idea. Xu Qian still seemed a little hesitant. Egoat had been with her for a long time, after all. He witnessed her rise and fall. It was why Xu Qian no longer treated him as an ordinary fan. Instead, she considered him as a good friend who she had never met before. Now, they were about to meet for the first time for all the wrong reasons. Zhonghang suspected that Egoat was the one that had been stalking Xu Qian. Zhonghang seemed to know what she was thinking. So, he added, we can choose not to talk about the stalking matter. Anyway, you are going to quit the streaming line soon. Why don't you take this opportunity and say goodbye to him? Xu Qian was finally moved by Zhonghang. After that, Zhonghang asked the fan to make an appointment with Egoat. However, he did not mention that Xu Qian would tag along with him. After finishing the work at hand, Zhonghang looked at Xu Qian again. He was thinking of the right way to phrase the question he was about to ask. How much do you know about human cloning? What? Xu Qian did not expect Zhonghang to suddenly ask such a question. Zhonghang's expression still remained very calm. Let me rephrase my question. Am I a clone? Chapter 946. I am a human clone. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The proxy war dungeon's difficulty had been one of the hottest topics in discussion among the players. Although the agents on top of the leaderboard didn't share their experience in the proxy war dungeon, the players who scored too low and failed to enter the next round of the game were more than willing to share theirs. According to their descriptions, the proxy war dungeon's content could be bizarre at times. The one thing that the players agreed on, however, was that it was a lot more difficult than an ordinary dungeon. The alien quest Zhonghang completed was one of the most challenging quests he had encountered. As for his current quest, Zhonghang had not encountered any complications until tonight. The person he was supposed to protect, Xu Qian, was just an ordinary girl. She lived at the 3rd level of the city with good security, and although she had encountered some minor problems before, they did not seem a major issue. As of now, Zhonghang had acquired a good deal of information about the man who stalked Xu Qian. His investigation was steadily progressing. If this went on, he could complete this 2-week bodyguard mission easily. It also meant that he'd still have half of the game time left upon completing this task. He never expected that this quest with the title, Bodyguard, would have nothing to do with this bodyguard mission. Until tonight, he still did not know where the threats could come from. It wasn't until old man Geng told him about the memory encoder and human cloning that Zhonghang vaguely noticed something wasn't right. Previously, he had searched up information relating to New Shanghai 0297 but found nothing about human cloning. According to Old Man Geng, the residents of New Shanghai 0297 were supposed to be aware of the existence of human clones. Being a player put Zhonghang at a disadvantage. It made sense that he was completely oblivious that he was a clone. However, when he thought about Miss F's attitude towards him when they first met and the hamster who could never get out of the cage, Zhonghang finally realized his identity in this quest. Although Xu Qian did not answer him, Zhonghang had gotten the answer he wanted from her facial expressions. Interesting. Did someone mess with my mobile network? When I search the internet, I can't seem to find any information related to human cloning. Xu Qian was horrified. She then took 2 steps back. I don't know. Someone told me that the memory's clones were generated by the memory encoder. That means all the contacts in my address book and the emails in the mailbox are fake. This also explains why my relatives are not here in this city. They were supposed to communicate with me once a month. In other words, my memory would very likely be reset at least once a month. No wonder you wore so casually when we first met. As far as I know you occasionally dress skimpily during your live stream, but you are actually quite conservative in private, especially considering that you are about to get engaged. Zhonghang finally found the loophole in this quest. If he failed to realize his identity as a clone during the 2 weeks of protecting Shuqian, then the next thing that awaited him was probably a memory reset. He might even forget that he had been playing for 14 days. As for the worst-case scenario, others might discover that he was an outsider when they rewrote his memory. We shouldn't talk about this kind of thing. Shuqian had backed up to the wall. She looked a little overwhelmed, with both hands behind her back. Why? Is it because some laws and regulations prohibit you from talking about human cloning in front of a clone? Zhongheng paused, then continued, Are you trying to contact a security company? Report my anomaly? I strongly advise against it. Shuqian's intention was exposed by Zhongheng. And she could not help but panic even more. Considering the difference in strength between the two and the time needed by the personnel from the security company to come here, she finally stopped what she was doing. Waving both of her hands in front of her, she asked in fear, What do you want? Nothing. I just want to have a chat with you. Zhongheng stretched out his hand and signaled her to sit down. Shuqian hesitated for a moment when she saw it and finally sat down on the sofa aside. She used to sit here and chat with Zhongheng about her problems. Back then, the circumstance was different. She knew that Zhongheng's memory would be rewritten later. So, she did not have to worry about anything. In other words, she could say anything to him without holding back. But now, the situation had become very complicated for her. Shuqian subconsciously tightened her neckline. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. Zhongheng said. We have been staying together for so many days. I know what kind of person you are, and I am deeply sympathetic to your discovery, Shuqian said. But you should know. You can't escape them. I think you should take the initiative to make a confession at your company. Really? How did they deal with the clones who discovered their identity? Rewrite their memories? Or destroy them outright? Zhongheng asked rhetorically. I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything. Once they capture you and check your memory, they will find out that we had this conversation, Shuqian replied. You are right. There are indeed laws and regulations that prohibit me from telling you anything related to human cloning. Upon hearing that, Zhongheng did not make any comment. Instead, he continued to ask, what is the difference between clones and ordinary people? Shuqian wanted to stop talking about it, but for some reason, she felt that Zhongheng's temperament seemed to have changed. Earlier, his presence seemed oblivious to her, and now she could feel the pressure from him. So after going silent for about half a minute, Shuqian said, As far as I know, the body of a cloned human is no different from an ordinary human. The only difference is that there is a special fluorescent mark on the back of the clone's neck. That is your serial code, and it can be seen under ultraviolet light. In addition, there is a tracking device in your body. Shuqian's words also explained why Miss F's attitude towards him changed in the screening room. If Zhongheng was right about it, the light above him was an ultraviolet light when he stepped into the building through the door. It was also at that time that Miss F discovered he was a clone. Zhongheng was more concerned about another issue now. Tracking device? Where is it? Underneath the cerebral cortex. This was bad news for Zhongheng. It meant he couldn't remove the tracking device by himself. And the hospital in New Shanghai 0297 would not provide such a surgery on a clone. Chapter 947. I'm afraid you might need to get a new boyfriend. Zhongheng was not too worried about the fluorescent marking on him. All he needed to do was to use a scarf or his shirt's collar to cover it. Usually, no one would notice it. In contrast, the tracking device in his body was more troublesome to deal with. As long as the tracker was in his body, he would eventually be captured by others no matter where he hid. By then, he would need to face a steady stream of enemies. However, Zhongheng did not panic. This was the 4th day working as a bodyguard to protect Xu Qian. As long as she did not report his abnormality to the security company, he still had about 10 days to solve this problem. So the first thing he needed to do right now was to reach a consensus with Xu Qian. If you don't report my abnormality to my company, what kind of punishment will you get? Zhongheng asked. I don't know. I just want to get on with my life peacefully, accept my boyfriend's proposal, and move to the 4th level. I don't want to get involved in any trouble, please, Xu Qian begged. Well, sometimes a relationship has to go through some twists and turns to be complete, Zhongheng reminded. You'd better answer this question truthfully because we are now thinking of ways to lessen your troubles. It's useless. Once you are caught, they will look at your memories, and then they will know about the conversation that has taken place tonight, Xu Qian said. No matter how perfect you plan the whole thing, the end result will always be the same. If that's the case, I'd better try my best not to capture by them. Zhongheng said, has there been a similar situation like this where a clone went of control? There have been several cases like this, but they managed to keep the situation under control within 24 hours. Xu Qian hesitated and explained, in the early days, it was said that they did not hide the identity from the human clones. Instead, they instilled in them the belief that they should serve humans unconditionally. Other than that, they also programmed them in a way that were highly compliant to the human to ensure it'd be safe to use the clones. But? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. But no matter how much the clones believed that they were born to serve humans when they left the factory, and how gentle and honest their characters were designed, many began to gradually resist their employers after long-term usage. After all, they have the same DNA as humans. I guess resistance is one of their instincts. Due to the security issues, these clones can't be put into large-scale commercial use. Other than that, ordinary people are also afraid of clones. Some extremists had even started recruiting to hunt and kill all clones. So the scientists had to keep looking for other ways to salvage this situation. Is that why they decided to give those clones a fake identity? Zhongheng asked. Yes. Scientists have found out that the clones' behavior would be the most stable in this situation. They have to make sure that the clones did not know that they were clones. Other than the users and the companies behind them, no one else would realize that they are clones. Naturally, there would be no conflict. And at the same time, the companies have shortened their single-use duration. Rewrite their memories once a month. It doesn't have to be once a month. It only applies to those who can fight well like you. Once someone like you realizes that they are a clone, it may cause great harm to society. Hence, the memories of a clone like you would be rewritten once a month, Xu Qian replied with a trembling voice. Well, how many clones are there in New Shanghai 0297 now? Zhongheng continued to ask. I don't know. I really don't know. The number of clones has always been a company secret. Xu Qian became more and more anxious. I have told you too much. I can't go on. Once they find out that I had this conversation with you, my citizen ID will be included in the control list. The federal government will start to monitor me all the time and all the companies will refuse to provide me any form of information. As for the damage you will cause after you lose control, I have to bear at least 1/3 of the responsibility. My boyfriend does illegal business sometimes. He absolutely wouldn't want his significant other to be on the watch list all the time. I will lose him because of this. So please? Oh. That's too bad, Zhongheng said. Yes. You know my current situation. This marriage is very important to me, Xu Qian nodded. No. You misunderstood what I meant, Zhongheng said. What I mean is if someone captures me and reads my memory, you might have to change your boyfriend. What do you mean? Xu Qian could not understand what Zhongheng had just told her. I killed about 30 people at the lowest level just now, Zhongheng said indifferently. According to you, you have to bear at least a third of the responsibility for the losses I caused after I lose control. But you don't have to worry too much about it for the time being. Since you lived at the first level before, you must have heard of Mr. G's name. His men will help me deal with the aftermath. To make that happen, I have to make sure that no one can capture me and read my memory. What? You just killed more than 30 people. A chill rushed up Shu Qian's spine, and she started to shiver as if she was drenched in a basin of ice water. This is impossible. Are you trying to scare me and prevent me from reporting your anomaly? Zhonghang did not reply to Shu Qian. Instead, he emailed Miss F in front of her, asking to send him some photos of the aftermath. It sounded like a weird request, but Miss F did not ask any questions. Half a minute later, Zhonghang received 10 photos of the dead bodies. Other than that, there was also a short video. The person that recorded this video clip stood at a good distance. Hence, the video quality wasn't that good. But one could see that the person in the middle was Zhonghang with 2 blades. He killed a Mohawk guy while being attacked by 3 or 4 people. From the video clip, Zhonghang slit the Mohawk guy's throat. The victim attempted to use his hand to stop the blood from gushing out. Unfortunately, his blood still poured out from the gap between his fingers. Shu Qian watched half of the clip, and she started to cover her mouth. Immediately, Zhonghang passed the trash can to her with his feet. Shu Qian then vomited in the trash can. At the same time, she started to cry, not knowing whether she felt sorry for the people who died in the videos and photos or was she crying for her precarious marriage. Shu Qian cried for about 10 minutes, before gradually stopping her sobbing. She wiped her tears and said to Zhonghang, "I have never done anything bad to you, nor have I treated you harshly because you are a clone. Why do you treat me like this?" "I didn't expect to involve you in this matter," Zhonghang said. "The good news is, the matter hasn't been discovered so far, which is why I said we need to talk about it." Chapter 948. Tang. "What do you want me to do?" Shu Qian asked. "It's very simple. Just pretend that nothing happened. Forget about tonight. I can even help you continue to find the Stalker. All I need is 9 days. After 9 days, you can contact G7Z. Report what happened to me. Tell them that I found out that I am a clone, and I killed more than 30 people at the lowest level of this city. You can tell them whatever you want. Just make sure that they don't suspect you. After that, you can continue to be with your rich boyfriend, get engaged, and even marry him. After that, you can move to the 4th level and live your life as a rich wife. This is impossible. As long as you are captured, they will know that I am lying. Didn't you listen to what I said? You can't hide it from them, Shu Qian desperately pleaded. Yes, but only if I am caught. Zhonghang said calmly. No rogue human clone can escape the authorities. I told you that almost all defective clones are captured within 24 hours. Not everyone. I know that a clone is still alive, and no one could capture him so far, Zhonghang said. How's that possible? Shu Qian looked at Zhonghang in disbelief. The longest a defective clone lasted before being captured was 3 days. The only exception is a female clone named Tang. Tang. Of course, this isn't her real name. It's just her online handle that she uses on the internet. She and I belong to the same entertainment company, and she could be considered a senior of mine. Even when I was at my peak, I couldn't catch up with her. After that incident, the company deleted all the information related to her. However, I still managed to find her photos on the internet. It was said that when the company created her, they looked the 100 most beautiful actresses in the entire federation. They then selected the most beautiful parts of each of them, singled out the corresponding genes for those parts, and merged them together. Finally, Tang was born. Some say she was the epitome of perfection. Every inch of her skin and expression is flawless. With only one look, even the man with the hardest heart will fall for her. On the first day of her live stream, her viewer numbers set a historical record. And the number of her fans increased every single day. Until now, no one can surpass her. What happened to her afterward? Zhongheng asked. Some powerful people from the 5th level were involved in this matter. The official report says that she was invited to a manor on the 5th level to attend a private dinner one night. Suddenly she lost control and killed the host of the banquet and 2 guests. Another guest was seriously injured. The latter also cut off one of her arms when he fought against her. However, there have been lots of rumors about this matter circling around the internet. Although Tang hasn't been a streamer for a long time, she still has formidable numbers of die-hard fans who think the guests attending the banquet that night covered up the truth. Until now, no one knows what happened in that manor that night. What happened to Tang after that? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. She suffered from serious injuries that night, but she still managed to escape from the manor. And she didn't get caught by the bodyguards. Where did she escape to? She chose to burn herself alive and stream the whole thing online, Xu Qian said. Although the authorities cut the stream shortly after she lit herself, the police managed to locate her with the tracker she had in her body. You see, the only way to escape all this is death. Thank you for your suggestion, but I am alive and well. And I plan to continue to stay alive. Zhongheng grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the coffee table and fed it to the hamster in the cage. In short, this matter did not end with her death. A series of conflicts broke out after that. Her fans even attacked our entertainment company and the related departments. But at that time, I had not come to New Shanghai 0297. So I am not sure what actually happened. This matter has become taboo, one that cannot be mentioned within the company. All the information that people received came from the internet. Ever since that incident, our company has stopped hiring cloned streamers. Xu Qian looked at Zhongheng after she was done talking. Do you now know why I told you that it's impossible for you to escape? I can understand what you are trying to express, but I am not Tang, Zhongheng calmly responded. It's your choice. If you report the abnormality to G7Z now, there is no doubt that you will also face a big problem. You will need to take part of the responsibility for my murder spree, and our conversation tonight will be discovered too. According to what you told me, you will lose your boyfriend, cause him a lot of trouble, or what? Or you can take a leap of faith and do what I say. We have 10 days left in our service contract. After 9 days, you can contact the security company. As long as you follow what I teach you, you will be able to blame everything on me. They will believe that I learned about my identity through other channels but not from you. After that, I make my escape. As a law-abiding citizen, you immediately report it to my company. So as long as I'm not caught, you won't have any trouble. And if you're lucky, you can even get married. Xu Qian looked like she was deep in thought after hearing this. Zhongheng was not in a hurry. So, he continued to talk slowly. I know you don't think I can escape, but with the second option, at least you'll have high hopes of going to the 4th level, right? If they know I worked with you to help you escape, there will be more troubles waiting for me, Xu Qian smiled bitterly. Benefits are always accompanied by risks. I believe no one knows that better than you. You said that what you are best at is to seize the opportunities at the right time. This is how you could climb from the lowest level to the 3rd level. And now, there is no doubt that a good opportunity has presented itself in front of you, Zhongheng said. Xu Qian closed her eyes, seemingly thinking through Zhongheng's proposal. After a while, she opened her eyes again. You are lying to me, right? Although you keep saying that I have a choice, I, in fact, don't have any. Who is the person that sent you those photos and video? A clone should have no friends or relatives. Oh, she is a friend I just made tonight. You are right. If you choose the first or the second option, but you suddenly regret it halfway, no matter which level you are at, she will find you, Zhongheng said. Chapter 949. Suspect. After realizing that she had no options left, Xu Qian was no longer as scared as she was in the beginning. Such was the nature of human beings. When there was only one option left, they would stop thinking too much about it. However, Xu Qian still didn't sleep well that night. Her eyes looked a little red and swollen the next morning. It was obvious that she had been crying in her room all night long. However, after she put on some makeup, she looked normal again. Shuqian ordered 2 takeaway breakfasts as usual, and they were delivered by drone. However, she only took 2 bites, and she put down her chopsticks. She then looked at Zhongheng sitting opposite her. She looked like wanted to ask him what he planned to do next. Yesterday, I contacted Egoat with the help of a fan from the group. We will be meeting Egoat at 2 in the afternoon. After breakfast, I'll do a background check on him. After that, we will go over and meet him together, Zhongheng said. Wiping his mouth after finishing his food, he said, if we want to keep this secret from my company, we will have to behave like we always have. As I said, I will continue investigating the Stalker for you. It's crucial that we do this together. Once this is done, no one will suspect you after you report my anomaly 9 days later. Shuqian didn't believe that Zhongheng could escape the authorities, but she was impressed by his composure, especially after he realized he was a clone. There was almost no emotional fluctuation on him. If an ordinary person encountered such an incident, there was a high chance the person would experience a complete mental breakdown. Coupled with the existence of the memory encoder, the person would start to doubt their own memories or even deny their existence. Zhongheng, however, didn't encounter any of these problems. Being a clone was his identity in this dungeon, and he had no idea who the relatives and friends in his contract list were too. He didn't need to take public transport this time when he went out, driving the sports car Shuqian's boyfriend gave her instead. And he did not return to Shuqian's apartment until 1 p.m. to pick her up. After that, the two headed to the apartment where Egoat lived. Like Shuqian, Egoat also lived on the 3rd level and worked as a network engineer. However, the area he lived in wasn't nearly as luxurious as Shuqian's area, not to mention it was a little further away from the city center. The fans in the group had contacted Egoat in advance as per Zhongheng's request. He chose to meet him at a small restaurant below his house. This was also the place Egoat had his meals after he got off work. The familiar environment should help him be a little less vigilant. Egoat headed down 10 minutes early and walked into the small restaurant. According to the information that Zhongheng collected, Egoat was 29 years old this year. Formerly known as Li Chong, he had been living on the 3rd level for 5 years. In the beginning, he had a roommate who was supposed to be his classmate. After the latter got himself a girlfriend, he moved out to live with her. Since then, Egoat had been living alone. During this period, he hadn't made any friends of the opposite sex. Although his appearance and income were decent, and some of the young girls in his company had shown interest in him, Egoat had always treated them coldly. Soon, all the ladies in his company began to realize that Egoat was a weird person. After that, no one bothered him. Thus, Egoat continued to live his peaceful life alone. There were even rumors saying that Egoat was a person with no emotions. However, Zhongheng knew that people who rarely expressed themselves had the tendency to acquire an unhealthy obsession over something or someone they loved. Egoat had been paying attention to Shuqian since the first day she started live streaming. He witnessed Shuqian grow from an unpopular streamer to one with a considerable fan base. And Egoat had never missed Shuqian's stream before. Hence, it was logical if anyone thought that he was madly in love with her. The more Zhongheng investigated, the more suspicious Egoat became to him. He and Shuqian were in the car now, monitoring Egoat in the restaurant through the miniature camera hidden in the flower pot. The latter had just found a seat at a corner, and the waiter apparently knew him and was excited to serve him. He said hello, but Egoat responded coldly. He glared at the waiter before turning his attention somewhere else. While Zhongheng kept his eye on Egoat, he also paid attention to other customers in the small restaurant. He appeared to be eliminating all potential threats. Then, suddenly, Egoat turned around and landed his attention on Shuqian's sports car. Although the glass surrounding the car had been specially treated, and no one was supposed to be able to look inside, Shuqian could not help but feel anxious. "He doesn't know, right?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Know that we are here to ambush him. If he knows, he would have never headed to the restaurant." Having said that, Zhongheng did not wait any longer. his preliminary investigations proved Egoat had the motives to stalk Shu-Qian. And from the follow-up observations, Egoat's figure also matched the stalker he met in the mall a few days ago. Hence, Zhongheng had to do something about it. He sent another message to the fan who helped him, asking the latter to tell Egoat to order some food first. The fan helping Zhongheng didn't suspect anything and immediately sent Egoat an email. He happened to cooperate so well with Zhongheng because he told him that Shu-Qian was very grateful to Egoat, her #1 fan who had stayed with her all these years. Apparently, she wanted to express her gratitude by giving Egoat a surprise. The situation caused that fan to be immensely jealous. When Egoat received the email and started to order his food, Zhongheng and Shu-Qian had already got out of the car and were walking towards the small restaurant. Compared with Zhongheng's calmness, Shu-Qian was deep in thought. She even thought about who she should call for help if Egoat beat Zhongheng in a fight or if the two were evenly matched. But it turned out that she overthought the whole thing. Egoat was just a network engineer, after all, not a professionally trained combatant. Although he was vigilant, he was no match for Zhongheng. Before he raised his head, Zhongheng had already sat beside him with a small knife pointed at his waist. When Egoat realized what was happening, he raised his head. Seeing Shu-Qian on the opposite side, his expression changed drastically. His reflex told him that he should get up and flee. However, Zhongheng placed his hand on his shoulder, realizing that his body could not move. He then heard Zhongheng's voice. "Hi, Egoat. I think we need to introduce ourselves properly." Chapter 950. Lies and Truth. Egoat's breathing became more and more rapid. Zhongheng then noticed that his condition wasn't triggered by the knife on his waist, but because of Shu-Qian on the opposite side. He seemed to be unable to look at Shu-Qian. His cheeks turned red after a glance at her, and he hurriedly looked away. Shu-Qian's expression was complicated. After a while, she said, "Do you know who I am?" Egoat hesitated but finally nodded. Thank you very much for your support for me over the years. To be honest, I thought about meeting you a long time ago, but I didn't expect to meet you in this situation." Shu-Qian lifted her hair while talking. Egoat did not reply. "You should know why I came to you. Don't worry. You can tell me the truth. I promise you that I will not call the police. And I will not ask my bodyguards to avenge me." Egoat then looked at Zhongheng beside him. And Zhongheng had already lifted his hands from his shoulder, and the knife pointing at him was gone as well. With the distance between the two, it was impossible for Egoat to run away. Previously, Zhongheng was using the knife to remind him not to make any stupid moves. Seeing that Egoat did not react irrationally, Zhongheng put the knife away. After that, he waved at the waiter and ordered a pot of scented tea. The three of them did not talk to each other while waiting for tea. Until the waiter brought the pot of scented tea over, poured a cup for each of them, and stepped aside. Egoat said in a low voice, "What kind of truth do you want to know? 4 days ago, was it you who followed me in the mall?" Shu-Qian looked into the eyes of Egoat. The latter opened his mouth to answer but was stopped by Zhongheng before he could speak. "Wait, let us do a small ritual before you answer the question." "What kind of ritual?" Egoat frowned. At the next moment, Zhongheng cut Egoat's thumb with a knife. And Egoat wanted to retract his hand subconsciously, but Zhongheng grabbed it first. After that, Zhongheng picked up an empty cup next to him and drew some blood from Egoat's wound. When Zhongheng got what he needed, he proceeded to cut one of his fingers, squeezed a few drops of blood into the cup, and mixed them. Once that was done, he took out a piece of parchment paper that he brought from Old Man Gung that morning and wrote, "I swear that I would never lie." "What is this?" "Indian witchcraft," Egoat asked coldly. "Something like that." Zhongheng did not care what he said. He then took out the oath rings, gave one to Egoat, and put one on himself so that he would know whether Egoat was lying. After Zhongheng was done with the ritual, Shu-Qian silently handed each of them a band-aid. "Now, you can answer her question," Zhongheng said. Egoat went silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was the one who followed you in the mall. After speaking, he deliberately looked at Zhongheng again, but Zhongheng made no response. He signaled him to continue talking. "Why are you following me?" Xu Qian then asked. "Because I have a psychological problem. I am a stalker." Egoat lowered his head. To which Zhongheng quickly said, "You are lying." "I'm not," Egoat defended himself. "This is another lie." Zhongheng took a sip of the tea in front of him and said slowly, "You can tell me the truth. I told you that no matter what the truth is, I won't hold you accountable," Xu Qian pleaded sincerely from across the table. She hesitated and reached out and held Egoat's hand. The latter's body trembled. Even Zhongheng, who was sitting next door, could feel Egoat's heartbeat speeding up, and his breathing had become even faster. However, Xu Qian did not rush him. After another 2 minutes, Egoat finally raised his head. The expression on his face looked a little distorted, as if he was laughing and crying at the same time. "You said you want the truth. But I don't think you want to hear it." Xu Qian seemed to think of something. She then wanted to let go of Egoat's hand, but the next moment, Egoat took the initiative to grab hers. And the latter's palm became hotter. What he was about to say would give Xu Qian a huge shock. "I follow you because I like you. This is the truth," Zhongheng said while drinking the tea, "but you might want to consider letting go of her hand first. Miss Xu Qian is my employer. If you hold her like this, I will have to take action." Egoat finally let go of her hand. And he seemed to have exhausted all his strength to tell her the truth. He then leaned his body on the back of the chair. The look on Xu Qian's face was a little awkward. She retracted her hand and said casually, But, I have a boyfriend." Once again, Egoat gave no response. "And we are about to get engaged. He lives on the 4th level. Other than that, he also owns a small factory and a beautiful little villa by the lake. We have agreed that we will go boating on the lake after we get married. I've always thought of you as my friend and brother. I have always wanted to tell you this for a while now," Xu Qian added later. Egoat still did not say a word. He looked like he had lost his soul. "Sorry," Xu Qian blurted last. "Do you have anything else to ask?" Zhongheng then asked. No more." Although she found the person stalking her, Xu Qian did not feel as relieved as she thought she would. On the other hand, Egoat's sudden confession made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. While this problem was solved, she still needed to deal with Zhongheng's problem. That was what gave Xu Qian a headache. She even started to regret that she had hired a bodyguard. "You are finished, but I still have a few technical questions I want to ask him." Zhongheng did not intend to evaluate the relationship between the two. He put down the teacup and said to Egoat, "You are a network engineer. Can you tell me how you hacked into Xu Qian's apartment?" Zhongheng asked this question because he wanted to prepare himself for his escape in the future. He had an LV2 hacking skill, but the technology in this dungeon was more advanced. And technology for network security had improved as well. Zhongheng wanted to compare his hacking with Egoat's. However, Egoat shook his head when he heard Zhongheng's question. "I only followed her once in the mall. I have never hacked into her apartment." What surprised Zhongheng was not Egoat's answer but Oathring's reaction. It was not hot, which could only mean that Egoat was telling the truth.